it might have been load management. The coaches denied that, but seemed a little suspicious under some of the circumstances he was coming out. I don't want a guy who at 20 years old, NBA 19 draft. Years old, is already dealing with a whole array of soft tissue injuries that caused him to miss more than a third of his team's games in college. I think there are red flags written all over for Darren Peterson.
A professional agent team already worried about minutes and already worried about how much load he had at the tender young age of 19. You got another Kawhi on your hands? Yeah. If you take Kawhi any day, well, you should draw the...
If he's as good as Kawhi Leonard, that's the high ceiling.
You would have taken Kawhi before he went AWOL on Popovich down there. Yeah, but even after that, he won a championship, some sort of quad thing. Yeah, but he had to move. That's true. He didn't do it for Pop. That's true. He had to leave. He wasn't going to play for Pop for some crazy reason.
Man, I think it'd be hard to pass on Peterson if he's going.
If he gets
there, it's not going to happen. This is like the Ashton Genty conversation a couple of years ago with the Bears. Like, we're all of us were like, please don't let Ashton Genty fall to the Bears because the Bears might take him. Like, I feel like that's what this is happening right now. Like, nobody wants him to fall, but how could you pass if he were there? Now, Jack's laying out his argument, and it's a good argument. The red flags.
It really turns me off as well that he only made it public that he wanted to work out for the team with the #1 overall pick.
It's not that uncommon, though, for those guys.
I know, but he spoke on it yesterday.
Who's the Bansa work out for? By the way, are we going with the Bansa or the Bansa?
I think it's the Bansa.
Is it the Bansa? Okay, I swear I heard it both ways during the season. I think it's the Bansa.
The Bansa. Yeah, we're all saying it the same way.
My want is to say the Bansa for some reason. Oh, wow. How many people did he work out?
Bansa.
Yeah. See, I mean, we can be dumb if we want to, but let's go do it. Could you pass on Peterson if he were there at 4? 312-332-3776. AJ is in Peterson Park. Where's Peterson Park?
Peterson, Pulaski Avenue in Peterson, just north of Foster Avenue by south of Skokie.
Gotcha. All right, what's going on?
Well, first of all, with the whole Draymond thing I listened to, I don't want to hear what analysts say. It's their job to say positive things about prospects, okay? Tell me I'd love for you if you guys could look up what the reports were for Darko Milicic and Tyson Chandler and Eddie Curry and Tyrese Thomas. Let me see what everyone was saying about them before the draft, you know?
They weren't as they weren't with some of those older names. There wasn't we weren't inundated with it as much. But I hear what you're saying.
Right, and so here's what I think the Bulls will take Caleb. But let me share with you what I'd like to see them do. My problem with Caleb is I'm afraid that I think he might get beat up as a skinny guy, and I don't know if I can rely on these kids to dedicate themselves to put in on weight. Too many kids nowadays are motivated by money, and they're not going to tell you that they don't have the passion and they're just using you for money. Now, this might not happen, but what do you think if this were to happen? Let's play the game. What if you found out that the Bulls were to trade down to like the 8th, 9th, or 10th pick and ended up with 2 out of the 3 Michigan players, but I don't want the Mara kid. I think he's too soft, he's too lumpy, and he's slow for the NBA game. He's more of a George Mirasign type of guy, not a Jokic. But what if we traded down? If this is a draft where the top 7 players would be top 2 players and late first-round draft picks, we're going to be lottery picks next year, and it's so strong. Let's build some equity because there's about the same 4 or 5 teams that are going to be running the show for the rest of the decade. Let's build up some equity. If you were able to get a first-round draft pick to let another team move up and take Caleb to help them, and we got Luxembourg and Mo Johnson or Mo Williams, and we were able to get a first rounder, even if we had to give up like 5 second rounders, how would you feel if they traded down and they built that way instead of putting all the pressure on this 19-year-old tall, skinny guy that looks like Luol Deng on stilts?
All right, I would not.
Fucking shit. Suck my dick. I'm going to disappear real quick. I got to go serve breakfast. That right there, 104.3, the score is how you fucking treat a call. I fucking called it 9. The fuck did I call it? I fucking called 4 minutes ago. I called it 9. I called it 9:40. I was on the air 9:45. They let me speak my piece, even if they disagree with it, even if they're going like this and rolling their eyes and they don't give a shit. They let me finish, and Carmen doesn't do this all the time, because Carmen's cut me off before and hung up on me. But he interrupted me. He commented on the thing, and then he left me to finish my statement. How would you feel if they traded down and they built equity? Because we're not winning anything. And I still got my point across. It would have been nice if I could have gone another like 2 minutes, but I'll take that because at least I got my point across. I got the bullet points in. And here you go. So now I'm going to go listen to what they said after I make breakfast for my dad, who's disabled, by the way. Please help me get an agent. I have no money and no support. Struggling Actors Anonymous, although I'm not so anonymous. But Draymond Green, he could be Kevin Garnett. You know what I mean? He said he's like, Draymond Green is like, he could be Kevin Garnett. Kendall Gill says he reminds me of Sean Kemp. Well, no one's going to sit there and say he reminds you of Darko Milicic. No one's going to say a bad thing. So you can't trust anything these people say. It's their job to say positive things about these unknown players. They're motivated by money. They're motivated by being famous. And once they sign the check, they don't even try. And I'm not going to sit there and get stuck in a position where I got this 23-year-old that's going to want to get paid $25 million a year when he ain't done nothing. And we got to keep our fingers crossed that he's the basketball version of Baker Mayfield. Or he's Jalen Brunson, that it's going to take him 7 years to finally come around. You have to invest so much into these teenagers that don't even... I'm going to tell you. Oh boy, I gotta tell you. And we ended up with 2 out of the 3 Michigan guys. I like Anthony. Where's the fruit? I don't even know if we got any fruit. Now, I don't want to open a whole fucking thing. It sucks that I can't be a comedian now. I gotta fucking play it off and be someone else. And I said fucking AJ. You believe that shit? I said AG, and fucking Jack's dumbass says AJ with a question mark. I say AG, and he says, and Jack goes AJ, and I don't know AG, like AJ but with a G. Peterson and Pulaski. I mean, Peterson and Pulaski, like south of Skokie. Peterson and Pulaski, south of Skokie. West of the Niles, kind of by Northeastern Illinois University. You know where Bryn Mawr and Pulaski, Bryn Mawr, California area is? But it would be clear. See, now, if he did that to test me, if I'm like, it's Peterson Park, and they're like, busted. Busted. And they could, and then someone could say, yeah, but maybe he's smart enough to pick a place like that he actually lived in. Peterson Park. Is Peterson? Are you familiar where Northeastern Illinois University is? So, like, north of Bryn Mawr is, so like Peterson Park is by Peterson and Pulaski. Where's that? Like by Peterson and Pulaski? By like Peterson and Pulaski. And I don't give a shit. Even if they know it's me, go fuck yourself. You want to sit there and try to bust me? First of all, I'm not banned. personally like Anthony, and Montes is like you're pot committed to Montes at this point. And give me some big guys downstairs. With Caleb Wilson, here's the thing also, just real quick. First of all, I don't think the Bulls are going to win anything the rest of this decade. There's another probably 15 to 20 teams that have no chance of winning. And they should all take this chance with its depth of talent to really start trading away and just help the good teams get better so you could start contending with them realistically in 2030. My thing with Caleb Wilson is that not only is he played against college competition and he might get bullied around, but I don't want to be put in a position where if he's not good right off the bat, that you're stuck paying him $20 to $25 million a year at the age of 22 or 23 or whatever, when he hasn't accomplished anything. And then you have to keep your fingers crossed. You have to pay him all this money first and then keep your fingers crossed that he's going to be the basketball version of like Baker Mayfield, where he's going to be like a Jalen Brunson, where he's not going to be the person you want until like 7 years in the career. You know what I mean? And that's what we did with Patrick Williams. He didn't do anything. He's essentially a bust, but then we had to pay him all this money and then hope that he's just a slow learner, or let him go because he sucks, but then he goes to another team and all of a sudden he turns 25, 26 years old, and all of a sudden he's an all-star, and it's like, well, what the hell? He becomes the Kyle Schwarber of the Bulls. And it's just a terrible position to put yourself in. The best way to avoid that position is don't get yourself in that position at all. But see right there, you can't say, I don't like the callers. Oh, but Dean's okay. How come Dean is okay? Like, it's serious. Do you realize that Dean has, like, basically bribed us with dinners and basically says, how about I pay you? If I pay you, you let me. Come on, motherfucker. What the fuck? solid B plus, but instead I have to give you a C. But you're on the right path. It was just a little simple thing, but let's see what we got here. All right. You call it 10 o'clock. The show starts at 10 o'clock. And you say, I want to talk about this subject. I want to talk about the basketball draft. Would you rather have them say, well, sure, no problem. What's your name? Let me put you on hold. Okay. And then you're on hold for like an hour. Or would you have them say, we're not talking about that right away. Call back around 11 o'clock. But then you run the risk of calling at 11, and then like 7 or 8 other people might be on hold, and you might be on hold for half an hour. But you also might call and get on right away. Because I figure if I'm listening to the show anyways, does it really matter? But it seems like if I'm tying up a phone line, maybe they want baseball callers. They want the phone lines open for baseball callers to come in and talk about baseball. The morning show is different. The morning show, you just call, they put you on hold for an hour and a half. Here, someone answered right away. And they said, we're not talking about it right away. But here's the thing. If they still call at 11 and I call at 10:55, I better not find a busy signal. Because if there's a busy signal, then that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because then people will call to talk about baseball. And the people that talk about baseball might switch to basketball. Or people might be done and then the producers don't disconnect. So this is bullshit. There better not be a busy signal when I call it at 10:55. And I hope that when I call in at 10:55, that they're not putting me on hold for now another hour. Or they say, oh, well, we're not talking about that yet. Or we already talked about that. Or I'm just saying, they think it's like, oh, they think it's so perfect. Like they're trying to help out. Like, oh, I don't want to waste your time. But if you call back, we'll get you on. You can't promise that shit. I'm fucking telling you. I gotta fucking tell you, I called and I talked about Jerko. Oh, I talked about how, I don't want to hear what Draymond Green says about Caleb Wilson being his ceiling is Kevin Garnett. Kendall Gill says it reminds him of a Sean Kemp. These are people whose job it is to say stuff. If we're going to bring you on, you have to say something for the news, for the media, and it has to be positive. So that's what you got. But don't hang your hat on any of these opinions. Go up and dig up. I'd love to hear later in the show. I'd love to hear later in the show if you got some old video clips of what people of experts or NBA analysts or ex-players or people that know the game because they played for 15 years, what they said about Darko Milicic, what they said about Tyrese Thomas, what they said about Patrick Williams, what they said about Eddie Curry, Tyson Chandler, Markelle Fultz. Any of these players, think of anyone you could think of, these top 3, top 4, Jahlil Okafor. Let me hear what they said about Jahlil Okafor before he was drafted. You'll find dozens and dozens of people talking about his great size. He's going to contribute off the bat. I could see this guy being a Hall of Famer. All the junk. Don't listen to any of them. They know just as much as you do, and they know just as little as you do. Who cares how much they get paid in the name of the company they work for? And who cares if they play? People played great NBA careers, terrible coaches. People played great NBA, NFL careers, terrible analysts. And people that never played couldn't even make the 8th grade team when there were only 6 guys in the whole school. Couldn't even make the team. They're like Hoosiers in Indiana, small town. We need 12 players. Only 11 people tried out, but they still tell the one guy, you're not good. He could be the best coach ever. So don't listen to these people. Who cares what Draymond Green has to say? How dare you waste our time with that? And don't give me no Kendall Gill says, he reminds me of Sean Kemp that could shoot a 3-point ball. Shut up. Just shut up. They're young kids that are motivated more by money and fame than they are playing. And most of them take about 5 years to actually reach their full potential. And by that time, you're going to have to commit to them 20 to 25 million a year for not doing anything, and then keep your fingers crossed that they're going to be the basketball version of Baker Mayfield. So you pay them first and then expect them once they already got the check, once they've already secured the bag, now you're relying on them to give you 100% effort? No, because now they got the money. Why should they try? Right? Or you let them go because they haven't done anything. Then at 24, 25 years old, they go play for another team. And all of a sudden between 25 and 33, they're first all-team NBA a couple times, 8-time All-Star, and they become the Bulls version of Kyle Schwarber. You can't put yourself in that position. You can't trust these young kids when all they want is money and sex. That's the truth. So Caleb, who cares if who cares if you're showing me clips of him, North Carolina, in a 27-point victory against Duquesne? Here's him dunking over a guy. So what? Look at the Deshaun Kaiser highlight reel. It's a bunch of passes he threw that were complete. Who cares about a highlight reel of him at the combine just jumping up very high? So what? Who could run fast? Marquise Goodwin can run fast. Xavier Worthy runs fast. He's not doing anything. Don't show me the best clips you got of this guy are him jumping high at the combine, him shooting some shots and making them, because I'm sure you delete all the ones that he misses, and you're going to show pictures of him in college games against 18, 19, 20-year-olds dominating. That doesn't mean he's going to do that against 27, 28, 32, 33, 38-year-old men. He's like 6'11", 210 pounds. And you're showing me a dunk like in the second half when they're up by 11 points against, Wichita State, and you're showing him like drive to the hole and get an and one. Who cares? North Carolina got upset in the first round. If he's such a good player, he couldn't lead his team to a first-round victory in the NCAA tournament. If he's that good of a player, he'd be projected one of the top 2, not 4. So cut the crap with that. Fucking Caleb Wilson, my ass. My fucking dick. Let's fucking see what's going on here with
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own real unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
Hello to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Carly, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money. Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away. Albert can get me up to $10,000? Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run. I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GAIN to borrow up to $10,000.
At 19 weeks pregnant, I found out my blood was attacking my baby. I'm Ellen, and my team said her only chance at survival was a rare procedure.
Top ranked in Illinois for obstetrics and gynecology by U.S. News and World Report, the team at Northwestern Maternal Fetal Medicine Clinic treats high-risk pregnancies from across Chicagoland. They performed an unprecedented 5 in-utero blood transfusions to ensure Ellen and her baby had a compatible blood type.
Today, my baby is healthy and full of life.
Northwestern Medicine, better.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi, and if you're looking for something sweet but sugar-free with a little kick of caffeine, then I've got a hot tip for you. Jewel Osco has refreshing offers on sparkling ice caffeine beverages to help kick off your summer. It's all part of Jewel Osco's big backyard bash. And believe me, they have all sorts of great deals to help you ease into this special time of year. But the backyard bash soon. So time to get on over to Jewel Osco to pick up all your favorite products.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing, hair loss can feel like identity theft. I'm Mark Rody, and I've got news. It's an incredible, yet simple, one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And guess what? It's guaranteed to grow for life. It's not some temporary thing. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills, the lotions, the potions that come with the monthly subscriptions. They may sometimes help clean what you have, but they will never grow the hair that's completely missing. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities and their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's actually guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. And for your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Listen to MLB Insider Calls on WSCR all season long. Presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grossman. Back in 60 seconds on 104.3 The Score.
For adults with Crohn's
See
disease
your
or
friend.
ulcerative colitis symptoms,
Like buddies, like you
every
hang out
choice
outside of work,
matters.
go to games, meet up, have drinks,
Tremfya offers
bar trivia or
self-injection
something, you know,
or
whatever.
intravenous infusion
I'm
from
sorry.
the start.
But we let go of your
Tremfya
friend.
is administered as
Let me ask you this,
injections under the
Charlie.
skin or
Do you want to
infusion
resign?
through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4
Okay,
or 8
do you
weeks.
think
If your
that
doctor decides
you
to
can make us
self-inject
change your
Tremfya,
mind?
proper training is required. Tremfya is
Okay,
a prescription
so
medicine
what do
used
you want to
treat
do here?
adults with
Because
moderately to severe
now we're going to
reactive Crohn's
see
disease
if you can
and
still give
adults with
100% to this
moderately
team. Because if you're going to start
ulcerative
giving
colitis,
a half-ass
serious
effort,
allergic
50%,
reactions,
in a way
increased
start
risk of
sabotaging the
infections,
team
or
out of a
lower
silent
ability to fight
protest,
them, and
we'll
liver
let you go
problems
too.
may occur.
We need
Before
people that
treatment,
are going to
get
do their
tested for
job like they're
infections
paid to
and
do.
tuberculosis. Tell
This
your
is not
doctor if you have an
camp. This is
infection,
not
flu-like
broadcasting camp
symptoms,
for a bunch of
or need a
12-year-olds.
vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more, or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grossman.
We are family here.
Midday 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Man, it is going up on a Tuesday. This is a very appropriate comment. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 104.3 The Score. It is NBA Draft Day here at The Score. We have a special that you can access that is going to be streaming and Twitch channels tonight. And in the meantime, we already have a big trade. I'm not talking about Giannis going to the Heat. I feel like that's been percolating for a minute. What I did not see coming was the Bulls making a trade, acquiring Nick Claxton. And this takes up a lot of the Bulls' salary cap, Marshall, that I think we were curious what was going to happen. The Bulls had the most open cap space in the NBA to work with. And in a 3-team deal, we now see that Claxton goes to the Bulls, and the Bulls needed a center. So this is a guy who averages big numbers as far as
let's see. I called here at 10:41 after they told me to call back at 10:45. So I've been on hold for 7 minutes. Let's see how long before they pick up the phone. Because I called during a commercial break.
Get what they need positionally.
No, this makes sense. It helps.
Did they forget about me?
Brooklyn clear him off the book. And I like this because Claxton, while he's not a top-level center, he is a traditional rim defending center, which is something that the Bulls haven't had in years.
I've been asking for the Bulls to get more rim protection basically since they lost Daniel Gafford. It's been 84 years.
What's great about this is that they have him for the next 2 seasons in theory, and then that also means he's a guy that they could move and get something back from come trade deadline, not this coming season, but the next season.
And Claxton has $23 million and $21 million left, and so that would leave the Bulls with roughly about $30 million of cap space this summer. They've got money to burn, but I think there's a bigger discussion to be had here as far as already you're kind of getting different opinions on this from people saying, oh, Claxton's overpaid, that's why the Bulls got him. But at the same time, I think you're seeing a change. Like already we're seeing Bryson Graham and the regime say, this matters to us, right? Like this is a trade that they get done before the draft for a reason.
I don't know what their final roster obviously is going to look like going into next season, but if they had to play a game today, they have 104 through the score.
Hey, I wanted to comment on the draft tonight, please.
All right, what's your name?
My name's AG. AG. It's a AG like AJ, but it's with the letter G.
AG, I got you. Okay, and what do you want to say about this draft?
First of all, I think the Bulls are going to take Caleb, but I'd like to see them make some. I'd like to see the new GM make decisions where he's taking the long-term future into consideration instead of trying to slam on the gas pedal and win like right now.
Okay. And where are you calling from, AG?
I'm on the northwest side of Chicago. Do you know where Peterson Park is? Brentford Village?
Oh, yeah. All right, we're just going to say northwest side.
By Northeastern Illinois University, by Bryn Mawr and Pulaski. But
oh, yeah, I'm familiar, man. Yeah, for sure.
Right off Pulaski.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, stand by, man. We'll see if we can get you in.
Thanks.
Trade. So we're back to the whole act.
Hey, AG, just make sure you're not on speakerphone or like an earpiece because you're sounding a little far away. They might have trouble hearing you. You just went to the handset mode.
Oh, okay. Is this a little better?
That's way better. All right, stand by.
Appreciate it.
And the fact that they still have room under the cap to go do something. All I expect them to do is to absorb more bad contracts for draft capital. That's what they should be doing right now in this stage of what has been clearly defined and even named, as in said out loud, a rebuild.
I also think, though, that this is it's just a good thing that they got rim protection. Like, if you're to a man, you're watching this team, and we know it's not going to be, as you pointed out, Marshall, the same looking team as what we saw before. They needed a real defensive center. And so this answers that question. It also tells you that this is something that perhaps Thiago Splitter also needed to have for this team to function. I think we're going to see a defined change of style, just even based on that move alone from what we've seen previously.
And don't forget, Thiago Splitter, he knows Nick Claxton as well as anyone because he was on that coaching staff with the Nets for 4 years, so he was part of the development of Nick Claxton. So he knows exactly what he's getting. He's not my favorite type of center, and when I say type of center, I do like someone who can protect the rim. I also like someone who can shoot above 60% from the free throw line.
Yeah, that's. I think that's when you get into the game's elite, right? When you can have that combination because the offensive efficiency increases so much. You don't want high percentage shots to be the only game. You want them to be able to know how to get fouled. And that's part of this where I think we're still trying to figure it out. Now, Marshall, do you think that perhaps some of those high percentage shots come from Caleb Wilson?
Yes. I like Caleb Wilson.
Do you think that there's a possibility that he becomes a part of the Bulls shot profile tonight?
I'm really torn on this because, like, if you had to give me a guy and I could just take any guy, I would take Aaron Peterson, and that's over AJ Devonta. And I know people are crazy about Devonta. I think
you're not alone though in that opinion about Peterson.
In the modern NBA, a guy who can shoot the way he can shoot, a guy who's explosive and gets to the rim. He's 6'6". He's got the size to do what needs to be done. I like Peterson, but he's just not going to be there. I would be shocked if he gets all the way to 4.
Yeah, I think that seems to be the general consensus. We're going to get into that a little bit more with our next guest. Matt Norlander, the senior writer and college basketball analyst for CBS Sports, co-host of the Eye on College Basketball podcast. We'll talk to him about that and more big coaching moves that have been made recently as well. So we'll do that next year on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 104.3 The Score. We want to let you know, though, tonight the Cubs are taking on the Mets in Queens. So here's our programming lineup. Pre-game coverage begins at 5:35. First pitch is 6:10 on 104.3 The Score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs radio network. Then after the postgame show, Rami Makloff will be on until midnight with live reaction to the NBA draft and what the Bulls do in round 1. All of that can be heard tonight on The Score. Busy day. We love to bring it to you. We'll talk to Matt Norlander next.
The Spiegel and Holmes.
Hey, AG, sorry to get you, man, but you know what? The afternoon show might be taking calls because there's a crazy show because of everything going on with the sports news today. We're definitely going to take calls tomorrow on our show, like in the first hour, like in reaction to the draft. So you could get in and get your thoughts on with us tomorrow after they make the pick if you want as well. You still there?
What the fuck just happened? You know what? I even thought about it. I said, are they going to fucking call on and say you're coming up next? What the fuck is going on? So I'm sorry. Go. I swear to God, I heard Layla talking about how they were having a guest. They were bringing on a guest. And then she was saying that they're going to commercial. She was about to go to commercial and say that they were going to have a guest come on to talk about something. So I ran off to the bathroom real quick. I came back from the bathroom. They just love saying no to callers, and that kind of becomes like some inside joke. Are you serious? No, I was sitting there. Oh, I was listening to. Oh my God, I had to go to the bathroom. I heard her going off the commercial break. She's like, she was bringing on a guest, and she's like, we'll have this guest, but then after like we go to commercial, she was about to go to commercial. So I went to go to the bathroom real quick, and I come back from the bathroom like 3 minutes later. Oh my gosh, she totally. What happened? I heard Layla going into her. We're going to commercial break. You talked about today. I want to know what the fuck. yesterday. Hey, hey, what's going on? Hey, I called yesterday. It was on hold to go on, and then you went to commercial break, and I went to go to the bathroom real quick. And when I came back from the bathroom, did you do one of those things where you came on and said, "Hey," and you said, "Hey, you're gonna come on"? Well, he said call back around 10:45. I did call around 10:45. Or what did they say? Like, hey, we're gonna squeeze you on right now. And then no one answered. And he like, I mean, here.
It was 4 years ago.
But do you understand what you're trying to do? Is you're trying to guess what people at home are doing with their lives. You have no idea if someone is working from home. You have no idea if someone is, multitasking. Are they cooking? Well, I understand where it's like nice to say, hey, we're going to bring mine next. Like, okay, great. But I literally, and this has happened twice, where you're in commercial and I go run to the bathroom and I go to number one. I'm not going number two. I literally go to number one, and between peeing and washing my hands, it might take like 3 minutes. I come back and you're disconnected. You don't know. Layla, you're lying to me. You said it all soft. You're scratching yourself while you're avoiding eye contact. What is going on? This is obviously some kind of a secret that you're not allowed to talk about. You guys just like, is that like an inside thing you do? Is we like hanging up on people? We have a laugh, but we're breaking the rules?
Your party is not answering. Please try your call.
What's your question or comment?
I was wondering if I could comment about the draft tonight.
Yeah, what do you want to say?
Well, I wanted to talk about. Actually, I called yesterday. I wasn't able to get on.
Oh, this is Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Carl.
What's up?
So, you want to talk about the Bulls?
Yeah, I'd like that. And really, the heart of the call is that I don't think the Bulls are in any position to win immediately, and there's about probably six teams that are going to be dominating the rest of the decade. And I think if this is a heavily depth draft. There's a lot of talent for any team that is like one of the bottom teams. This is a great time to move down, and you might be able to get multiple first round picks to put yourself in position in the 2030s to really compete instead of trying to step on the pedal. And I'm worried that the new Bulls GM is going to try to make an impression and try to win in the next 2 or 3 years. And I think with teams like whether it's the Knicks or Boston or Philly or Cleveland, Detroit, it's just they're not going to be able to do it, and they're going to bury themselves in a hole in 2030s instead of taking a step back. And
what team has multiple picks, like OKC?
You know what? Off the top of my head, I don't have that.
Yeah, we should probably know that before.
I mean, well, it's more about the Bulls acquiring future picks and trading down the number 4 pick. If we were able to move down 6 or 7 spots, we might be able to get a first. Even, and this is all very hypothetical. I'm not predicting this is going to happen, but if there's teams that are in the 20s that think we're just one piece away and one of these top 4 guys is for us, maybe if I could get like 3 first rounders to move down to pick 25, I would, because that would be better for our future.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
you
I
know,
disagree with you, but I understand.
yeah, and that's I hope I'm wrong. I'd love to get Caleb Wilson, and he's the next Kevin Garnett, and he puts on muscle, and he's 240 and in 3 years and first team NBA. But it's
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, Oklahoma City has 12 and 17. Like that could be. All right, yeah, let me put you on hold then. Yeah, we'll try to get your call.
Thank you.
Right now projecting Kobe 27 out of Arizona. Okay. If I'm honestly, if I'm a Bucks fan, I want Jaylen Brown. I like Tyler Hero. I want Jaylen Brown. I don't want a first round pick in 30 and 31. Yeah. 30 and 30. In comparison, right now, you cannot trade the 2030 first round pick in the NFL. You can only trade picks 3 years out. So right now, 27, 28, and 29 are the first round picks that currently can be dealt in any NFL trade if they were to happen this afternoon. If you're a Bucks fan, you just got 2 picks beyond that window. Different sports, different rules. I get it. Like Mikal Bridges once got traded for 5 number 1. There's no player other than Mahomes, Joe Burrow, that anybody, if you were allowed, would give up 5 number 1s for in the NFL. Mikal Bridges got 5 number 1. So that just shows you the difference in the sports and the difference in the drafts. I entirely get it. But if you are, you joke that kid is 12. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. That kid is 12.
Yeah, the 2033 pick is probably 12. Right?
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, he could be. Yeah, 12. Okay. So I see what you're saying. If you're a 16-year-old Bucks fan, you're not going to see that 31 first-round pick until
Oh, well, yeah. Oh, so you're talking as far as trading the 4 pick to acquire this year's draft picks, which with that would put us at 12, 15, and 17. But I'm talking about just in general, whether it's a first rounder in 2028, a first rounder in 2027, but also this year too. Like that, obviously, that's between the 2 GMs. That's between the 2 GMs and what they're talking about. So I can't sit here and predict what 2 general managers are going to talk about over a personal phone call, right? So, like,
you give up your Hall of Famer, base of your franchise, which is a bummer. You don't really want to do that, but they really probably should have done this trade last off season or the deadline before, when it started rumbling that Giannis was kind of unhappy and wanted out. But you get 9 guys, you get to hard reset your franchise. You got a lot of picks now. Again, it's 30 and 30, 31 and 33. Giannis probably wanted to be on the Heat at that point, and so those are
not gonna lie, but
so those could be.
I don't listen to it, but don't take it personal. I don't listen to any radio show for 3 hours.
I mean, the idea, and if, let's say Giannis was retired by then, you have no idea the other moves that he could make.
Right, actually, no idea.
So to say, they're going to be bad in 5 years is a silly projection. I'm not saying you're silly.
No, I'm just saying.
He's almost schooling. He's like checking
a lot of assets.
Like checking me, yeah, well, almost like now it's like, yeah, well, almost like you have to prove to me that you know yourself. Like, are you you got to be at least a platinum status fantasy football member on Yahoo, because you know what, we just don't let anyone call. These are privileged lines.
Perennial powerhouse now in the West. This is the model we're gonna follow, and I think that should be the sell to Bucks fans right now. They got their championship. They got to cheer Giannis. It was
Well,
amazing
listen,
year. So my good friend,
I'm so sorry. I'm going to butcher your last name.
to experience quite the ride. TJ, as a Sixer fan, Clipper fan.
Well, I got a story from this morning at 6 a.m. calling the score.
Now you kind of hard reset.
I mean, I don't want to
start
waste your
over.
listeners' time. They don't know what we're talking about, but
And then you go get some players and convince them to come to Milwaukee.
The only problem is, Giannis's don't grow on trees. Like, so getting someone back, give you what this guy gave you over the past decade, probably not.
But he wanted it.
But Giannis was developed, man.
Giannis
I
wanted
mean,
it.
at the end of the day, you get the shit across. I shouldn't have to work this month.
He was 180 pounds probably when he showed up in Milwaukee. And he turned him.
Did you do that thing? Because I've called before, and I usually someone comes on and will say something like, hey, you're going to come on after the commercial break, or you're going to be first up or something. Like, is that you? Because I'm getting the feeling that like
We agree.
when Layla was talking about bringing on Nick Verlander or someone, and then she was going to go to commercial break, and after the commercial break was a guest, I figured, okay, well, they're not going to get to me for at least 15 minutes. I went to the bathroom, and I don't take my phone into the bathroom. And so, like, I just went to the bathroom to just go pee real quick. I came back and I was disconnected. Okay, all right. Well, I don't know. I guess I would just ask that maybe, what if I had a kid that just like woke up and I just left for a couple of minutes. Still can't put me back on hold. Check in another couple of minutes.
Wasn't going to be, hey, give me a couple of twos and a couple of threes, or a couple of ones rather, and a couple of twos, and we'll do the deal. Wasn't going to do that. They wanted a premium player in return, and they got that in Jared Verse, and that's why the deal went down with the Rams, because they were able to give a guy not just at the same position, but in a premium position on a rookie contract, and they were able to do that. Jaylen Brown would have been a guy with 1 year left, MVP caliber player, but a guy that would have immediately sell tickets here. The difference is between Myles Garrett, obviously, and Giannis is that Myles Garrett didn't technically, and they've been adamant, like Myles didn't ask for a trade this year. He did not have to do the deal this year. Now, was he finally aggravated? Perhaps Jim Schwartz wasn't there? Yeah, absolutely. He had asked for the trade a year ago, and the Browns are adamant. Myles did not come in and ask for the trade this year. With the Bucs deal, this deal, comparing that to the Myles Garrett deal, the Bucs, look more to the future than they did with the Browns. Browns feel they got a premium player, a guy for the side of the marquee right now, and good picks. We like Tyler Hero a lot. Tyler Hero is not Jaylen Brown, but we are doing Brockman in what you just said. We're doing more of the doing far more of the reset now than we did then. All right, so I have this. Let me pull it up. If you combine these two trades, it's Giannis, Myles Garrett, Bobby Portis, for Tyler Hero, Ware, Jaquez, Yakashone, say it again, Yakashunas, Jared Verse, 4 first-round picks, 1 pick swap, 2 second-round picks, and a third-round pick. It's a good haul.
Yeah, I mean, you're also the owner now that has traded a top 20 player of all time in one sport, and then maybe the best defensive player of the century in the other sport.
Okay, so on the Browns trade, you chose to do that, and you realize this is the position the team is in right now, and you're going to cash in on a premium asset, a total team's asset. That's what it was. You got the trade.
I mean, I guess I got just chalk it up to bad luck. I mean, I've gotten on the air before.
So they made. They got the championship. They had
I don't know what you want me to say. Like, you got people flooding the calls, or the host just decides, I don't want to take calls. I'm going to just host. I mean,
inevitably, it had to happen. Then there's the Jaylen Brown part of this as well.
before he signed off and said, hey, thanks for joining in. Call, tune in again tomorrow. I only heard him take one call, but if that's what Kirk wanted to do, Kirk's like, I don't want to take calls. I'm just going to sit here and be, what do you want me to do? I don't know. I like it home, but
We offered to move you now. You're offended.
that's what ranch dressing and I got blue cheese instead.
Play a part in this story. But Celtics fan number one over here, it goes far deeper than
This NBA draft
something that's been brewing for a while.
is going to be the fucking death of me.
Trade offers before. Remember the Anthony Davis thing? He was kind of, rumored out there. Kevin Durant a few years ago as well. Again, rumor, no, anything official. But Chum says it's Jaylen Brown and 2 first-round picks. We take the insider, at his word. And the thing is, like, if Jaylen Brown is pissed that he's, constantly talked about, in trade options for other superstars and wants out, I don't blame him. He had a fantastic season, his best season as a professional. He's second team All-NBA. At one point, in the MVP discussion, got a real taste of what it's like to be
At the same
number
time,
one
if you were
guy
to call
and
me
put up serious points
and
together
say, hey,
and win a
Carl,
lot of games, because of
what are
this
you up
this year.
to?
So he goes
And I
back
said,
and
man, nothing. I just ripped a bowl
says, hey, man,
and I'm about to binge watch like
I
this
wanna,
season
keep
2
on
of
my own team.
some show.
Sure.
Like I'm not doing it. Or you're like, hey, you got any plans? I said no. Hey, want to come over and hang out and talk sports for 4 hours? I would say, F no. Absolutely not. I do not want to do that. I do not want to put on clothes and go take a bus or walk 20 minutes or take 2 trains or whatever to go hang out at your place and talk about sports for 4 hours. And then I have to come back home. And if you said, hey, do you want to talk about sports for 3 hours on the phone? No, I do not. I do not want to sit here and talk about the upcoming rookie class of the NFL and what the Bulls should do, and then spend 3 hours comparing what Larry Bird and then that leads to rookies in the 80s and the rookies in the 90s and how the internet made a difference and it was a center's a game and Plaxton's good and basically just play make-believe like we're having our own radio show, like we're 2 9-year-olds in a treehouse talking between 2 tin cans and a string of yarn playing make-believe. You want to do that? Record the damn thing, chop it up, and start sending it out emails and try to do something. I do not, absolutely do not. I'm just spend 3 hours on the phone talking about sports with one person. Please go find a prostitute. Because you obviously can't get a girl on your own. Go find a hobby. Please. I can't. I
don't think that's sustainable. We saw that this year and last. So I'm down to keep them together and keep the good times rolling. But until we hear from Jaylen Brown, we don't know what he wants.
On Twitch or like in front of a real mic?
Great question. I think either is a possibility.
TJ, real quick, what do you got?
About
The Jaylen Brown.
so what's the question?
The question is, why can't we just all get along?
You can't. It's just plain and simple. When feelings have already been touched as much as obviously they've been touched in this situation, you're not going to have great chemistry. Why did the Knicks win? Chemistry was great, Andrew. Why did the Thunder win? They had great chemistry. Chemistry, Chris, on the Celtics is not going to be great. I don't think there's a problem there that we don't know, but it's clearly a problem. But between who, though? Again, I don't know if there is a problem between Brown and Tatum. It might be between Brown and the front office.
And that's the issue. Coming up in the 2:00 Eastern Time hour, U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark is set to
Okay. What's an hour and a half from now?
Next, however, the PGA Tour got turned on its head earlier today. There's a new format. We'll tell you about it next.
Here we go.
That's like the little league coach who has a son that sucks at baseball, but there's still they put him in as the starting pitcher and bat him leadoff because that's their son. Then you wonder why all the kids hate you and your team is 1-7 after 8 games because you're hooking up your son and his friends to bat first, second, third. That is not your job as a little league coach. Is to teach favoritism. It is so terrible. Carmen, you are such that guy. No. I think he will make the team because it'll either be a terrible high school with a terrible team, or it'll be a good high school. And guess what? Rich daddy bucks. Oh, you got your child support money. Everyone knows that. Because here comes local celebrity Carmen DeFalco doing his little Julia Louis-Dreyfus thing, making a little donation. Hey, yeah. Hello?
tight end university.
Mac Jones is late. Are they going to take me?
It can get pretty crazy at tight end university. What was it that Brendan Bates did? You know, the Browns tight end. Also,
Masturbated at a nun's house.
he had the Adam Sandler golf movie. Help me.
Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, the Happy Gilmore drive that went viral last year. Remember that? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Find out how the party was at tight end university. Can we get back to the new changes, obviously, for golf? So when it hit this morning, I'm like, okay, this sounds like fun, but like, why do we need this? I guess that was my first reaction. That was kind of Rory's reaction as well. And we have seen, as you pointed out earlier, guys like Rory, and I'm sure we'll hear from other golfers as well, that things, oh yeah, no, of course, now we are kind of on board. I found it interesting that Tiger, Tiger introed Rolap this morning. Yeah. Tiger had a big hand in this. Definitely. A big hand in this. This wasn't just the commissioner of the PGA Tour decided, you know, while sitting at 35,000 feet one day, messing around on his phone to totally change the way that the entire sport is structured. He's fascinated. I hope they had behind-the-scenes cameras on this, because knowing Brian Rolap, he's thinking, hey, we got to pull the curtain back on the process here. And there is a content play.
Full swing, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, they're filming that, or, you know, Brian has done some other things, his own, that we saw at the Players.
Would love to see the debate.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen Tiger since March.
No.
Also, so it's, you know, good to see him back.
It was good to see him. It was a brief introduction. Went up there and introduced Brian Rolap. Golf is being turned on its head. But not until 2028. We're going to talk to Wyndham Clark. That is coming up at the 2 p.m. Eastern Time Hour. The two-time U.S. Open champion. Hey, now we're back on the radio here. Andrew Siciliano sitting in for Rich today. The Rich Eisen Show. Kirk Morrison yesterday. Tom Pelissero coming up tomorrow. Rich is back next week. He is not, I am told, at tight end university. But this guy is. It is the party of the year. Joining us live from Nashville, tight end university, on behalf of Reese's, Mac Jones, quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. Mac, how are you?
Good. How are you doing? Appreciate the intro. Good.
How's Nashville? Because that in years past has been quite a party.
Yeah, it is a great event. Tight end with Reese's is awesome. Like, I came last year and loved it. George invited me last minute last year, but this year I got the advance invite. So I really appreciate it. It's a great event, and football, as I say, brings people together, and just a great combo between tight end and Reese's. That's what it's all about.
George being George Kittle, along with Brett Olson and Travis Kelce, putting this thing together. Is he paying you in Reese's?
That's one way to do it. I think that's the best way to do it. I do love the candy, and I think it's a great sponsor event, and they do a great job with everybody, and it's so organized. And as a quarterback, your best friends are always the tight ends, because it's just a good combo. So I'm excited to be here and throw and be around guys, like just meeting guys and hanging out with them has been fun. And now that I've been on 3 teams, I've played with a lot of different tight ends that are here. So it's just an exciting time, honestly.
And they're all there, and you're not the only quarterback there. I'm told Brock Purdy, Brandon Allen, Nick Mullins, basically anyone who's ever thrown for Kyle Shanahan or worn a 49ers helmet is down there. How much football is actually done? Because like last year I saw Brendan Bates do the Happy Gilmore thing that went viral in the golf tournament. There's allegedly classroom stuff. Is there any real football, Matt?
Oh, yeah. This is good educational football. I don't go to the classroom sessions, but all the feedback I heard from last year and I'll hear this year has been awesome. I think people learn a lot, especially young guys, hearing from Greg and everybody in the older generation of tight ends, I guess you call it. And last year I got good work in. I was sweating, throwing routes, and they get after it. Like, it's a real training session, and I think it's just a great event. And like I said, like, your tight ends are always that's your guy that you're always going to go find, and it's just a really good event. So I'm excited.
Mac, you said you don't go to the classroom, so it's kind of like modern. It's like modern college football now, right? You just don't have to go to the classroom.
Exactly. I skip classes to see Reese's all the time.
Talking to Mac Jones on the Rich Eisen Show. You said you've thrown to a lot of tight ends, 3 teams now.
Yep.
Mac,
can't give you an exact answer because all the other ones will be really pissed at me.
No, you could though.
Yeah. I don't know. I think each guy brings a different thing. Like in New England, I had Hunter Henry, who's a great player. Played a lot of time in this league, and obviously Jacksonville. He got Evan Ingram, who's a great player. And then George, I've learned a lot from. And I mean, George is the man. He's unbelievable. he trains really hard. It shows. He built the culture of San Francisco. Him and Juice. Like, I don't count Juice as a tight end, but there's times when Juice plays tight end, so we'll give him a 50-50 chance there. And then Jake Tonjes is one of our other tight ends. He's awesome. He'll be here today too. So we had a great group, and I'm excited to be with him.
How does Kittle look? What are the odds he makes it onto the pitch in Australia?
Kittle always looks good. He's always training hard and doing everything he can on his body. He's a wizard when it comes to that stuff. He spends a lot of money on his body and takes care of it. And I think it's going along well. I'm not in his body, but he knows where he's at. He knows how he feels, and I'm sure he's going to be ready at some point to go out there and rip it. So that's Kittle's mindset.
Breaking news, Mac Jones, you're not in George Kittle's body, which would be a show. Yeah, in and of itself. I'm sure George is happy that the game in Australia is, well, he's probably not thrilled it's in Australia, but it's on grass. Mac, are you watching the World Cup at all?
No.
Yeah. I mean, Australia game will be awesome to spread football internationally, and then obviously Mexico City. But I've been watching soccer forever. My brother played in college, and so yeah, this is what I love the sport. It's kind of one of my favorite sports: soccer, tennis, and football.
Just the USA games, and
yeah, I've been watching it.
just
I've been
the
loving
USA
it.
games, and I put them on
the game on Thursday to switch
and on my computer
They were
screen.
cleaned up nice with grass, man. Like
I know, right?
sun shining through. It was beautiful. It's not just that building. I mean, look at MetLife. I'm sorry, New York, New Jersey Stadium, whatever the heck they're calling it. George has been adamant, and he's not the only guy. Hey, look, we're doing this for the World Cup. You guys play on grass when you're at home, obviously at Levi's, of course, Bay Area Stadium.
Yeah, there you go.
George has been adamant. Why don't we just put in grass? What do you say to that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting to watch on TV, and it's this time of the year, which makes it easier. I love grass. I've also played on turf, so I know a lot growing up too. So my high school stadium was turf. Like, I don't really have a preference, but I also don't run that much compared to these other guys. So they like the grass, and I understand why. But I don't have a preference, and I think people have definitely voiced that, rightfully so. And if it's possible, it's possible. But as I always say, you just got to get your stuff on and go out there and play, whether it's in the parking lot or on turf. It doesn't really matter.
I get it. You're not Lamar Jackson over there, but it does feel a heck of a lot better to get tackled on grass, does it not?
Especially when it's cold, the turf can get pretty solid. But yeah, it's whatever. I don't really care, to be honest.
No, it's fine. I mean, most guys do. It's actually kind of refreshing to hear a guy that say, I don't care. Yeah, because most guys are going to plant their flag on this so to speak, right?
Do you think they can do it? Do you think they can get it done?
I mean, they showed they can do it. It's an issue of maintenance, like you said. It's an issue of whether you are in, for example, New York, New Jersey Stadium. Whether or not they want to maintain that with two teams, and that one's even more difficult. You know how horrible the turf is in Pittsburgh, and they only have one team. Can they do that in the Meadowlands, MetLife Stadium, with two teams, so the field is being used every single week, and they have bad weather? It's safer to do it this way, and it's easier to maintain.
Yeah,
so,
true.
Hey, I'm gonna go contract and trade thing here, so bear with me. I'll just take it from this angle. I know you talked a lot about it. Like, hey, I signed a 2-year deal, not a 1-year deal. Imagine if I stunk last year. Like, it worked out, right?
Yeah.
I'm getting paid. I got guaranteed money this year, and you did play well last year, obviously, when Cole. Have they, meaning John Lynch or Kyle, have they brought you at least a trade possibility? Not would you approve this, but a hey, so-and-so reached out. Would that be of interest to you? Have they brought you any of those?
I think I'm going to let the Reese's answer that one. I have no comment. I'm just kidding. I think this is my number one question I've been asked. And look, I love John. I love Kyle, the York family. Like, it's the best organization I feel like that I've played for in terms of just top to bottom greatness so far. And I don't like leaving good people. And I hope they enjoy having me there. And I'm excited for this year, to be honest. And a lot of that was off-season talk, and anything's possible, right? I mean, the trade deadline is not until a little bit through the season. week and see if that helps me and elevates me to get, a big deal or something in the future. But I always say be where your feet are, and my feet are in San Francisco, and I like it a lot.
I respect that, man. I tried to go at it from a different angle.
Well, yeah, no, I got you.
Not do you want to get traded?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, have they at least,
Yeah.
sent you a
Yeah, I
text?
think, look, they're all business guys, and I think that's behind the scenes stuff that's handled, between agents and, at the combine and all sorts of things that happen. So I've been in the loop on everything. The communication is clear, and that's all I care about, to be honest.
Which is a good answer. Let me ask you an even more difficult question. Are you invited to Trav and Taylor's wedding?
I didn't get the invite, but I heard it's going to be wild, so good for them. And everyone, it's cool you get to meet a lot of people at Tight End U, and that's what this event is about, is bringing people together. So you get to meet great couples and wives and girlfriends and everything. So got a lot of those around here, it seems like, so it's always fun to be here.
Wait a minute, is Trav's fiance at Tight End U?
I don't know. I haven't seen.
Okay. That would be a source. I mean, she doesn't know her way around that.
I think she was there at the kickoff point.
Okay. Wait a minute. There you go. Brockman reporting that she might have been there. Okay. Well, then I don't know why I'm holding you on this interview here.
I was there. It was a party. It was good. George does a good job, setting it all up, and they go up for a quick minute, and everyone kind of does their own thing. So I'm excited for tonight. They do the country concert.
Yep.
With everyone's sponsors and everything. It'll be great. But yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, she was there last year. Now, if memory serves. Mac Jones, appreciate it. Thanks for being a good sport here. Enjoy the rest of the off season, wherever it takes you beyond Nashville, and we'll see you in Santa Clara and eventually in Melbourne, man. Thanks for doing this.
Sounds good. Good to see you. Thanks.
You got it. Mac Jones, everybody. The most dangerous players on the field don't do one thing. They both block and catch, do the work, and make the play. Tight ends are the perfect combo, just like Reese's. Although he said Reese's. Oh. Reese's Pieces. Right. Yeah. I've heard it both ways. I forgot Taylor Swift was at the event last year, right? She got on stage last year for a hot minute. Yep.
Yeah, she was there last night. That's some of the pictures floating around today.
Okay. Yeah.
I just want Mac Jones to know I don't blame him for what happened anyway.
Why did you tell him?
Well, I don't know. It's probably a touchy, part of his career. I don't know if he wants to bring up old wounds, but
You didn't want the whole thing to go off the rails? I think he might have been touched to hear that from.
I don't blame him.
Okay.
It's not his fault.
Was there
I feel like
time in
Robin
which
Williams
you did?
I feel like it was Robin Williams and Matt Damon in Good Will Hunting. It's like, it's not your fault, and then we just need to cry and hug it out.
You could have come and hugged him on her.
Yeah. Not your fault.
Okay. Her cousin's next hour.
Not your fault, Mac.
Not your fault. I like Mac, honestly. He, obviously the rookie year, go back to your Patriots days, the rookie year was fantastic. He kind of did the whole tour. I remember interviewing him on the back field at NFL Network in Inglewood next to SoFi, the stage, or rather the field you see Rich on every Sunday morning for game day morning, doing all their fun bits outside. And Mac was awesome. Obviously, the Christmas turn. He mentioned realizations now, had
positive things
in
about every single
Jacksonville, and
prospect.
has now
And
found, I
that's
think,
just
a
not
perfect spot
So who
in San
cares what you
Francisco
do?
because, and I've said this multiple times, whether it is with Sam Darnold and now he has won a Super Bowl, right? Kyle Shanahan is kind of like quarterback rehab. Mm-hmm. Not that he needed rehab, okay? Nor did Sam, but it is a place where you go and
These are like
you come out and
taking money from lobbyists,
and you come out with different coaching and different wiring. And again, not suggesting that guys were coached poorly other places,
with many
but there is a
zeros
long
to
history
Northwestern to
here.
help build their
Kyle,
new football
go
stadium.
to workshop for a
And then
little bit,
coincidentally,
right?
her son, who's
Get
terrible
some
at basketball,
rewiring.
gets on the Northwestern
And you
basketball
come out
team, averages
and you are better
1.3
for it. I think
points
Max
a game
got a good
in like
attitude
a
there
whopping
because
3 minutes
I
a
think he
game.
realizes
You
that.
really think
And that
he's
was
that
kind of
good, but you're
inherited
gonna
in
play it all?
comments
Do the
there.
math.
His comments a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I could have signed a one-year deal, and he probably would have come out of it very well this past offseason. Sure. Very well. He still could come out of it very well. And what's the worst that can happen? You don't want an injury to befall anybody. But if he were to get on the field again and Brock Purdy couldn't go for some reason, I have no doubt he would play well again. And the price goes up. Not only price the Niners get in return if they were to flip him, and they would have to do it before the deadline because it's the final year in his contract, but the price that Mac Jones could get next year. Could I still see a trade? Niners won a 1. I don't think anyone's going to give them a 1. Woo.
No.
Yeah.
Not a 1 for Mac Jones.
I'm told they won a 1.
A third.
Steelers, though, right?
If you want a 1, you're going to have to give up like 2/3 and a fifth, or a second and a sixth.
We take 2.
You're still going to have to give up like a fifth. 2/5 to get a fucking second for Mac Jones. There's fucking Courtney again. Late as fucking hell. One of our superstars. And she looks like a deer in fucking headlights. I'm sorry. Look at this fucking... This girl is so bad at her job. She's like deer in headlights. She's always late. She's always early. She's mispronouncing words. All she does is just listen to people and then nod her head and say yes, yes. Or she just translates like, oh, so what we did is we took the patio and we decided to put lots of tables and chairs. And she's like, oh, because it looks like there's a lot of seating outdoors. Well, yeah, that's what I said. You just rearranged it.
Coming up on Chicago today, one of the stars from the latest and top.
Swear to God.
Coming up on Chicago today, one of the stars from the latest installment of Toy Stories. The adults are as excited as the kids.
That is true. I was in the theater watching that. Plus, one of our favorite Baked Good superstars.
It's all ahead on Chicago today.
See? She's like fucking staring. She was like a second late. She's like, and that's right ahead. All she wants to do is fucking try to, she likes fooling people into thinking that she's smart and good looking. She spends so much money on makeup and hair and clothes and food, everything that every high society person would have. And it's all to fool you into thinking she's something she's not. Courtney fucking Coleman or something.
Congratulations on the movie part 5, man. It's kind of surreal.
It's called a poncho, Forky. It's called a poncho, Forky. It's called a poncho, Forky.
And I also, there's that. And then I remember I moved to New York in 1995 to pursue acting. And that was the first year that Toy Story 1 came out. And so
This is the Rich Eisen Show with guest host Andrew Siciliano. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, 49ers quarterback Mac Jones.
Yes, I love them.
Still to come, Raiders quarterback Kirk Cousins.
I was convinced he had asthma.
Two-time U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark.
Sure, he's just like me. Really, he was the only one you can see yourself in the movie. You tried to sell yourself. He's the closest to me. And he also has small balls, too.
Plus, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, sitting in for Rich, it's Andrew Siciliano.
Huge day in the NBA and a big day on this show for quarterbacks as well. Had Mac Jones, Kirk Cousins coming up in about 20 minutes as well on the appropriately named Rich Eisen Show. Hi, my name is Andrew. Coming up in 1 hour from now, U.S. Open, two-time U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark will be here. He deserves a laurel and a hearty handshake, and we'll find out what kind of grape he had after winning on Sunday. I do think it was really cool, and Dan Hicks kept noting this. hey, Dad. He doesn't know that Dad is here. Doesn't know that Dad is here. And part of me figured that he had been able to spy Dad at one point.
I don't know, man. He's
But then
losing grips on the open Sunday.
Right.
You're probably locked in. You're not really looking at the gallery.
And Dad wasn't like yelling and waving.
Yeah, like,
Right?
hey, over here. Hey, stop hitting it at that,
Right.
son.
Right. He was the one who was heckling.
Yeah.
But the reaction was really cool on Father's Day, and I think there was a little bit of shock there as well last winter. Clark in an hour. Oh, hey. Oh, hi. Kind of thing. The mics picked it up as, you know, we did the round of handshakes and hugs and all that afterwards. Oh, wow, it's Dad. I would be somewhat surprised if I, while at work, turned around like, my dad is here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That happened to me once, not my dad, my brother. It was the final Red Zone show ever on DirecTV. And all of a sudden I looked over there, my brother was here. He had flown in. I had no idea he was there. I'm like, whoa. What are you doing here? Let's introduce the entire crew here. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Brockman.
And Carl from Maniac.
Still a Celtic fan for now. Oh, Jalen Brown is still a Celtic for now. Yeah. World famous A1 Mike Del Tufo. Hello. How many Instagram followers do you have then?
Real or fake? Mike,
hey,
we don't know what the answer to that is.
You tell me, buddy boy.
How much did you pay?
Nah. Okay.
Yeah, a couple good Instagram reels. Give you followers. Yeah.
Well, there's some people that might have followed me like 2 years ago, and then
maybe
I haven't like looked at my page since, and they're too lazy to go and unfollow.
I can give you a number.
How many? The amount of followers you have, and compared to the amount of engagers you have, is different.
Like, what are we doing?
All your videos are like static shots of a mixing board, or you on the strand going like that.
I haven't done that in a long time. No selfies. Turn your likes back on. We need to be able to see how much you're getting.
Nope.
Because I'm guessing it's still around the 438 number.
Nope. TJ Jefferson, how's your IG fraud?
I probably don't have as many followers as I should, but I have more than I actually want, if that makes sense. I want people up in my business. So.
Okay.
I'll show you how to take selfies. TJ, 22,000. Yeah, TJ's work is
Hard earned. So
22. There you go.
I should have 100 and
Like more than me.
Not paid for any.
Not a dime, not one.
TJ, I think you got more than me.
Well, you know, I used to be out in these streets, Andrew. Like if Instagram was around existed around 2002, 3, 4, I'd probably have 1 million followers with all the stuff I was doing. Million. I was in these streets. You know what I'm saying?
I got 28.
I was doing things, Andrew.
I was in these streets.
TJ's a big deal.
Also a big deal, the World Cup.
Woo. The 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Yeah.
Portugal just kicked off.
Portugal just kicked off.
What
I am
is
going
Ronaldo
to
gonna
be
do?
in Portugal on Saturday. Woo. And the plan is to watch the game somewhere in public. Don't know where. Don't know how I'm going to pull this off.
Probably a couple good places.
It will be quite a fiesta.
Right.
Portugal and Uzbekistan scoreless in the first minute.
Ronaldo has been dragged for like a week
He's 41.
for how he played last week, and the team might
Give him a break.
Give him a break? No, he doesn't get a break.
He's 41.
Get a break. I mean, Messi's what, 38?
30,
We just watched LeBron at 41. I'm sure they go to the same doctors.
My point is, it's one game. One game. Like they're gonna win this one, and then it's gonna be winning it on Saturday or Friday. Saturday.
I thought they were going to win last week.
England and Ghana coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Panama and Croatia at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and then the late game, the 10 p.m. Eastern Time game, Colombia and Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Okay.
World Cup footballers under the most pressure. Top 5.
I want to just top 5.
I mean, Ronaldo's 1 through 5. Every superstar in this tournament is scoring multiple goals per game, and he had 0 last week.
Look at Mbappe yesterday.
Look
at Holland.
Everyone's scoring multiple goals.
Playing against terrible competition too.
And he sits there waiting for the ball.
Again, it's one match. I'm not a Ronaldo apologist.
You sound like
You're
one.
going, yep. Let's wrap our arms around soccer. Before I begin here, and I want to get this out of the way.
Oh, wait, he just scored.
He scored. There he is.
scored. I couldn't even speak. That's incredible. Do I take credit for that? I'm taking credit for that.
No, I mean, he didn't hear it, so probably.
Take it back. No, he needs to have 4 more today to catch up to these guys.
What if he had 2? He's getting 2.
A hat trick or bust today.
Hat trick or bust.
Oh, he looks so relieved.
Yeah.
Literally a piano that's been lifted off his shoulder.
Yep. Mick pounding his chest.
He is fired up right now.
To be clear, last Friday on the show, I told you how much I love the World Cup, right?
Awesome.
Okay.
I'm with you.
TJ, I'm not making this up. Last Friday, I wrapped my arms around the World Cup, gave it a big abrazo, right? I love the World Cup. Good. I just want to preface my comments with that. Now I'm going to look at the camera, and I'm going to say...
It's a pretty sick goal by Ronaldo, by the
way. It is sick. Wow.
I'll tweet it out.
I am not the biggest soccer fan. I'm not a guy that wakes up at the crack of dawn here on the West Coast to watch EPL matches. I have now been to multiple soccer games. I went to an Arsenal game last year. I went to a Boca Juniors game many years ago. And in Buenos Aires, I experience, I love the experience. I respect the cultural force and the sport and the athletes and all of it. No, I'm a football guy and a baseball guy. Maybe to a far lesser degree an NBA guy, but football, baseball, that's my jam. That's what I watch. Love the Olympics as well. Obviously, I do that for NBC, and I've always enjoyed those experiences. I beg your pardon, but no, I am not the guy that watches soccer. Pretty much outside of the World Cup, I follow it. I know the names. Can I tell you where they are on the table or the standings? No, I don't. I can't. Generally speaking. Okay? When I went to the game last week, I was sitting with my brother and my nephew. My brother is that guy when it comes to soccer. I learned a lot, to be honest with you. Like the little nuances that he played when he was younger. Right? He was on like a youth travel team that played all over America. So he sees things that I don't see. I just don't. I don't. I would still like to offer some suggestions for some. I realize I may upset some of the soccer people, but soccer people, let me just say this. Don't come back, I beg of you, with where you just don't get it. No, I do get it. Like I just laid out how I get it. I respect it. I like it.
I love Tony Hill. I love everything.
The things I'm going to suggest, do not come back with where you don't get it. No, I do, and I think some of these things are silly. I think some of these things are silly. When Brock Bitt and I discussed this last Friday off the air, because after the show, to show you how much we love soccer this past Friday, you and I hit a bar, had a couple of beers for lunch, and we watched Team USA's big victory in Seattle over Australia. It was awesome. Okay? We had a blast. Sounded good, right? Yeah.
Sounded great, Mike.
It was amazing. Del Tufo,
how many Toy Stories do you think they're going to make? 6, 7, 8?
Fantastic. All right, 5 suggestions for the World Cup. Suggestion number 1. Give the NFL that magic spray that miraculously cures. We need that spray. Like, what is that?
They haven't taken it out a lot. I've only seen it a couple times. Imagine.
But we have seen it. You have seen it. I believe in the Brazil game opening weekend, we saw it. Big magic spray. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if the NFL had this magic spray where a guy just comes out?
The characters never get old.
He's magically cured. They don't go to the blue tent.
Never get old.
Magic don't need the blue tent.
No,
Right. Spray. Nope. Don't need questionable problem. Nope. Magic spray. Give me the magic spray. Give me a shower.
She goes, this is what Courtney says. How many Toy Stories do you think they're going to make? 6, 7, 8? So how many, what a great question. Yeah, you really deserve an Emmy. I can see why you're working on a 15-minute, local show. As long as they keep making money, they're going to make them forever. Because it's all animated, so the characters don't get older. You have a fan base, multiple generations that are married to it, the same way as children that love McDonald's go to McDonald's when they're 50 years old. And they're going to be introducing their kids to it. So, it's just like The Simpsons. And you know what? With AI, if let's just say, God forbid, Tom Hanks died, they'll be able to use artificial intelligence to just recreate his voice. And Woody will always sound like Tom Hanks in 75 years. In Toy Story 62 comes out, Woody will sound like Tom Hanks. And his grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be making money.
but they've happened for years. And I think it's new. Right. The commercial breaks are new. The commercial breaks are new. We had them we had hydration breaks in Qatar. Now we're having them here. Why don't we just stop the clock? If we are going to be so sacrilegious and stop the game is stopped. They are not pretending to play the game. Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Would anyone actually be hurt? You don't get soccer. No, I do. I just think it's silly that for these sacrilegious hydration breaks, just take the sacrilege a little further. Like, we're already upsetting the fabric of the sport. If you're going to go there and shake the sport to its foundation, then just stop the clock. Like, at this point, what is it? Stop the clock. Well, they add the time at the end. Yeah, do they? I mean, they do. Okay. But it's not really on the screen. Oh, it is on the screen. Yeah.
Of course there's lines around the block. Look at that. Of course they are. Look at the pictures. It's so pretty.
Yeah, okay. This one you're going to hate. Just stop the clock for goals. Well, we add the time to the end. It's a minute for every goal. Yeah. We don't. Imagine there's a running clock after touchdown. Oh, my God. And it's Mac Jones for Ricky Pearsall touchdown with 15 seconds left on the clock. Oh, no, that's the game. Sorry. That time ran off.
And what about the location?
Mac Jones is celebrating. Okay, I know you're going to hate that.
Really riveting question.
Yes, I do have an issue with it. This one I think we can all stand behind. I need to see yellow cards, and a lot of them for flopping. Well, it's subjective. Well, the clock is subjective, too. Give me yellow cards for flopping. You're going to change the game. Faking injuries is part of the game. There's only one referee in theater and try to draw a penalty. Like, if you only have to appeal to an audience of one, that's why I'm flopping. Nope. Soccer fans will say that. And I get that. It's not like the NBA. It's not like SGA. Do you criticize SGA? Yes, I do. Albert Breer, part of the program. Bird, was commenting on a flop yesterday. The guy got hit across the face, right? The Argentina game, right in the nose, and he fell back again as if it was a catastrophic injury for which he'd still be hospitalized. And people went after Bert when Bert tweeted about the flop, and he said, "Hey guys, here's some NFL tweets from the past year in which I criticized people for flopping." Yellow card for flopping. In TJ. Yellow card for flopping.
But we got to change. It can't be yellow because the flag's yellow, so we got to give it another color, I think. We need yellow cards in all kinds.
No, I want it yellow.
You want it yellow.
So I want it yellow. I mean, I want it to have the gravity. I want the power of what is currently a yellow card. In other words, you get two, you get booted.
But I'm saying the penalty flag is yellow. So would you want a different color?
Okay. Well, it can't be red. It can't be like ambulance, Red Cross, no, because red is red.
But I agree that there's hold something that's blue. But why not? Yeah. This is Andrew's list. He has to just
yellow means infraction. Okay. Yellow means infraction. Yeah. Yellow like the helmet on your desk. Right. Yellow card for flopping. I think that should be the least controversial one. I get it. You guys don't want to deal with the clock. The clock is part of the game. You don't get it. No, I do get it. I just think it's silly.
I was just going to say it tastes just
like
peanut butter and jelly.
You don't get the sport. No, I do. I like it. I like it. I just think the clock thing is silly. It's the only sport for which time is kept, but the time doesn't matter.
Andrew, that's always been my argument. So I
there's a little
you don't
kick
get the
to
sport.
it. Yeah, I feel that. Like, great. Give me that.
It's part of the free-flowing beauty of the game. That's what the clock is. It's a living, breathing thing. I understand that. Ronaldo free kick. Yeah. Ronaldo free kick.
Literally just about to say
oh man. Oh. These scores again. Okay. I'm doing a victory lap. You demanded. I have one more thing. We'll get to the one more thing. You demanded a Ronaldo hat trick.
You dialed into Houston right now.
Okay.
You're the only person on earth who like Ronaldo. Just we bet on.
Okay, you're just joining us. Portugal on a Ronaldo goal lead. Uzbekistan 1-0. Ronaldo in the 6th minute, and is now in that screen. I believe in the 12th minute, lining up for a free kick just outside the box.
Hey, they should stop the clock for this. This is taking forever. Yeah, to get everyone time. Like, there's been at least a minute. Like, well, they're just getting everyone lined up and where they're allowed to stand.
Did you imagine in an NFL game, in an NBA game, while SGA, while Wemby flailing his arms. Argued a call. They kept the clock going. You don't get it. It's 90 minutes. No, I do get it. Big Poppy. Silly. Like, this isn't an injury timeout. No clock. It's been 2 minutes. He still hasn't kicked yet. There was a referee injured last weekend. Oh, he was a fake out. Oh, you're ahead of me. Yeah. That was sick. Ronaldo did the fake out and the other guy kicked him. So it's not Ronaldo. 2-0 Portugal. Not 7-23. It is 2-0 Portugal.
Look how these guys aren't even prepared. They don't do any research. They don't know what they're talking about. They love shoving food in their mouth. He doesn't know what gochujang is.
Jam the baker to bad butter.
This is like a peanut butter and jelly cream puff. It's so light, so
It's like a high school freshman show.
Try it. I'm gonna bite into this. Why did you go from Dan the Baker to bad butter, real quick?
Legally had.
Oh, okay. All right. We don't have to.
No, it was a long story, but we changed the back.
Let me just go. This food's awesome to kind of get the attention away from me.
Okay, you're right. I do love this.
It's so good. So
okay. Be sure to visit Bad Butter.
Bad.
So bad it's
You
good.
said bad. All right, we'll be right back
I'm John Moore. Not criticizing a specific broadcaster because they all do that. I don't know who's calling this.
See, Andrew Pellicer, all these guest hosts, they're taking this time to have their own personal pod. They're milking this as much as they can to showcase their skills to get his own 5-day-a-week show.
Majesty's United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and this is the way you've always called the game. It's fine. I get it. If you're an American broadcaster calling, can't we just say Brazil is up 2-0? That's how we talk here. Well, that's not the sport. You don't get it. No, actually, I do get it. I do. Just like you're talking to an audience that's proper subject verb agreement. That's all. This is how we do it in the United States. I still like soccer. I am still embracing the World Cup. It's just grating when it's and the United States are up 3-0. No. Is up 3-0. And Brazil are excited. Yes, Brazil are excited. Come on. This sounds silly. It sounds so silly. And even on the written word, ESPN.com will have stories written here with quote unquote English soccer, like British subject verb agreement on the front facing American page. And I'm like, ugh. Those are my 5 suggestions. My criticisms, just suggestions. Hey, when it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors are the experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. That means working with a company that builds and installs a quality product. Real pricing, real simple, really beautiful. And with a trusted name like Pella chooses to partner with this show, The Rich Eisen Show. That says a lot, doesn't it? 0% financing options are available. Certain restrictions do apply. Find your local Pella windows and door showroom today at Pella.com/Eisen. Pella.com/Eisen. Go there for details. Will you please make life brighter with Pella windows and doors. Kirk Cousins are joining me next. Is joining me next. Sorry. Kirk Cousins is next.
Legally had.
All right.
Couldn't be happier.
Okay. Yeah. Your butter is bad. It's the baddest butter.
This is so bad.
Okay.
You know what's not? You know what else is bad?
So good. So
This
bad.
television show.
Visit Bad Butter.
Bad.
So bad it's
You
good.
said bad. All right, we'll be right back after the break.
How not to do an outro. 101.
Well, that does it for us, everyone. Thank you to our guests.
Yes, tomorrow is Friday, and we're going to make it a great one. Hope you do
it's
too.
Juneteenth. The Obama Library is opening to the public.
Are there Obamas watching us right now?
Yeah, I think they are. Hi. Bye, everyone. So stupid.
You are so stupid.
Bye. Now they're freaked out.
Now he's going to act like he's got a gun.
Come on, if that doesn't win you over.
Look at him now do some stupid stuff. Yeah, that's remote control. Maybe you should clear that up.
Are your legs heavy, swollen, or aching?
The most unentertaining show in Chicago. Well, let's see how long I've been on hold now. So now I called it about 11:07. And it's been 2 hours and 15 minutes. I'm sorry, it's been an hour and 15 minutes. Maybe an hour and 12 minutes. Haven't got on yet. Okay. But here's the more important thing. It's okay that I haven't gotten on. Whatever. It's a national show. Maybe it's popular. But there have been no calls. He hasn't taken any calls. And I'll tell you this, by 12:10, Rich Eisen would have taken at least probably 3 calls, maybe even up to 5. So I'd appreciate it if the producer comes on and says, look, call back when Rich is hosting. Or these guest hosts, they're not taking calls. Or he doesn't want to take a call. Or it looks like it's going to be a while. He doesn't take calls or something. But don't, if you know I'm going to be waiting for, don't fucking leave me on. Just have me hang up and fucking waste 2.5 hours of my day.
Lost or losing a loved one is more than a transaction, right?
You know, I do that because I need to survive. I don't do that so I can brag to like. I think I'm a rich.
We're back on the TV.
National Hydration Day.
Wait, hold on, what? Hi, it's Andrew. It's Chris Rockman. So
National Hydration Day. I'm taking a hydration break. Like, come on, it's a double.
It's hydration day or hydration break in the game?
No. You know how every day has a national day, some kind of day? Today's National Hydration Day. I know what that means. We all get a break. Don't let dehydration ruin your vacation. That's not true.
I saw a headline yesterday,
National Pink Day,
that there is so much heat in Western Europe. Like, the weather's hot. Go figure. All the tourists flock to Western Europe, and they'll fall. The people that live there get out and go to the beach. That's how it works every summer. It's an annual right. But it's so hot that I believe, France, they've like, at some events, they banned public beer sales. Well, what? To quote our friend Puma at NFL Network, you gotta hydrate. You gotta hydrate.
Well, today's National Hydration Day. No better PSA for that than today.
Okay. Kirk Cousins coming up right around the corner. He is actually in Grand Rapids today, partnering with Bank of America. It is a golf event. The Raiders quarterback situation is fascinating to me because Kirk should be. Kirk played really well down the stretch last year. He can still play in this league. Really do believe that. And with Clint Kubiak calling plays, Ashton Genty year 2, Max Crosby on the back.
Offensive line's a little bit better.
Offensive line's a little bit better.
Unclear who their number 1 receiver is.
Unclear. Yeah.
Go find out all the wonderful things they were saying.
Well, so I would argue.
Even local Chicago guys.
For sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
Whoever people on the radio.
But there is always an urge.
Oh, this guy's gonna be a beast.
You know?
Right? Go ahead.
Play the other
Laugh at yourselves.
to play the rookie quarterback. Well,
I see that. Then you're like, oh, but I have it wrong. Now you're like, oh, people might play this in my ear. So now I'm not going to make a prediction. I'm going to say, here's my prediction, but I could be wrong. Now you're covering your bases, which means you're not that confident in your take. Say your take, be confident, stand by it. Don't say, but I'm only like 50% sure. Well, then you're 0% sure. What is up with the integrity of radio hosts in general? Like, radio is a dying breed. It's sports radio in the United States is Sears, is Marshall Fields, is Montgomery Ward's, J.C. Penney. It's Blockbuster. It's Dominic's. Gone.
It's inevitable. It's the preseason, right? Most likely, yeah. All right. It's the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. Hi there. I'm Andrew. Portugal up 2-0 on Uzbekistan. Hashtag as expected. Ronaldo has a goal. He set another goal with a little sleight of hand free kick. Mendes was the one that actually scored the goal. And Brockman is happy because he basically said it's a hat trick or bust for Ronaldo.
I put the pressure on him, and he immediately scored. So, like the true legend and champion that he is, Ronaldo answered the bell. Yeah, I'm taking full credit, TJ.
As we await Kirk Cousins.
How about taking a phone call, dumbass?
Quick word. And Wyndham Clark is going to join us in about a half
Oh,
hour.
my God.
I want to say a quick word here about social media and clickbait off-season NFL headlines. If I could. Okay.
How about you take some phone calls?
Aggregation.
You're telling me that no one's calling? You have to have at least 10 people on hold.
Aggregation season, but it is aggravation season because so many of these headlines now are really nonsense because no one's at work. Jeremiah Love had a presser yesterday with the Cardinals, but their minicamp was a week ago. And I texted someone there like, wait, what? Did they extend minicamp? No, they just asked Jeremiah because he was in town to do a presser. But other than an interview like Mac Jones or Kirk Cousins, and we're fortunate to have them both, grateful to have them both today, no one's on a podium, no one's on a practice field, no one's really making any news. Perfect example, Joe Thomas yesterday, or Friday, was on the show here. We talked about Shador. It was a Brockman question, who starts more games? It's what's more likely? Yeah. Right? Shador or Deshaun? Joe gave an answer. Not some bold prediction. It's not a slam on either guy. Nope. he was answering the question that I teed up for him, actually, that Brockman teed up for me, and then I passed it along to Joe. I mean, it's not news. All we've been talking about for months. It's not news. It's made headlines, and Joe's had to answer people back on Instagram because people are angry. I should apologize to Joe for that. It's okay. News front program, ESPN Radio Cleveland. Tony Rizzo said, I'm hearing that maybe teams are calling about Shador. Okay, guys. Yeah. Teams follow players all the time. That means he's going to get traded. I don't know. Unlikely. Probably not. Right? But it's content aggregation season. So with that in mind,
phone calls?
Welcome in a friend of the program. It is great to have him on. He's the new Las Vegas Raiders quarterback, partnering with Bank of America today to host a Golf with Us clinic in beautiful Grand Rapids, Michigan. Kirk Cousins, how the heck are you?
Andrew, doing well. Yeah, back in my home area in West Michigan. Good to be on with you, and look forward to this down with Bank of America today at the Kent Country Club.
Do you count the days in your office? Because there are so few days. Like, do you have everything planned out?
Well, I wouldn't say everything's planned out. In fact, I think the plan is no plan when you're on vacation. But my whole career, we go back to my home area in West Michigan, and we pretty much post up here for the entire time. It's never long enough, but I consider us pretty lucky to have about 5 weeks of the summer break, and we enjoy it every year.
What's your handicap these days?
I'm like a 12. I'm nothing special. I like to play. I've always said, like, when I'm done playing football, I'm going to commit to really trying to get down, not just the single digits, but, like, seeing how good I could be. But I just haven't put the time in yet. And my two boys are 7 and 8, and, they're getting into it. So I think all three of us are going to grind on our game together in the next few years when I'm done playing.
All right, you're working with kids as part of this Bank America clinic today. What is I assume you have your list of things you teach young quarterbacks if you ever work with them. But what would you teach? What would Kirk Cousins, the 12 handicap, teach a young golfer today?
I'd probably teach him to not listen to me and somebody else. But I'll tell you what, grip is kind of where it starts. I don't have a great grip, and so I'm kind of behind the 8 ball from the start. From there, I just try to be an athlete and make it work. It's funny, too, because one day my drivers, the club is working for me. The next day it's my irons. The next day it's my wedges. And I'm like, man, if I could just put it all together, I could be somebody. But the inconsistency, similar to quarterbacking. It's who can be consistent. And on the golf course, I don't think it's much different.
Have you played in Vegas yet, Kirk?
I did not get out this spring, but I do plan to play a little bit. It's nice. It's sunny every day. Great golf climate, great golf culture, a lot of good courses. So I plan to get out a little bit during the season. Not a lot, but I hope to play here and there.
We're talking to Kirk Cousins here on the Eisen Show. Andrew filling in, Chris Brockman, Michael Del Tupo.
If you're one of those weirdos that has to hurry up, let's go. I want to try to get this done so we can squeeze it. I want to try to get these 18 holes done so we can squeeze it another 9 before I have to go to work. You're like sitting here around at 5 in the morning, trying to squeeze in 9 holes because you're like an addict.
You're not going out in leather pants with 3 buttons undone.
Not yet.
Although you could get the change in Vegas if you really wanted to go there. So it begs the question, what is a night out on the town in Vegas like for Kirk Cousins? Are you playing slots, which you're allowed? Are you going to a buffet? Are you seeing a surf show? What do you do?
So there's a lot of good shows. I'm excited for Backstreet Boys. On an off day in training camp, I'm probably going to go see Backstreet Boys at the Sphere and wear all white and do the whole deal. Donny Osmond, my mom had me listen to Donny Osmond when I was growing up. Probably got to go see him and his residency. Got to see a surf show, although in Las Vegas there's like a half dozen to pick from. So a lot of entertainment. I love to play golf, so if I get some time, I'll play golf. But I went down to the Strip, during mini camp. Mondays are pretty light days, so I went down to the Strip and wrapped up for the day and just kind of walked around. And it's not that easy to walk around. If you walk around, they don't really want you to leave the casino you're at. So I realized that maybe going down to the Strip and just walking around isn't the ideal way to do it, like you might do when I lived in Washington D.C. or Minnesota. So I got to figure that out still, but we like it there. It's a cool place.
Yeah, it's kind of Hades as well, walking down the sidewalk, and you have the guys doing this, trying to hand you those cards, which I'm assuming you're gonna give the high.
Yeah, I'm still interested about the heat. I've never practiced in 115 degrees. I think that's coming, but it is a dry heat, so that maybe stays at 10 or 15 degrees. But I'm told training camp in September can get pretty hot.
Yeah, and that's why they usually practice, or at least they have in the past. So they practice on at 7 a.m. to avoid the heat. Are you and Julie going to take Fernando Mendoza to the Backstreet?
If he would like to go, he is welcome. Although what I'm learning with my teammates, it's really the coaches who I kind of get along with like movie quotes, music, because it's the coaches who kind of grew up in the same era as me. When I start talking, with teammates about like a movie I loved in 1995, they aren't really able to quote it with me. So, but if he wants to go to Backstreet Boys, he's welcome to tag along.
I mean, that would be a great bit. The Raiders content team, or forget Raiders content team. I mean, put it on your social, make your own money. That would be a great bit.
It's all about content these days, and as you know, NFL news in June and July, we're looking for content. So I'll try to give you what I can when I can.
Oh, we're already aggregating this as we speak behind the scenes, Eric. I appreciate you. In all seriousness, whether it's at the Sphere or said making jokes like your coach is 39, you're 37. Your quarterback clearly is 15 years younger. How has that dynamic gone? We have seen all the bits. And the Raiders have leaned into it, seemingly you have as well. But you know how this goes. He's the first overall pick, and inevitably he's going to throw a couple of touchdown passes, and SportsCenter is going to go nuts in the preseason. You know that is coming, and you know how it will be handled by the people that go on TV and the job it is to give an opinion. And the opinion, Kirk, look, I'm older than you. Like, I get it. There's always someone younger. Like, is always going to be play the other guy. How do you plan to handle it?
Yeah, I think it comes with the territory. You're 15 in the league. I'm no stranger to how this thing works. So you go out there, you play the best you can, you help your team best you can, contribute to our team's success, and you let decisions get made as they get made. But I expect to, be able to help this team win and to be out there on the field, and you roll with whatever happens. You stay focused and on what's going on inside the building. I don't think it's ever helped me to kind of look at what's happening outside the building, and just go enjoy the process with your teammates and your coaches, and we'll see where it all settles out.
What's Clint Kubiak like?
Well, I was with Clint for 2 years as a quarterback coach, and then a third year as the offensive coordinator, and then we were apart for, I want to say, 4 seasons, and now getting back with him as a head coach. You know, he's the same guy he's always been. You know, loves football. He's a very hard worker, very humble. You know, he's got a great way about him. He's serious. You know, there's not a lot of time for tomfoolery or, you know, I told him after OTAs, I said, Coach, this is probably the most urgent and most productive OTAs I've ever been a part of. But that starts with him as the head coach. He created a sense of urgency from day one all the way through the 10-week program. And I thought we got a lot of work done. We got a long ways to go, but we laid a good foundation, and then training camp is where we'll pick it up and continue to get ready for that first preseason game.
I've had very little interaction with him, full disclosure. He seems from afar, tell me if I'm wrong, to be one of the focused, serious, quieter head coaches. Is that fair? Sure.
Yeah, no, he doesn't need to be a man of many words. I think quieter is a fair assessment, but that's different than lacking conviction or lacking, you know, that intensity. I think that his intensity, his conviction, his belief in what he's doing, having an identity. I think there's no confusion from us as a locker room as to what our head coach expects of us, what he wants our football team to look like. And so I would never confuse that with you know, just being quiet. I think there's a certainty there that's comforting as a player.
One last thing here. I want to go back, if we could, to, well, a sport that you're obviously helping kids with on grass. We had Matt Jones earlier on speaking specifically about grass because George Kittle and everyone has commented, watching the World Cup. Wouldn't it be great if we could have grass in all these stadiums? And they always point to the injury risk. And look, it's easier to get tackled on grass than it is to get tackled on turf. But at the same time, Kirk, correct me if I'm wrong, your Achilles injury happened on grass. So the idea that grass magically cures all injuries, I think, is a bit of a fallacy, yet we all prefer the grass. Where do you come in or come down on the idea that the NFL is ripping up the turf and putting in the grass for the World Cup? They can do it now.
I could go deep on this topic. I don't know that people want to listen to me, you know, go detailed about grass versus turf for the next 15 minutes. But, you know, when I was coming up, field turf was new. And so high school football or middle school football on a field turf field, there were only a handful of them. I remember when Nebraska first got field turf, it was a big deal at the University of Nebraska. So you kind of want this excitement of, we don't want to be on grass, we want to be on field.
That must be call waiting. I ain't answering.
Michigan State, and we became one of the few
Fucking shit was scary, bro.
By the time I left Michigan State, they still had grass. And I remember saying, hey, would we ever do what the Big House did, and Horseshoe did, go to field turf? And they said, no, we have such a robust turf grass management program here at Michigan. Out of sheer, you know, pride and respect for that department, we'll always have a grass field. And I started to notice as we played around other stadiums in the country that you couldn't beat Michigan State surface, and the natural grass field felt so much better. It's the nicest field turf you can get. And so I was always, after college, going to the NFL, you know, preferring grass. And then, you know, you have, like you said, not all grass surfaces are created equal. So you go over to Wembley Stadium in London, that had a different feel of natural grass than Lambeau Field, than the Bermuda grass down in the high heat, you know, cities like Tampa. You know, FedEx Field had its own unique grass that, you know, there's a lot of discussion about their surface over the years. So, you know, I've always said well-kept grass, like a Michigan State, you can't beat that. But that's assuming that it's going to be kept to the standard, you know, that you're expecting. You know, field turf is just such a simpler answer in so many ways for so many people. But, you know, I don't quite understand all the ins and outs of what it took for the World Cup to be there and provide grass, and then what it would take to do that for an entire football season. That's a much bigger ask than for 1 month of the World Cup. So it's over my head, and I'll just go play on whatever surface they give us.
Including a well-manicured green today. Kirk Cousins partnering with Bank of America to host a Golf With Us clinic back in Grand Rapids with free enrollment for Bank of America's Golf With Us initiative. Now closed for 2026. Participants may still register for a Youth on Course at youthoncourse.org, bofA.com/golf-with-us. Kirk Cousins, we appreciate your time. As you said, it is a dry heat. Good luck today in the humidity, and good luck back in Vegas. Try heat.
Awesome. Thanks, Andy. Appreciate it.
You got to make for customers, everybody. I'm told we have breaking NFL news.
Oh my God.
Ronaldo just scored again, too. And Ronaldo just scored again. One more from the hat trick. Come on. Don't go anywhere. That NFL news right around the corner. That's a celebration. It's the Rich Eisen Show,
Wait, what happened? I wasn't. Balance the intensity of the dish. I can't believe I won this round. Thank you very much. Tom, Amar, and Begonia.
Really, because the last couple times they had a segment called All Talk Friday or All Calls Welcome Friday, and they took 0 calls. All right, and the last 2 times I called, I was on hold for a combined 4 hours, plus 4 hours and like 12 minutes. And they never put me on. Someone answered, they put me on hold, and then they never take any calls. They just leave me on hold.
Thank you. Balance the intensity of the dish. I can't believe I won this round.
I don't know if they're supposed to be taking calls or if it's their discretion. They stop taking calls or.
Thank you very much. Tom, Amar, and Begonia. Thank you. Wait, what happened?
I played 11 years. They've been to the Super Bowl 9 times. And I didn't get that. Right. Think about that. Right. And I was one pick away from being drafted by the Patriots. What happened? The Chargers drafted me.
I know that. But I know that's what happened. They didn't come up and come get you.
So I went on a visit to the Patriots. That's when Charlie Weiss was offensive coordinator. And I go to Boston, and I really like to visit. I like Charlie. I love Charlie Weiss.
You meet with Bill?
I did meet with Bill. You know, we sat in his office right above the stadium, right there where you're looking out at the stadium. And we really just sat there. We really didn't talk about much. We just looked at each other.
What do you mean? We just looked at each other. Like
I
the
don't
old
know if
days.
you
each other's eyes.
you know, chips every day. After work, you go and you drink.
You're saying it was awkward?
No, I mean, I just, you know how Bill is. There's only a few things he probably wants to know about you. And I guess he was trying to get a sense of, was I passionate about football? As most coaches do, right? And that's the first round pick on the guy. You want to make sure they're passionate.
Do you think they would have chosen you if you were available?
Well, they said they were going to choose me. Charlie Weiss promised me if I was there at 6, because they needed a running back. They needed a running back bad that year. So Yeah, when the Chargers drafted me, I think they took Richard Seymour. Yep.
It worked out there. It worked out. But have you ever brought up the Brady when you've seen him? Like,
No, never brought it up.
you could have been Robin, his
I
Batman.
always thought about, what would that be like?
With all due respect to Antoine Smith, all due respect.
Yeah, I know, right? Antoine Smith. I know. Would have been a little different. No way.
Yeah.
I'm kind of getting freaked out.
Yeah, so 47 years old with Daniel Thomas.
Amazing. Happy birthday to one of my favorite good humans and coworkers, former coworkers at NFL Network, LaDainian Tomlinson, 47 years. Wow. It is the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. Hey, while the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent, the future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Next does not wait for the invite, neither do we. Hyundai has always made the future
Taking phone calls. Take a phone call. Take a phone call.
We did it when we made advanced safety standards on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept, it is already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, official partner of FIFA. So the breaking news in the NFL.
Here it comes.
And Maria, I see breaking news.
No supplemental draft, everybody. Ooh. There is not going to be a supplemental.
Does Pelissero even know?
Shout out to you, Andrew.
Not even Pelissero. Who is this? Siciliano. Does Siciliano even know that there's a fucking phone line?
An email or a letter by certified mail to Brendan Sorsby and said, sorry, man, we're not going to do this. You didn't prove your point, and you sent us the documentation you sent us your petition 3 days before the deadline with no documentation. We weren't going to do a supplemental draft. Sorry, buddy. We're still not. I did say last Friday that I thought the silence from the league was not deafening, but notable. And the deadline was only last week, so it was not that big of a deal. But the league has to grant a supplemental draft. Real quick, anyone know the last player drafted in a supplemental
Jamarcus
draft?
Russell.
Interrupt prior? No, it was Jalen Thompson, the safety, drafted by the Cardinals. He's a fifth-round pick. Just signed a nice, decent free agent deal with the Cowboys. Still playing, good player. There was one in 2023. Nobody got picked. So there has to be a reason for a supplemental draft. Jalen Thompson is the only active player in the NFL right now. Only active player that entered the league via supplemental draft. Only one. So these things are not annual occurrences. And when there is a supplemental draft, there has to be a real reason, number one. And number two, it doesn't mean you're going to get picked. But the NFL says we're not going to do it, which means Brendan Sorsby, now he could take this to court. He has Jeffrey Kessler as his lawyer, longtime nemesis of the NFL from the union side. He could take it to court, fight it, maybe. If he had entered the supplemental draft, if there had been a supplemental draft and it had been granted and he didn't get picked, he'd be a free agent. He went through the process, everyone passed. He could sign wherever. He could sign with the Jets. He could sign with the Browns. He could sign with anybody. He can go sign to the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks if he wanted to. But now that there is no supplemental draft, he's kind of locked out. He's got nowhere to go. Brendan Sorsby is now likely ticketed for the 2027 draft. As a matter of fact, the last line in this letter, the last paragraph, as Commissioner Goodell has emphasized, participation in the NFL is a privilege that carries with it significant responsibilities, including accountability. By all accounts, you are a talented player with potential for future success. We encourage you to focus on preparing for possible entry into the NFL through the 2027 NFL annual draft. Pick rocks, buddy. Pretty much. See you next year. Anyway, the gist of this is, under the CBA, the league retains sole discretion to determine whether it's appropriate to conduct a supplemental draft. The league has not conducted such a draft for several years, and prior to your submission, the league had no plans to do so, as no one else had sought entry. Your petition, filed 3 days before the deadline, without any supporting information or documentation, and only after abandoning your recent litigation efforts to avoid NCAA sanctions, does not provide a basis for the league to alter those plans. The issues presented by your petition are too significant and too closely tied to the league's core integrity interests to permit meaningful review within the timeline presented. In other words, you got banned for gambling. Don't come to us after deciding to drop your court case and just say, I want to play in the NFL. We don't want this. We're not going to handle it. You didn't even argue your case. You just filed. 3 days before the deadline. Sorry, buddy. We want nothing to do with it. That's in essence what they're saying. The sole reasons identified in your petition for seeking entry into the supplemental draft are that you have been, quote, declared ineligible by the NCAA, have, quote, exhausted all of your avenues to continue in the NCAA, and, quote, want to now play in the NFL. Petition provides no information regarding the basis or timing of the NCAA decision. Public sources, however, indicate that in May of 26, the NCAA determination, eligibility. The league does not have the complete record of the NCAA's investigation. You gambled, reports you violated state criminal law, placed wagers on your own team and teammates. Your petition doesn't address these matters, nor does it demonstrate accountability. You sought to avoid the consequences of the NCAA's determination. Basically went, hey, dude, the NCAA hammered you. You're running from that, and you haven't made any case to us that you deserve to play in our league. So sorry, buddy. This might seem like a slam dunk to you, but we're good. We're good over here. We don't want anything to do with us.
Yeah, of course, Jeffrey Kessler's lawyer has responded, telling ESPN it's a violation of the CBA and the law. We will pursue this immediately with the NFL players.
Here's the thing. He's not a member of the union. The CBA does not have anything to do with Brendan Sorsby. Not a member of the union. He's not an active player. Good luck with that. Wyndham Clark right around the corner. And that has always been the loophole here, right? Is that he is not a member of the union. The union can't go to bat for him. He's not an active player. He's not. Now, they can argue. They can do whatever they want. They can throw a fit. J.C. Treader can come out and take his side. And he may not. He may go, we are concerned with this.
J.C. Treader on Thursday with Tom Pelissero.
Bam. That would be big. That would be big. So, what are they going to do? Now, this is a Pandora's box that many thought the NFL would not open. Because Jeffrey Kessler, longtime nemesis, does this become now with antitrust hanging over Washington? Does this become a bigger story? Rather than just a kid who played at Cincinnati last year that now wants to play in the NFL. If this were Brendan Sorsby, potential fifth-round pick, nobody would care. I mean, they would care. I don't mean to minimize the human being and his journey here and the challenges he is facing, by all accounts, facing head-on. Not to minimize. But we're talking about a quarterback who could be taken in the first round. Guy that was going to be paid $5 million, right? You know, I also think it gives Texas Tech a little cover here because they were like, hey, we're helping this poor kid out. Come on, guys. Come on. It's about winning and winning and winning and winning and winning and winning and winning. And we don't have another quarterback, at least not one that's healthy, so we're going to defend this guy. And then it got ugly, and they went, you know what? Why don't you, why don't you go to the NFL? And now the NFL says, we don't need you. We don't want to go down this road. And now, tell you what, there are a lot of NFL teams that go, I don't have to make the tough decision anymore. Thanks for taking that off my plate. Wyndham Clark, right around the corner, everybody.
Where is Aaron right now? Here's Coach. The disrespect is real. Sorry, folks. All it does is
We just mess around. Okay, great. Where does that messing around trying to convince strangers to be mean to each other come from? Great. Where does that idea to mess around? Yes, you do know. Why? Why did you do that? Where does this come from? It's your brain just really doesn't cool. That would be cool.
This is the Rich Eisen Show with guest host Andrew Siciliano. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, 49ers quarterback Mac Jones. Raiders quarterback Kirk Cousins. Coming up, two-time U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark. NBA writer for The Athletic, James Jackson. Plus, your phone calls, latest news, and more.
Your phone calls? No phone calls. Ain't no fucking phone calls. You're just pressing a pre-recorded message. That would. That's a pre-recorded intro for your phone calls.
Now, what if Jones were both here? Brendan Sorsby's not going to get a supplemental draft. Wow. That just went down. Giannis got traded last night. Oh, by the way, the NBA draft is this evening. You didn't think there was anything to talk about. The NBA draft is this evening.
So much for slow juice.
Yeah. Ronaldo has 2 goals. Three, but they decoy. has 2 goals. Wyndham Clark has 2 U.S. Opens. Look at you. Look at you. Don't look at me. Look at him. Let's give a round of applause. Yeah, let's get a round of applause here. Joining us now on the Rich Eisen Show, your U.S. Open 2-time U.S. Open champion, Wyndham Clark. Third. How the heck are you, Wyndham?
I couldn't be better.
I mean, you get a third. I mean, that would be better, right?
We're not wrong. Best things come in threes, but I'll take 2 for right now.
But 2 is pretty good. When they were checking you in, and we appreciate you doing this, I was told you had a cup of something. Are those grapes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. We have a little Sancerre white grape right now.
Lovely.
So cheers.
Well, cheers. I will.
Hey, you got to celebrate, right? I mean, you it's not very often you win the U.S. Open.
No, you should keep on celebrating, even on a Tuesday. I'm going to toast you back with black coffee from a Keurig.
Nice.
Just like a
with some Baileys in there, maybe.
Give me like an hour. You said that after the first Open, it was Screaming Eagle, tip of the cap. What kind of grapes did we?
You know, you are so insulted. You think you're the one and only smart person in the world.
The 95 Sabacaya, so it's an Italian wine. It's actually my favorite wine. So it was. No offense to Screaming Eagle, that is unbelievable, but this is my favorite.
Well deserved. What was that party?
Well, it was in the Hamptons with a bunch of friends. It was at a beach club, which was epic. They had food out there for us, open bar, everything was flowing, friends, family, some people I didn't even know. And, we were just passing the cup around. Everyone was drinking out of it, talking about fun moments, smiling, laughing. We ended up playing, my brother and I, and people played ping pong. We got competitive. It didn't end until 5 a.m., so it was quite a night.
Wait a minute, did you play wine pong?
No, my brother, there was a ping pong table in that beach club. For some reason, my brother was playing people, and then everyone's like, Wyndham, you got to come over and beat your brother. No one can beat him. So I went over there. I will say some things were against me in that, and the fact that, we'd been drinking out of the cup a little bit. That's my peak performance. But we had a lot of fun, and, my brother got the best of me, which I hate to even admit, but, whatever. That's what brothers are for.
We're talking to U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark, not Wyndham Supreme, like Marty Supreme. You were beaten in ping pong. Table tennis.
It doesn't happen often, but my brother is kind of my, kryptonite.
Yeah, no, I get it. And hand-eye coordination after that many grapes, I can imagine would be a thing. What was it like having your dad Randall there? Because Dan Hicks kept saying during the broadcast, during the final round, like, Dad's here. Dad flew in from Denver, but he doesn't know that Dad is here. And then the cameras and the microphones picked it up there. After you won, you're like, oh, wow, hey, Dad. The celebration afterwards with Dad, how was that?
Oh, it was amazing. Yeah, I really didn't know. My dad hasn't been able to watch me win one of my 5 tournaments, and to win that championship on Sunday, Father's Day, and to have him there in person was amazing. And it really did catch me off guard, and I was just so happy I could share that with him. It's a super special moment. And then, the celebration after, he was exhausted because he took a red eye. So we got on some espresso, and he got to drink out of the cup. He got to hang with, my brother was there, and my sister, so he got to hang out with all his kids. I'm pretty sure he was in, dad heaven. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty cool. It's worth taking a red eye. I hate red eyes. I take them all the time, but you have to chase it when you land. You have to either take the nap or decide I'm going to stay up the entire time. I think watching your son win the U.S. Open is worth staying up for.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so as well. Wyndham Clark joining us here on the Rich Eisen Show. Andrew Siciliano sitting in. Wyndham, I got to ask you. 2 days later, I'm sure you've had one or two, maybe not, quiet moments to try to process the reaction of the crowd and everything you were openly rooting against you. I don't want this to be the entire story, but it is part of the story. 2 days later, how do you feel about it?
Sorry,
bro. Honestly, I love it. I think it adds to kind of the drama of the tournament. I think I also hopefully won over a lot of the fans, especially the New York fans. other people watching that I kind of battled one of the toughest golf courses and a crowd that was openly against me. And
pay money.
I don't know. I
You
think
give strangers money to
I think it
pretend
was
to be your friend.
also something that I really will lean on in the future of kind of having everything against me and being able to pull through and win. You know, if you can overcome, that, then, what can't you do, especially in golf? So, it was I look at it as a positive thing. I try to always turn any sort of negative thing into a positive, and that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
And I thought your answer on the podium, I had plenty of questions, obviously, about this on the podium when you won on Sunday, was great as well. They weren't, they were rooting against me, but maybe they were rooting for Scotty, right? Maybe they were rooting for the career Grand Slam. And that's what I have to, in my head,
What do you
do is take that negative turn into a positive. How difficult is that? But you've spoken openly about mental health. You've spoken openly about trying to channel negativity into positivity. And you said on the podium Sunday, like, my anger issues, I think they're gone. I think they're gone. How do you stay in that moment? Because I'll be honest with you, like the average person,
and that's why you don't even
I was sitting on the couch going like, just shut up. Like, I wanted to mute my TV, and I'm 2,500 miles away.
Yeah, I mean, it was difficult. There's some training. I used to be my worst enemy with allowing my negative thoughts to get in my way. And that's even before 23. And as I started working on my mental game, I learned to replace negative thoughts with positive thoughts. And, it doesn't happen right away. The mental game definitely takes time to train your brain and to get better. And, I've had, 2.5 years to kind of prepare for a moment like this where I have everything going against me. And sometimes even your own mind says negative things like, oh, I'm blowing this lead, or whatever, hate me, why do they hate me, whatever it is. And then the training kicks in and your brain says, no, you're great, you can do this, you've done this before, you can win. You tell yourself positive things, you either pray or you breathe and meditate, and then those really help get you through those moments. And that all really, really helped me. And then, I thought if I could show them kind of kindness and love and the person that I really am, I think I could ultimately win over the crowd.
Which was great, and you did, I think, at the end. I hope certainly you did. And we kept hearing, and the great MC Mike spoke good process, good process, good process. There have been many who have suggested that the good process now would just be take these events out of New York. Like, if you were, for example, in Minnesota, the Minnesota Night, as you like to call it, the great fans up there, that it wouldn't have been like that. You would have heard something like this. What do you say to that?
I disagree. I think New York's one of our best cities in the world, and especially in the U.S. And I think the fans are passionate. They love their city. They love our country. A little shocked they're rooting against me. I'm an American boy. I played on the Ryder Cup team. I was in the Olympics. So I love all the same things. But you know what? They're just passionate, and I think tournaments here in the future is a necessary need. Just maybe, hopefully, they start rooting for people or rooting for success than maybe against people. Yeah. So I think golf needs to always be in the world.
I'm with you, man, and you know what? You're keeping it in the fairway here, and that's a horrible golf analogy. But seriously, tip of the cap to you, because I think a lot of other people would have not reacted the same way and would have been more like, hey, right back at you, and they would have celebrated that way, like Randy Moss moved to the crowd at Lambeau, but you did not do that. I got to ask you about this one, Clark. Obviously, massive news today in the PGA, for the PGA, not until 2028. The Championship Series and the Challenger Series. Basically, the top 90 guys are on the top tier. Get relegated like it's EPL here. You lose your card. What do you think of basically turning the PGA Tour on its head?
I think it's the necessary and best changes. I think, what was it, in 2020 or 21, whenever LIV came to be, I think shook up the golf world, and I think for the better of the game. And I think this is one of those things. Brian Rilap and his team and the advisory board have done an amazing job looking at the future of golf and saying, okay, we need a plan to make this the best we can possibly make it in the future. And I think this is one of the first big steps, having the top players play in all the events, or at least most of them, and having it be easier for fans to follow. And then I think the relegation thing is awesome. I think it's obviously worked in soccer, and it's going to be great in golf. And I think the biggest thing for golf is when people turn on the PGA Tour and they're watching the Champion Series, they know they're watching the best players in the world compete on top courses in major cities. And yeah, I think that's the best thing for it. And then, the match play is going to be a lot of fun. I think the fans are going to love it. It's going to be fun to be going head to head against Scotty Scheffler or Rory McIlroy or whoever it is, to try to come down and win the Tour Championship. And I think that's going to be great for TV.
The relegation thing, going back to that really is the hook. From the way I see it, hey, tune in Sunday to see if somebody loses their card, right? Tune in Sunday to see if somebody gets bounced. Like you mentioned with soccer, the drama at the end of an EPL season, if a team can't get a point, if a team can't get a victory at the end of the year, a team at the bottom of the standings, or the table as they call it, I mean, that is the draw, because, not to make this all about shame, like the shame of your team getting knocked down is just massive. And that to me, obviously match plays a big thing. But the relegation thing, I don't know that we can overstate how big that is.
Yeah, I think it's huge. I mean, the great thing is there's going to be relegation promotion now in 2 tours. So you have the Champion Series, guys are going to be relegated, but then you're also going to see in the Challenger Series, get promoted. And so it's going to be exciting for fans to see both of those tours grow. I mean, same tour, but both those series, you see guys coming up and guys going down, and I think it's just going to be the better for the tour. So now guys are watching, guys win the Tour Championship and keep their card, but also guys, get relegated, promoted. And I just think it's the best thing for golf. And I think what Brian's done is an amazing thing. And I think golf's in a great place, and it's going to continue to be, especially with him at the head of the PGA Tour.
Wyndham got a question from Chris Brockman over here.
Yeah, Wyndham, first off, congratulations. You had an amazing tournament going wire to wire. Very happy for you. On Sunday, were you scoreboard watching at all on the front when things got a little close there? And if so, how were you able to stay in the moment? Focus on each shot.
Yeah, not really. I was trying not to look. Maybe I saw it once or something, but I really started looking more on the backside, kind of right around 12, because we had 6 holes left, and I wanted to know, hey, do we need to be more aggressive? Do we need to make sure be conservative and not give anything back, etc. And it's hard to do that, and especially if you're not playing good and you hear groans and people talking about it and they're rooting against you and whatnot. It's hard not to scoreboard watch and be like, oh my gosh, my lead is dwindling. And but I tried to stay as much as I could within myself and focus on what I can control, which is what I'm doing, my game, my process, etc. So I didn't really look to the back nine.
How bad was that line?
12. Oh, you mean on 16?
On 16, I'm sorry.
That's what I was saying.
12. That's 16.
16. Those maybe look better than maybe what it was. It was a bad line. I'm not going to deny that. But I was able to get the club on the back of the ball, which is huge when you're coming out of the rough. If there's tons of grass between it, it's really hard to hit it far. But the fact that I could get to the back of the ball, I knew I was going to be able to hit it out. And, that's why we work out in the gym and try to have speed. So you can not just hit it far, but to be able to hack it out rough.
Yeah, Bones made it sound like the worst lap all time.
Yeah, the broadcast, Bones, you're doing me favors. Have you gone back and rewatched it at all?
No, I haven't had time. I've been either celebrating or doing interviews and press conferences, etc.
I mean, that is as big a first world problem for sure. Yeah. I've been partying and doing interviews too much. We'd be remiss, because we're kind of a football show here, if we didn't ask you about your Denver Broncos. Any anxiety here about a Bo Nix Week 1 return? How you feeling about the coming season?
Yeah, I mean, we made some incredible moves in the offseason. I think getting Waddle was huge. I liked our draft. Our team last year, I thought was good enough to win it. Unfortunately, Bo got hurt. I think that was the difference from us being in the championship. And you never know, in one game we could have potentially beat the Seahawks. I'm a little concerned about Bo. I mean, obviously his ankle is a huge question, but I also know the guy's resilient. I mean, he got beat down at Auburn. He came to Oregon, where I graduated from, and had an amazing year, and he's done amazing in the NFL for our team. So if he's healthy, I think we can be back in a championship game, hopefully. So I'm pumped. You know, I'm friends with a lot of guys on the team and the ownership and the coaches, etc. So I have to be optimistic about it.
You got to be optimistic. It's the middle of the summer. Everyone's optimistic about their team. I'm trying to think, like, what did the Broncos do to celebrate you? Like in Seattle, you know, they blow the horn. I'm sorry, in Minnesota and Seattle, they do. What do they do? Something, right? Or something? Yeah. Look, every team's got their thing. Cleveland, they break the guitar, right? Like, could Denver have you ride in on the horse? Like, what could the Broncos do?
I was thinking I get to put on a uniform and maybe do like the first kickoff, or run a couple routes.
Okay,
that's what I was thinking.
You have a leg?
I mean, yeah, I could maybe kick it 30, 40 yards. It would be like one of those squib kicks.
Could you kick a 30-yard field goal?
Oh, 100%. I'll prove it. I'll post it and send it to you. Okay.
This is a bit.
Or I could be the water boy and I'll carry around the U.S. Open trophy with water.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
We don't want to do something demeaning like you're the little kid that runs out there and like picks up the tee after the kickoff and runs it back. You're not that guy. So we got to do something. I like the field goal. I like the field goal. Water boy.
Hopefully it's when we're up 31-3 and there's 5 minutes left. I don't want the pressure, even though I handled the pressure this weekend. I don't want the pressure of missing a field goal and having the Denver fans hate me. I can't. I don't want any more hate in my life, right?
Yeah, right. It's the preseason, man. Like, it doesn't matter. Although Sean Payton takes the preseason pretty seriously. I've done some Sean Payton preseason games over the years where he's coaching the fourth quarter as if it's January.
Well, that's why the guy he's goated. That's why he's won championships and is going to take us to one this next year.
There you go. All right, Wyndham. I'm going to raise my coffee mug one more time. Let's see that sense there.
There it is.
Cheers. All right, man. Congratulations.
Thanks,
Wyndham.
Appreciate it. That was awesome.
Two-time U.S. Open champion. Wyndham. Pretty great. He was great.
He had such a phenomenal turn.
Handles it the right way.
Yeah.
And he's doing it with class. I don't know that I would take that. I mean, I don't know that I take it back. I think I would show that level of class, but it would be hard. It would be difficult.
I mean, you've seen Rory trip back at guys and other players, let it get in their head. And in that tournament where people are just constantly yelling, get the bunker, and cheering when you miss short putts, like, that's tough.
I hope there was a moment in that party where he just yelled out, hey, you know what, to the world.
Yeah, for sure. He earned it.
He did. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, and that is overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment. No fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding, that's right, pull off your own death-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan, a debt-defying stunt. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Coming up, James Jackson. How exactly that Giannis trade went down.
The winner is.
You're so sweet and tart.
That's really good.
Thank you all. The winners from each round were Nicole, Tom, Dale, May, and Gabri.
Our favorite amuse-bouche was surprising, unexpected, delicious, and it belonged to Sydney.
May, you utilized the 3 ingredients you had beautifully.
I'm totally proud of myself. I'm the only one who's from Thailand. I'm here to represent my country.
Not only did you just win immunity, you won $10,000 from our friends at Ritz.
Now they know me. My name is Chefney. Thank you.
Santiago, thank you for joining us. It was great to have you here today.
Thank you, and good luck to everyone.
Chefs, you did a great job, but this next challenge could get a little sticky. After 19 seasons of Top Chef, no ingredient has caused more chefs to pack their knives than rice.
Rice is so important in Brazil. If you go to somebody's house, there is no rice. We think like, what happened?
I know what you're saying.
Chefs, please welcome your guest judge for this next round, host of Top Chef South Africa, Lorna Masenko.
No, I'm not your number one choice.
The winners Cracker Sutan.
We have 4 fictional characters, basketball characters, that we're wondering who would make the best NBA draft prospect. First up is the point guard from the Venice Beach Locals, Sidney Dean.
Great handle, somewhat of a trash talker, a little bit of a gym rat, and but really hustles out on the floor.
That's right.
As a blacktop, really, he's not yet played an indoor game. It's all been outdoors. So his jump shot may be pushed by the wind to go in or to go out. We'll see, how he does in an indoor game. He is undersized and tends to over dribble a little bit. And he also tends to hustle in a negative fashion. But he has played against quality competition, including Freeman Williams, Nigel Miguel, who played at UCLA, Marcus Johnson was in that movie, and then Gary Moeller, who played at UC Santa Barbara, whose dad pitched for the Dodgers, Joe Moeller.
Next up is from Hickory High School, shooting guard Jimmy Chitwood.
Jimmy Chitwood, spot-up shooter, tends to demand the ball, especially in huddles. He'll make his teammates better, although not particularly supportive of Ollie when he took those free throws at the end of the game. The underhanded free throws against Cedar Knob was the opponent, and who doesn't enjoy saying Cedar Knob on national radio? The problem, he's not always motivated, and Jimmy Chitwood is chummy with him. And I think a little questionable relationship with his teacher, Barbara Hershey. I think that's there. I liken him to Klay Thompson without the defense.
Okay. Next up, another high schooler from Carver High, center Warren Coolidge.
Physically imposing, rebounds at a high level, was coached by an NBA player, Ken Reeves, who had a wonderful fictional career with the Chicago Bulls before getting injured.
Yeah, that was
a fantastic locker room singing voice. And reminds you a lot of Ben Wallace with sort of a Barry White voice. The problem is, tends to be a little unmotivated, and wasn't necessarily the best player on that show. Wolf Perry was on that show, who played at Stanford, and then you may not know this, but Jay Billis was once on that show.
Oh! All right, last one for you. He plays tons of positions, guard, forward, and center from Beacon Hills High School. Teen Wolf. Jay, what do you think about his ability?
Teen Wolf, whose name in the film was Scott Howard, when he wasn't a wolf. Great vertical leap, plays above the rim. I think
think you could refer to him literally and figuratively as a beast. Only 5'3", but plays much bigger. Yeah. The problem is he comes from a small town in Nebraska, so he'd have to cut family ties. And then he's occasionally violent, although his hair is perfect.
2020. Oh, man. I love that. That is one of my favorite bits there with Jay Billis doing the NBA draft cards. It is, night one of the NBA draft tonight. Daniel Jeremiah doing the same for the NFL. Also, it's good work out of you guys. Very funny. Thank you. Good stuff. Idea. Good stuff. Back at the Rich Eisen Show. Hi, Andrew Siciliano sitting in for Rich. We just did the TV bit with Jay Billis, getting ready for the NBA draft. Talking about guys like Jimmy Chitwood and Teen Wolf. Cool. James Jackson from The Athletic here on one of my cameras. He's joining us now live on the show, kind of nodding and laughing. What's up, James?
How you doing, man?
It's at the point where I'm just busy watching fucking Top Chef.
Pretty good, man.
I don't even want him to take my call.
Great week to be in South Florida.
Yeah, nothing going on. Let's get to South Florida. We'll get to the draft in a second. You are a Florida guy.
I am.
Right? You kind of wrote your piece on The Athletic today from the Bucs side of it. Inevitable, disappointing. They got their championship. We'll do that in a second. Miami gets Kachuk, gets Giannis. We're a football show. Gets Malik Willis. Take this from the perspective.
Maybe Andrew Siciliano now, since he's guest hosting, has control of the show, and he's taking this time to invite all of his friends on to be guests and to do segments to help put them on. I don't think they're allowed to say we're not taking calls because they'll get in trouble.
But Miami has obviously been looking for a big whale, so to speak, for a while. And Jimmy Butler was here for a while, obviously. But in terms of like a trade acquisition, that established championship piece, a person who can bring that level of prestige to the franchise. Pat Riley said last year that he was not giving up, that he was not going to retire, that he was still going to stay at it, of having a long-lasting window of contention for the Heat. And to your point, Andrew, yes, they have two guys in Bam and Giannis who drive closer to the paint. They also have two guys who can operate offensive hub, high post action, big smart cutters, smart shooters. Get a lot of people to get easy baskets because on one hand, Bam Adebayo scored 83 points in a game a couple of months ago. Giannis Antetokounmpo is one of the most efficient scorers of all time. So you're going to find a way to be able to make that work. But to your point of concern, though, it's shooting that I'm more concerned about than just mere depth because they have a lot of front court pieces. Nikolai Jovic, Bobby Portis, Andrew Wiggins, if they can figure that out as well. But you're going to have to get shooters and people that can get the ball out of the Giannis and Bam's hands for easy shots.
Yeah, James, you mentioned Wiggins. He's a free agent piece here. Beat Pat Riley, be Eric Spoelstra here. Build the rest of this team. Where do you think they go?
Love for them to look at some shooting. If you can get creative with guys like Chris Middleton, who got bought out from Washington last year and ended up going to the Mavericks. Duncan Robinson played for the Heat for a few years. He has a partial guarantee with the Pistons, where the rest, I think he's on the hook for $16 million next year, and only $2 million of that is guaranteed. If they can find some shooters to go along with, not even just a post defense, because Davion Mitchell at the point of attack and Norman Powell, if they can figure that out. Pella Larson too, honestly, a very good championship level role player who can slash. He's tall. He does a little bit of everything. He does whatever it is that's supposed to need. And so, to your point, I think it's less simply about what specific pieces they need, and it's more about trusting the stability that the Heat already have. They have shown over the recent years, Caleb Martin, Max Strus, again, before mentioned Duncan Robinson, players who you can just maximize with smaller investments. Even a player like Drew Smith, honestly, he's going to be their fourth guard now, but he's really active on defense, has to make great hustle plays. So if they're able to get some guards around the perimeter, you can have a pretty strong starting lineup of Bam Adebayo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Andrew Wiggins, Norman Powell, again, if they figure that out, Davion Mitchell with some shooters, Nikolai Jovic. He had a pretty rough year last year, but he's a good catch and shoot option, and he's honestly a really committed player who really gets hard on himself when he's not performing up to his worst teammates because he loves his teammates. But Spo stayed on him last year. He's really confident in him. And again, with players like Pella Larson, Bobby Portis, you already have a top 8. But if you get some floor spacing, I really think they're good.
Talking to James Jackson here, covers the NBA for The Athletic. James, we'll throw one more piece in there for you because Brockman's stirring the pot over here. Just looking at the socials.
What you got?
LeBron?
So, yeah, I was poking around about that one too, and all we can say is not yes, not no. You never know. You never know. Like John Hollinger at The Athletic, honestly, he used his board's former
you mentioned, I'm a South Florida guy, but when I was in college, I barely missed the Eagles years. So it would be fun for LeBron, in theory at least, double back a little bit. Talk highly about Miami. Pat said earlier this year too that he wishes that he and LeBron actually, they kept things going a little bit longer. That he had a dynasty in mind that just didn't really pan out. But even beyond LeBron leaving, contract dispute with Dwayne Wade as well. Like those are the only two things that ended the Big Three era. Like Chris Bosh got to preemptively retire because he had the blood clot issues and everything like that. But if you can get a forward who can create easy offense for folks, who can get drive and kick opportunities, who can get little dump offs to Giannis and Bam and stuff like that for about $26 million, and he just so happens to be LeBron James, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad idea at all. It would sell a few tickets. Talking to James Jackson of the Athletic Madison, they're going to have trouble selling tickets. So let's rank these possibilities here, James. I'll give you three teams: the Lakers, the Cavs, the Heat. Rank them in likelihood going 1 to 3 of LeBron James playing this fall.
Lakers.
This my list?
Yeah, you're.
I said the Lakers.
Lakers.
He worked very hard to.
Lakers, Heat, Cavs. The Cavs can't afford him.
For his family.
They're not going to trade away a future of a good team unless they're giving away Harden again. Harden and 3 first rounders.
Here in Miami, what it meant for him. And again, going back to the comments of Pat, Spo, honestly, just everything that would mean they won a gold medal together just in 2024 over in Paris, he and LeBron. And then I would go Cavs. Partially, though, because LeBron did joke earlier this season that he doesn't even like playing in Cleveland and such like that. And also, too, practically speaking, the Cavs, should they re-sign Donovan Mitchell, give him X amount of dollars and figure things out with James Harden and stuff? How much money do teams even have? In this apron era now, teams are really having a hard time not only just making moves for the now, but in 2 years, that's despite us in the behind. So I would go Lakers, Heat, Cavs for that list.
Yeah, I would say the same. I think he stays in LA. If I'm him, I stay in LA, assuming that all parties are involved, want him to stay in LA. To me, that is the obvious one. Look, I'm a Cavs fan. Going back to Cleveland would be great, and if they do have to shake that thing up, mix that thing up somehow. I'm not a fan of the James Harden piece, but I think you might be stuck with him regardless. LeBron came back and won. I don't know that he needs to do it again unless you absolutely unequivocally find that in your heart, that's what you want to do. And if that's the case, hey man, come on down. We'd be happy to have you, but I don't think it has to happen, and I wouldn't be disappointed if it does not.
Miami, look, to your point earlier, what would the Heat have to do in order to round out some you get LeBron with some shooters and stuff, a Clay here, a Chris Middleton there, a dude off the street.
Because he's more likely to win a championship with Harden and Mitchell and Mobley. And if they have to trade Harden, that's fine. Then LeBron, Mitchell, Harden, the two centers. Miami, you're looking at another situation in the Lakers where it's him and Anthony Davis and then a bunch of C pluses, just D minuses.
So this is a person who he really gets to choose his out with it, and he's done a wealth of things with it. But I don't really think there's a wrong fit for him to make necessarily. I know,
LeBron will not win. A 42-year-old LeBron will not win a championship in Miami with Giannis. It's the same situation him and Anthony Davis were in LA, where they got to rely on a bunch of C plus, B minus, D minus, D plus, and you just need someone better.
Yeah, definitely.
You're trading away all your talent, all your supporting cast, and you think Giannis, a 33-year-old Giannis, 32, 33, 34-year-old Giannis, and a 41, 42, 43-year-old LeBron can run the show with some draft picks?
You guys have a lot of bugs. We don't. And we have no humidity.
Dude, the Heat won't even finish 500, but people will pay money for Giannis jerseys and come see Giannis, and he'll be around going to clubs with DJs and going on boats, and he'll be the toast of the town, and people will make a lot of money. The team's going to make a lot of money, but the team's not doing anything.
Yeah, I was born in California, actually. So just to that point, it's still on my bucket list to actually see a proper Laker game in person, everything of that sort. I've seen LeBron a couple of times on the road, but just there's a different prestige of just being able to finish your career with the Lakers. But the Lakers also really take it seriously of treating their stars well through the end of their careers. Yep. That's why I could see it where he just ultimately
James Jackson of The Athletic here. James, is Jaylen Brown a Celtic on opening night?
I don't even say. The question might be does he want to be? Because just everything that's been happening over the last couple of weeks, the Giannis rumors, like if Giannis is on the table, you got to get into that. But understandably, things have just reached an odd tipping point, especially because when they won the championship a couple of years ago, he was the Finals MVP, and he was the person that carried them while they were waiting for Jason Tatum to come back. So it won't surprise me if he's not a Celtic, quite honestly. And that just says more about the business. He braces himself for these types of things too. Jalen knows how businesses work. He knows that it's a tough game, and he also just accepts that there's always going to be a challenge for him to be able to take on. But now you're just talking about, you know, do you even want me here? And quite honestly, I don't really know how much you can even personalize that, because even going back to the point of business, you're talking about a two-time league MVP in Giannis, a former Finals MVP, had 50 points in a title clincher, you know, a few years ago. But again, like, you get to the NBA because of your confidence. You get there because you know that you can do things that other people can't do. And so in Jaylen Brown's case, I don't think he's going to be a Celtic, but most likely because they've been here enough times where I'm pretty sure he just wants to run his own challenge.
Yeah.
And you're going to realize.
I mean, we could even make the question.
That's a sweet ass son.
Is he a Celtic?
Don't sit there and look at me and say, let's know it's going to be
right. It would not even surprise me. Like, because if you're like, if you dangle it, one of my favorite Twitter accounts, Dragonfly Jones, he just suggested dangle at the Minnesota. Just because the thing is with trades, and I'm finding, like, Andrew, you've been in the game, like, I don't want to age you, long time though. Don't age me. But it's just the same, man. Like, with players, man, like, it's less about, like, how valid and good a trade is, because everyone's just always like, no, like, who won this trade? Who lost this trade? But really, man, it's just really about, hey, I dangled this trade for 5 seconds, and they bid. If you dangle a trade for 5 seconds, the rationale goes out the window. And so, see what you can get. Because a player like Jaylen Brown, mid-prime, Finals MVP, good in the community, too, quite honestly. Whatever people would say about, you know, his attitude and, like, him being too smart, this, that, and the third, loves the community. He's a deeply curious person. And he's a person who he can acclimate himself into a franchise pretty well. But, you know, if you can see what you can get for what, like a Wemby, like just pair him alongside a Wemby or something like that, maybe get some younger pieces, you'd have to get creative. But the Celtics need depth in order to not only ensure, like, they can contend, but how they can take up on the look next season coming back from his Achilles rupture. So they got some decisions to make for sure.
So I'm looking at Hey, James, I'm looking at Dragonfly Jones' tweet right now. Why would Minnesota do that?
No, they wouldn't. No, not a smart Minnesota.
Right.
Yeah, not a smart Minnesota. No, not a smart Minnesota. But that is just to say though, like maybe you dangle the trade at 2 a.m. Maybe
like a UL text.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you dangle it at 2 a.m.
Well,
you don't send it. You don't send the trade like at the start of business hours. So no.
Yeah, like a late at night after, you know, maybe on a Friday night.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where you look at it Saturday morning, you're like, did I really send that?
Actually, and to the point of asking that, just in that tone, that inflection, like, remember that shot Steph Curry hit against the Thunder where like 40, something like that? My first thought when I saw him thinking, why would he take that shot? And then he so it's just to say you'd only do it because if you're the Celtics, it's just like, this dude is so pissed off right now. He's out the window. And I think even taking it from the Celtics situation with Jaylen Brown just now, this is also inevitable. A couple of years ago, the Celtics, the ownership had to shift. They had to shift their ownership because they were concerned about teams being so expensive and the payoff and such like that. And so I think this is also a byproduct of the era of the NBA. Like, if you win a title, you have 2 to 3 years after that to really figure your stuff out. We've seen that with the Nuggets. We've seen that. We're seeing that inevitably with the Thunder because Hartenstein and Dort, they're going to be up. So I think it's less just about how much they do or don't like Jaylen Brown. And also, too, man, you've got slim margins to maximize these defensive
everyone was
very slim.
mispronouncing
NBA
Lindenbaum's name. Saying Loogie Bum or
Tonight, Giannis traded last night. Read James Jackson's piece. I know too. We're going to get to the Bucks. How did Giannis and the Bucks reach this point of timeline of the fallout? You do have it, meeting by meeting, interview by interview. How we did eventually get here. Real quick, James. Last thing you said, it was inevitable.
What's so funny is that you say
was there a moment that broke them, and was there any way out of this? Was there any way to mention this?
And then you called him Caleb.
Between the Bucks and Giannis,
And that's not a
I would
hard
say that
name
there was not
to
a
mispronounce.
chance, but I
It's
would say
Caleb
the
Wilson.
flip-flop nature.
And you call him Caleb Wilson, so you're already messing
Like,
up.
on one hand,
So isn't that
Giannis
and not only
saying he
that,
remembered the
the
man
whole
straight to
time,
get out, and
instead on the
ultimately
TV screen,
that
AG, and you're
technically
like,
true.
AJ?
On the
So
other
you're
hand, the
messing up
Bucks
my
still
name, you're
had to
messing up
figure
Caleb
out, like,
Wilson's name.
he signed
But
off
that's
South
okay.
Carolina
But you feel the need to sit there and critique me for messing up your names. But when you do the
You were
same
slowly
thing,
running out
all of
of
a sudden, oh, it's
things
just
that
an
were really
accident.
even
But I'm a
bridge the
dumbass.
gap
But the
or
thing is,
something
you
else.
truly
If you
I
think
did it
what
on
the Bucks
purpose.
situation is, kind of compared to what the Clippers are actually doing right now. They still have Kawhi. They are trying to get DeMar DeRozan the last I saw about an hour ago. But they also have the 5th overall pick in this NBA draft. That's a bridge for them. You know what I mean? You have a team where it's like you don't know how much longer Kawhi Leonard's going to play, but you do have a young player that if you decide we're going to rebuild, you can start over. The Bucks didn't really have that unless they traded Giannis. They went decades without, I won't say getting irrelevant, but they went about 50 years between champions. Bring up Luka Barless in there. So it could have happened, but one day Giannis was saying he wanted to stay. Another day they were entertaining offers. So I think it's less about there being one moment and then more about it just being a lot of cracks in the concrete that just led us here.
And now the Bucks are sitting here with 10 and 13 this evening. That's number one of the NBA draft. James Jackson from The Athletic. By the way, great wall behind you, man. I appreciate you doing this, man. Talk to you.
Appreciate you. Likewise.
All right, James Jackson, everybody. 10 and 13. The NFL 10 and 13 is exciting. Sure. NBA draft. Although Giannis was picked 15. Right? Unknown, flyer. The Joker was not number one overall.
Drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
Correct.
Jalen Brunson.
We've seen countless stories. So funny, the NBA. We see countless stories of guys coming from nowhere. And at the same time, the average NBA fan.
He's got momentum.
Those picks will win. They're not.
I want to be famous too.
Not, obviously.
I want to be
Further
famous.
you go.
No, I've worked my ass to get here.
Obviously.
I'm not going to let you all of a sudden.
And that was the similarity, Giannis and Myles Garrett, is the teams that would trade are not giving you top 5 picks. Right? Like the Celtics. Hey, you get Jalen Brown. Huge piece. MVP caliber piece. Yep. But you're picking 27. Right? Yeah. Okay. Coming up, we will take this thing home. Who's going number 1 tonight? Brockman will tell you straight ahead.
So this guy doesn't even take any fucking phone calls. And then you even had on the radio the automated voice say, coming next, your phone calls. Here's Anthony Siciliano. So it didn't even say Rich Eisen. So it's not like it was an old one. You changed it. So you're advertising that you take calls and you're not taking any. It's like all the radio hosts don't like taking calls anymore because they're so desperate to try to become famous. It's like, screw the calls. They hold us back. I'm his boss. You want to explain to me why we're trusting you and you're putting people on hold for 3 hours? What is security? We're going to escort you out of the fucking building. Now, some of you chefs, with your culture and what country you work at now, and where you grew up, might be very used to having rice every day as a staple. And some of you.
Okay. First down, second down, third down,
And that's why I'm wondering why you would go by the name of Matty Ice, Matt. That's why I mean, that's a beer-infused nickname, and it doesn't fit anymore. Would you agree it doesn't fit anymore, Matt?
Are you? Is the natural coming back, or are we making a push for the natural here?
No, I'm pointing out that certain nickname that you've had for a long time.
I like beer. I just throw it out there. I do like beer.
Right. So when it comes to it, though, you're not slamming them back, right? Is what you're saying?
No, I guess I'm drinking responsibly.
Okay. Something that would be a natural light of some sort, Matt? What are you drinking? What are you drinking?
It's been a long time.
See? You keep making my point. Why won't you take the natural from me, Matt? Why won't you do it? I mean, how many times do I have to ask? How many times do I have to ask?
There's just nobody else wants it.
Are you aware I offered it to Stafford, your buddy?
Is that right?
Yes.
He didn't take it either.
Well, I mean, that's a no, Matt. Hold on a minute. Excuse me. Hold on. I gave him full disclosure that it was a retread and that you had rejected it. Because I know you guys talk. I know you guys are tight, right?
He forgot to mention it to me the last time I saw him.
I can't believe that wasn't top of mind for him. Okay, so just on behalf of all my loved ones who are cringing right now, just tell me to move on, Matt, and I'll move on. Just tell me to move on.
Rich, you got to move on. You got to move on. I love you, but you got to move on.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you so much. Even if I gave you a T-shirt or anything? All right, Matt, I can take a hint after 9 years or so.
So Portugal, same language. Is about to beat Uzbekistan. It's 4-0 in stoppage time. Del Tufo, how much stoppage time? I'm going to take 5. You see, there's a clock here on the show. We got to stick to the clock. There's no stoppage. The wheel of excellence. We should have show stoppage time. We should. Stoppage. Hey, it's Andrew sitting in for Rich, by the way. Are you running a small business? Because if you are, every hire matters. A bad hire is going to cost time, like real time.
Who is this again?
And money. But the right one helps your business grow. The challenge is finding that right person without sorting through the resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It's going to screen the candidates so you can focus on the conversations with the qualified people, the talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. LinkedIn.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions do apply. We have an actual time limit on this, so we're going to go to the phones here. I'm looking here at the desk under my laptop. Manny in El Paso.
Hey!
What's
Gentlemen, how are we doing? Greetings from 110 degrees in El Paso, Texas. Ooh.
Right.
Yeah, that's a hot one. I need my hydration break. Okay, so first of all, Mr. Brockman, I think I should apologize for my friend on Merger Night. I don't know if he was reading some dark poetry at the time, but hopefully it makes sense to you. But my real question is for Mr. Del Tufo.
Yes.
We all know, Mr. Del Tufo, you are the king of the Knicks staff.
So with 10 minutes left in the show, we're taking calls? That's a terrible.
You're also the king of swag. But why have you not hooked up the boys there in the studio with some shirts, some jersey? I brought up a trophy. Or maybe even some tickets to a game there in SoFi. Hook it up, Mr.
Hook it up, Mike.
Ticket. You're on the phone for that thing. Come on.
Whack. Thanks, Manny. Yeah, Del Tufo.
Yeah, where are tickets? I mean,
San Luis Boletos.
By the way, I'd have to give a kidney away to get a ticket for this.
You've got 2.
I know.
You only need one.
I do have a credential, but I can't go to any matches, which kind of stinks. Like, because I have to mix the matches, which I'm very jealous of you because I would love to go to one.
Jealous of me?
Because you
yes, I went to a game.
Went to one.
I saw the Switzerland victory over Bosnia and Herzegovina.
RJ, our colleague in the back, went to see the match at SoFi the other day. I'm jealous. They got to be insane in person.
Well, you got a chance on Thursday.
No, I mix it from Fox.
I wish I'd have worked.
5-0 Portugal.
5-0 Portugal.
I would love to go.
TJ, you going to try to go?
Man, we were talking about this yesterday. Andrew, you'll love this. Back in Pittsburgh at the Civic Arena once, I snuck into a Bone Thugs and Mary J. Blige concert. And I said, maybe I should try that here at SoFi. Yeah, I knew one person's name. I knew Bone's manager's name. I talked myself in. I got in a prayer circle with him, snuck into the concert for free. So maybe I'll try that here at SoFi. You should.
But you're the same guy that wouldn't go to a Cowboys game if they were here.
This is from yesterday. No, it's not.
World Cup's different, man. This is like once every few
No,
years.
TJ's repeating the same story from yesterday.
Can't do that. Definitely try to go. Thursday, USA Turkey. But see, the way my bank account is set up, that's a lot of fun.
I'm still mad that I kind of sort of turned down a chance to go to the USA opener. It's a long story. It was like juggling between friends. You should have went. A little more complicated than I thought.
Are you going?
Again? Right now I'm not. No.
USA though.
However, if Del Tufo,
hook it up, Mike.
Would offer it.
I mean, you got friends. You can sit in the booth with me while I'm mixing it.
Tom Pelissero sitting in this chair. Tomorrow, the Rich Eisen Show. I'm Andrew Siciliano. So long, everybody.
Oh. So now, is that the end of the radio show? But he's going to come back for 1 hour of television? And this is the sign-off for the Chicago, Illinois station and all the affiliates. So now they're signing off. But then there's going to be 1 more hour of, like, the television show that is going to be on, like, Disney that I'll be able to hear on the telephone line. And you'll be able to see on, like, Disney or ESPN.com, but it's not going to be on radio stations anymore. So it's like a 3-hour radio show. But a 4-hour television show? Or is it a 4-hour television show, but the middle 2 hours are on radio? It's very interesting. Social experiment. Fucking... She is pretty. Well, honestly, first impressions, not attracted to girls that wear fake eyelashes. It's a little deceiving.
For your elimination challenge,
Just like you wouldn't want to meet a guy for a first time that's wearing a toupee and doesn't tell you that he's bald. Not really. I think I know like 3 songs, and I only can't even name right now. The one is Juno. The other one is the one you did with Dolly Parton. You did the remake. Can't even tell you the name of it. So I've never spent any money on you, and probably will never ever spend money on going to a concert or wearing a T-shirt. So. Fucking second show in a row. So we're looking at a combined 6 hours and 20 minutes. Not 6 hours.
Forgot to ask Brockman who's going number 1 tonight. The Wizards are taking
Did the Bonza.
That's what we think.
By the way, I won both prizes. 5 minutes of extra time. 5 minutes of extra. I can pick it out. I'm pretty good. Great job, Mike. Where are our tickets?
5 hours and 20 minutes.
5 minutes of extra time kept on the watch.
1 call taken by 2 guest hosts.
Me and Brock were just talking about.
And I'm on hold for
Let
combined
me
over
just
5 hours.
analogy here, and again, I love the soccer. There's some things I find silly, and that is you don't actually see the clock. Oh, you do see the clock. No, the ref keeps it. Really? The ref keeps it on his wrist, And if, one team is attacking, they have the ball up in the zone and they're attacking and they're threatening, got to let them play. No, let them play. Okay, cool. Imagine if it's Dak Prescott against Jalen Hurts and the Eagles, and Jalen Hurts throws an incompletion on third down, and the clock says the game should be over. But Cleve Blakeman looks at his watch and goes like, nah, you got time for one more. Take another shot at the end zone.
Let me tell you something. Furniture moved everywhere. But I wouldn't doubt it either. Cleve,
Throw to the end zone, incomplete. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Come on, look at the referee.
No idea.
Cleve's like, one more play. Take another shot. Go ahead.
It's fine. We got Caleb Downs back there. I'm okay with it. I mean, I love it. Crazy. Let's do it. Caleb Downs is going to pick it and run it back for a touchdown.
Can you imagine if Nance is going, is this it? Is the game over? And Tony says, Jim, I don't know. Is it over? Is Cleve Blakeman going to allow them to take another snap? The clock says 0-0.
And you're sitting at home like,
they're lining up under center. Can they get this off? The clock says 0. I don't know, Jim. Do they let him play?
Tony? Yeah, let's be happy we don't have to worry about it.
Shotgun snap back to Hurts. He's going to throw. Is this going to count?
Whistle. Blow it.
You don't get soccer. No, I do. I just think that's silly.
This clock's definitely going to end it.
Yeah, silly. So long, everybody.
Hey, Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry we didn't get to you, but maybe if you want to give us a call back, you could talk about what happens today.
Like tomorrow, or should I wait till Rich to come back? Because if the guest host,
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, maybe just wait till Rich comes back on Monday.
Because I mean, I called yesterday and I noticed like both guest hosts, like none of them were really taking any calls.
Yeah,
like,
I don't take as many calls, so yeah, maybe give us a call Monday instead.
all right.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thank you. I guess that's nice of him, but he wasn't like, I wish I would have felt a little more remorse. Like, Carl, man, I'm sorry. I feel bad or something like, he was like, hey, yeah, sorry we didn't get to you. But like, he said that almost like as if like, sorry you didn't get on. Because you know what? There was one time I had been on the show. I had been on hold for like 2 hours over again, and I didn't make the show, and no one picked up to say I'm sorry or something, which, and it's not the end of the world, right? But I actually stayed on the line, and this was on a cell phone. And instead of me just hanging up, I said, you know what? I'm going to wait and see how long I'll stay on this phone before someone addresses me. And it was a Friday show. And I remember I didn't get on, and I was on hold for, again, over 2 hours. Almost 2.5 hours. And so I kept, even though the show ended, I stayed on the line, thinking someone eventually is going to have to go and take the phone and pick it up and disconnect. And I stayed on that line. The show ended at 3 o'clock Eastern. It became 4 o'clock, 4:30, 5, 6. Bottom line is I stayed on that line 8 hours, and I believe it was like 8 hours and 44 minutes, if I remember correctly. 8 hours and 40-something minutes after the show ended. Well, like to midnight. Still, the clock is ticking on my phone. I haven't disconnected or hung up. No one. So that means like on early Saturday morning, all right, in that office in Disney or whatever, or the Disney is the Roku, I don't even know, ESPN office, wherever that studio is, there is a room with a telephone where there is a line on hold and a blinking red light. Just blinking, red, blinking red light. That is just blinking for hours and hours into the night, Saturday morning. The building's closed. Maybe there's a custodian or a cleaning crew, but that light is blinking. Blink, 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 blink. And eventually, I went to sleep and I didn't charge my phone and the juice ran out. So I have no idea how long that phone was on. And I had a feeling like, well, late into Friday night, wouldn't it be something if this phone... I'm sure I would have had to make a call eventually, but what if Wouldn't that be something if I stayed on this line and on Monday morning someone came to the building, walked into that room where the phone is, saw a blinking light, and picked it up and said hello, and I said, "Hey, it's me from Friday." Just to let them know, no one fucking said goodbye. No one picked up. No one disconnected. And I understand they assume who's going to stay online. Like they just figure someone will just hang up. It's whatever. But it just shows the lack of initiative to at least just like say, all right, well, we didn't make the show. Hang up, hang up, hang up, hang up, hang up, hang up. So the fact that they at least picked up and said, hey, yeah, sorry, even though there wasn't really any authentic feeling of remorse behind it, that was kind of nice, I guess. But yeah, but usually they just like everyone's ready to go. It's Friday, let's go. Whoever, people will hang up, and so I get that. But I could have stayed on all weekend, and I was like Bill Murray in the movie Quick Change. I would have stayed. I would have called from any payphone from anywhere in the world at any time of day if it made sure that they still thought that I was in that bank. And at some point, he had to know that this guy's not taking calls. So it would have been nice if he picked up and said, look, this guy's not taking any calls. Or at least ask him, say, Andrew, are you taking any calls today? Because I feel bad having these people on hold if you're never going to take their call because they might have stuff to do. I mean, it's just simple stuff. I don't know. And it's like no one cares. It's just like radio is such a thankless, kind of greedy fucking industry. Like just everyone's kind of an asshole except for when they can't be, or like when not being an asshole helps them. But like the minute they can't benefit from anything, everyone's just like fucking rude to everyone. But when the cameras are on, when we're on the air, hey, oh, how's the weather? Haha, fake joke, blah, blah, blah. But they've been, hey, look, the show's been great. But I can't believe. I mean, think about this, between the Rich Eisen show today on the 23rd of June, yesterday, June 22nd, and 104.3 The Score in Chicago this morning, I have spent a total of 7 hours, just under 7, like 6 hours, and I think 50, 6, oh my God. Basically an hour 35 plus 250, 433, 5 hours, 8 minutes, 6 hours, 8 minutes. Okay, so 6 hours, about 6 hours and 43 minutes. In 3 shows in 2 days, I've been on hold for 6 hours and 43 minutes to get on the air for 10 to 12 seconds on one call. 2 calls didn't even get me. And on that 10 to 12 seconds, I was interrupted in the middle of what I was saying before I even got to my point and then hung up on. 6.5 hours. More than that. 6.5 plus hours. 6 hours, 40 minutes, whatever. To get on the air for 10 seconds. So what the fuck is going on? You tell me. Oh, no, but hold on. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. Then I called 104.3 again, The Score in Chicago. The next show started at 10. I called at 10. He says, we're not talking about the NBA draft. Call back around 10:45. I called at 10:41. They put me on. Then he picked up at 10:41, 10:40, and then had me on hold for about 15 minutes, 17 minutes, something, right before 11 o'clock. Might have even been around a little over 11 o'clock. But he finally picked up again. So yeah, he picked up right away. Whereas the morning show just put me straight on hold for an hour and 25 minutes without even addressing who I was. This guy picked up, asked right away. Yeah, the first guy says, keep up the energy. And then I get like hung up on for my energy. Like, it's so weird. Then the second one, he picks up right away. I'm on hold for about 17 minutes. Then the host Layla is going to commercial break and then saying how they're going to have a guest after the commercial break. I go to take a bathroom break. I go, number one, I didn't try to squeeze out a deuce. I go to the bathroom, take a pee. All right, I had to go bad. And I figured I got more than enough time. Wash my hands, come back. 3 minutes probably had passed. And they hung up on me. So I don't know if they called back and said, hey, you there? hello, and then they're like, they just hung up. And why don't you put me back on hold? Maybe I have a kid that just woke up. Maybe I had to go to the bathroom. Maybe, you know, I'm like changing laundry real quick. I mean, the fact that you just hang up on someone, it just doesn't make sense. It's a lack of common sense. Or as David Hoff would say, it's illogical. I so hope the Bulls fucking trade that pick because I would shove it up Dave's ass. But you know what? They wouldn't even take the call. They'd be like, nope, you're not going to come on the radio show and embarrass me. You think you're like invincible. You think you're like this. These are my friends, right there. Those are my friends. They'll be meeting you real fucking soon. Your words mean nothing. You ain't shit here. I hope you and your Scottish wife enjoy your stay. I hope you enjoy your move out of the city. And see. So let's take that into consideration. I think that puts us at about 135, 240. So we're at about 520, 620, 655. So about 7 hours and 10 minutes. 2 days, one draft, 2 days, 3 stations. One draft, 2 days, 3 shows, 4 hosts, technically with the other 2, 6 hosts, 7 hours, 10 minutes on hold, 10 seconds on the air. Siciliano, Kirk, the guy, I forget his last name. I think he was a former player. You know, he's a Raiders fan. Hoff, Mully, fucking Layla Rahimi, Harris, Marshall Harris or something. But for some reason, I called ESPN 1000. Who has had me on hold for 50 plus minutes without even addressing me, and has had me hold without for over 2.5 hours without addressing me because their producer guy answers the phone and forgets about me. But for some reason, they answered the phone right away and I was on in 15 minutes, but it could have been good timing. But between 3 stations, 3 shows, and let's say 4 casts, that's just ridiculous. How do you get 10 seconds of airtime and all that hold? And like, no one cares. It's like, it's just the weirdest thing. Radio is dying. Radio's fucking dying. And I'm going to go fucking wait and I'll call fucking 1000 name again and let's see what the fuck happens. Oh, God. Who's that? What is Jim Rome on now? I bet Jim Rome's on fucking Westwood. From 1, 3 to 6. And then again, fucking 6 to 11. Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. They don't fucking take calls either. These are other gambling guys. I don't know why the fuck West won. Is Jim Rome really that popular? He must have a very unique niche. Because I don't know why Jim Rome is like Westwood. They must think like that's their Howard Stern or something. But like, why do they fucking waste their time with Nick Costas and Brad Evans and Pat Boyle? Because it seems like they're more focused on gambling, but they don't really talk about gambling. They just talk about them. And I mean, do they really think these guys are entertaining? I mean, I guess they're trying to have something for everyone. Black and Abdel are terrible. Really, really bad. This is bullshit. This is a terrible. I mean, I'm really starting to think that, the radio profession isn't really even something glamorous like it might have been 30, 40 years ago. So like once social media came and YouTube started to really gain a little bit of more usage, fucking radio is like fucking nothing special at all. That's some crazy shit. So it's 2:13 now. I'm gonna mute, but I'm gonna keep it rolling. I figure eventually someday I'll meet someone that can do editing, at least YouTube editing. That's fucking. All right, halftime. Time to fucking eat.
haul to pick up Giannis.
True blue Lou Canellis. Hey, Caleb Wilson, he needs some help with his. He needs to work on his ball handling, but guess what? So did another Tar Heel, Michael Jordan. So Michael Jordan needed to work on his ball handling coming out of college. So Caleb Wilson could be Michael Jordan. Like, what is this stupid garbage that is all over sports media and everyone's like, the average age of all these sports people on all these news channels, it's like 56 years old. All you old people are just ruining
Caleb
stuff.
Wilson, AJ DeBonsa, Darren Peterson. North Carolina's Caleb Wilson, he's the favorite to come here to Chicago. He also may be, of the four, the guy with the biggest upside as well. Let's talk about Wilson for a second. He was one and done at North Carolina. As a freshman, he led the Tar Heels in almost every statistical category. He's tough, one of the best players in the ACC.
Look at this stupid-ass fucker said.
Last season. Caleb Wilson, AJ DeBonsa, Darren Peterson. North Carolina's Caleb Wilson, he's the favorite to come here to Chicago. He also may be, of the four, the guy with the biggest upside as well. Let's talk about Wilson for a second. He was one and done at North Carolina. As a freshman, he led the Tar Heels in almost every statistical category. He's tough, one of the best players in the ACC.
Saying nothing.
One of the best players in the country last season. And
for a terrible team. So he's injury prone.
In February, that cost him the rest of the season, the ACC tournament as well. The guy's a primary scorer, but he's a heck of a defender.
So he's not a passer.
Defender.
What's your definition of heck of?
5 positions.
I'll give you that one, but how good?
Needs to work on his ball handling. Needs to work on his perimeter shooting.
Look at that.
But
all that means is that he could defend all 5 positions. That just means he's tall.
He's a heck of a defender, an explosive defender. He can defend all 5 positions on the floor. Needs to work on his ball handling, needs to work on his perimeter shooting. But guess what? So did another Tar Heel who came out of college by the name of Michael Jordan.
Oh, so Caleb Wilson's going to be the next Michael Jordan. Did you hear that? Michael Jordan supposedly needed to work on his ball handling. And guess what? Maybe he did, but he wasn't like this awesome ball handler. BJ brought the ball up. Paxson brought the ball up. Pippen brought the ball up more than Jordan. Jordan really never did bring the ball up. I mean, if he did, he just dribbled by himself, you know what I mean, and then passed the ball off and did stuff. He wasn't someone that was – Jordan really never had superior ball handling skills. He would bring the ball up if no one was guarding him. But if there was a press, it wasn't given to Jordan. They were giving it to Pippen, and maybe you get the ball to Jordan open where he has some room to create space and either go to the hole and do whatever he does, but – to sit there and say, hey, Michael Jordan needed help with his ball handling, and look how he did.
Handling, needs to work on his perimeter shooting, but guess what? So did another Tar Heel who came out of college by the name of Michael Jordan. Now, Wilson must feel pretty good about his chances coming here to Chicago because he only made one visit, one workout, and that was here in town for the Bulls. Bulls will have the 4th pick, the 15th pick, and then in the second round, numbers 38 and 56. Now let's get to the move that they made last night. They started their work last night, part of a 3-team trade that involved Brooklyn, Minnesota as well. Bulls picked up 6'11" center Nick Claxton from the Nets, and they basically got him for nothing. They needed a big man. They needed a rim protector. And Claxton, solid offensively, especially around the bucket, averaged almost 12.7 rebounds last season. 27 years old, that raised a few eyebrows as the Bulls, continue with their rebuild.
Motherfucker doesn't even know where he's at.
Big deal that happened late last
doesn't even know what he's talking about. The Bears.
Time is when we learned that after 13 years and 979 games in Milwaukee, Giannis Antetokounmpo was traded by the Bucks to the Miami Heat. He gave Milwaukee a haul to pick up Giannis, 4 role players, 4 draft picks. Bucks also sent Bobby Portis to Miami as well. Heat, by the way, are now 18-1 to win the NBA Finals.
Who gives a shit?
Last night,
Great.
Reporting from
Waste
the
of money.
Center where the Bulls will have their own draft tonight. I'm Lou Canellis, NBC5 Sports. Guys?
Thank you, Lou. We're looking forward to seeing what the Bulls do.
You're looking forward to looking at his little dick inside your fat pussies. What the fuck you looking
But not
for?
with new stores, the other retailers that will soon sell their products. Plus, a big move 3 years in the making will soon be complete in Aurora. The newest suburban casino opens tomorrow.
But first, here's a quick look at today's allergy count.
6. Fucking Bath and Body Works. What, selling shit at there? Who gives a shit?
Count on a family that's been taking care of yours for generations. King
Fucking shit. Stupid fucking Luke Canellis. when you went to the game, I was at the game too. I was 7. When you went to the game, like I don't know if they gave it to everyone or it was the first 10,000 or first 20,000, but the first 20,000 people they got a hat that said inaugural opening night or something. And then the next year, they did it again for the second one. I am absolutely not taking those hats out of the house and walking in Chicago and wearing that hat or going on a train and bus to bring it here and I am not taking any chance. I'll take a picture. Yeah, keep dreaming. And these are my All-Star hats. Six, 7, 6, 9.
I think Cam Boozer said something. If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. We'll take some calls before we connect with John Shire. Michael Wilbon's going to join us as well, but we'll get to some of your calls if you want to talk about what you think the Bulls should do or what you would like to see them do, what you would be happy with, whether it was the Claxton deal from yesterday, where the Bulls gave up nothing. All they're doing is they're paying a player, they're taking his contract. And they made a trade they were the third team involved in the Minnesota-Brooklyn deal.
You needed a center anyway, right? Solid rim protector, decent player. The splitter's a bit, somewhat
He's very
aware
familiar
of having coached him. Yeah.
Coached him in Brooklyn. And one of my buddies, Danny Chasem, texted me, and he said that Nick Claxton's uncle played at Highland Park High School in 1995. He transferred from Florida, and he was on their basketball team in 1995.
High school basketball there.
HB?
Yeah.
Shire's going to disagree with you. Is he on the phone or is he on the screen? Can I got to see John. Let's go to, I think we're going to the green room or to Brooklyn. John Shire, the head coach of Duke and a friend of the Waddle and Sylvie show, one of the all-time great high school players in the state, and of course played at Glenbrook North High School. He's the most famous guy coming out of GBN next to Dave Revson and Jesse Rogers. Head coach of Duke, John Shire, joining us now on ESPN 1000. Hi, John.
What's up, guys?
Everything's great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Thanks. Just got out of practice and joined you guys as quickly as I could.
I appreciate it. So, are you not in the green room this year?
I'm not there. I'm not there tonight. I'll be supporting our guys from Durham, but couldn't be more excited to see where Cam and Isaiah goes. And I'm not ruling out Malik Brown sneaking into the late first round either.
I said earlier, John, to Sylvia, I said it's just got to be ridiculously gratifying as a coach to go through a night like tonight where a couple of your guys are going to be recognized by the NBA first rounders.
It's the most special thing. I mean, the fact that this is like one of definitely the most important days of their life, right? And I've had a front row seat to see the impact on the person, but also their families, like who've been through all the entire journey, the ups and downs. They're pretty special. I remember the first guy when I was a head coach. I was sitting there with Derek Lively and his mom, and just to see that moment is something that it reminds you and brings you back to the reason you're doing this job is because of those moments.
So,
what is that?
I want to ask you about Cam.
Why are you rolling your eyes that I said that?
A little bit about Cam, and as you know, I watch your program very close, and he is a great player. But it seems like the other guys are getting more love, whether it's Savanta or Darren Peterson, and then other people are talking about, Caleb Wilson having this huge upside, and you are positive that Cam is going to be not a good player, but a great player in the NBA, correct?
Yeah, I am great. If you want to take whatever I'm about to say and play it back for me in 5 years, like I'm all about it. Because there's zero doubt in my mind Cam Boozer is going to be an all-star, one of the great players in the league, and a key player on a championship caliber team. I think the fact of whether he goes 1, 2, 3, or maybe 4, I think that speaks to the strength of the class. I think that's there's nothing more he could have done to be the #1 pick. I mean, he's won at every level. His processing, I think the upside thing is a little bit of a mistake when you confuse straight up athleticism with processing, the way he thinks the game. I think it's as high of a level as I've seen. And that's why I'm completely confident.
Coach, I'm just going to call him coach.
We've talked a lot recently because of what happened with the Knicks, Jalen Brunson. Has he changed? Is Jalen kind of in the here and the now changed the narrative about what a true one is and made us all kind of rethink the whole thing, so that if you're not one of these top end over the moon athletes, it doesn't mean you can't be a true one and lead a team to a title?
I mean, I guess the way I look at it is whether you consider, obviously Jalen Brunson would be a point guard, but like you look at these teams and they have a guy that they play through that can create late in the clock, especially in the playoffs. For me, Cam Boozer's that guy. Like you're going to see him in a similar role.
You just can't believe anything
in a
because
much different way than
100% of what people say are
Brunson. I
positive.
think he's the outlier in terms of being
being
that size. But Jalen's been doing it right in front of our eyes ever since he was at Stevenson, to Villanova, to now with the Knicks, right? But I think Cam Boozer has that ability to lead a team, and I think that's what every franchise is looking for, a guy that can create plays, create an advantage, and is really smart to understand how to do that, not to mention the competitive stamina that Jalen Brunson has or Cam Boozer has, to me, is special.
Talking to John Shire, head coach at Duke. It's Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. So, in your mind, would the Bulls be lucky if Cam Boozer falls to them? And then, John, talk to me about what kind of kid he would be setting a culture. It's obviously a brand new coach. It's a brand new vice president of basketball ops. They're starting over again, and what he would mean to a team starting as a culture setter.
I personally think it would be a huge upset if he gets to 4, and I would hope. But if he does get to 4, that would be the best win of all time for the Bulls. Like, I just think that would be an incredible thing. Again, I mentioned who he is as a player. The two things that every team is looking for is high of a level as a competitor you can find, as a processor and thinker of the game. But to me, it's like the culture piece. Every day he comes into the building the same way. His energy, he's harder on himself than he is with anybody else. He's been incredible, and not to mention he's going to get you 20 and 10 right away. Not to mention he's going to get you a lot of wins. Those things aren't bad either.
What I know this is like counter to what you guys stand for, because you guys hate North Carolina. But obviously you've seen Caleb Wilson. I'm sure you recruited him. Because many of the mocks have Caleb Wilson going to the Bulls. What would the Bulls be getting in your mind as someone who's had to coach against them in Caleb Wilson?
By the way, you're paraphrasing. Have you ever heard me say that? I resent that you could say that I hate somebody. Have I said that before?
Is it too strong? Do you not hate North Carolina?
Strongly dislike.
Okay, they're very good. By the way, really quick, have you met Ben Johnson yet, the North Carolina Golden Boy now here with the Bears?
We haven't met in person. He's the only Carolina person I actively root for, to be honest with you. He is. So, but I'll say this: Carolina. We're kidding around a little bit, but also we're not. I'm a huge fan of Caleb. So, I mean, I love the fact, most players would not have tried to come back with his injury that he had at the end of the season. I think the fact that he was going to play in our game speaks to his character. I thought
he just elevated in some really big moments, our game included. And I've followed him a long time. You know, he was AU teammates with the Boozers. So I saw him have some big time performance at Nike YBL. And I think just, look, his combination of athleticism, his motor, and then the fact that he's just like scratching the surface in terms of his skill set, I think it's an incredible combination.
John, I'm fascinated rather by the transformation of college sports with NIL and just how things have. But you've described whether it's Caleb Wilson or Boozer as guys that, you know, kind of are contrary to that. Hey, I'm going to the highest bidder. These are quality kids that love every minute being college basketball players. Is the landscape that different than it used to be?
Yes, it's that different. But also while it's that different, I think we've been able to find the right character of person that still, look, NIL is a part of this. You can't have a good team without NIL. But the fact that you can still find people that want to compete for playing time, that want to pursue championships, like the things that actually matter, that want to be coached, in addition to NIL, in addition to the stage of our place. So I think that's going to be more challenging as we go forward. But shoot, I love our team this year. We had it last year. We got to continue to find that some way.
So what is the difference, if any? Like as you mentioned with NIL, that it's totally different landscape, but coaching a player now that is a millionaire versus coaching a player who is just getting a scholarship before, how big of a change is that as a coach?
I think it's a big change, right? I mean, I remember coaching Jason Tatum, Zion Williamson, Brandon Ingram. You go down the line. I mean, Duke was the last place. It was the last step before they actually make it to the NBA. And so I think there's a part of you that's, you get guys that they're most desperate, most hungry. You know, you have to be pretty special to not take the fact that you're making money and actually realize you haven't made it yet. And so I think that's the challenge, right? Of finding guys with humility and understanding, like, all right, just with money, there's more distractions. There's more pressure. And those are real things. It's a privilege. This is what any student athlete would want. But those are the things that come with it too.
If you were to coach Darren Peterson, would you be concerned about his want and his effort?
You know, I don't think it's fair to say because you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. You know, I've watched Darren since he's been 15 years old. His talent is as good as anybody I've seen come through. I mean, it's incredible what he can do. And I think it'd be wrong to judge a situation by what you see on TV. And I think there's knowing what I've heard about him as a competitor, I have a hard time believing that he doesn't want to play or doesn't want to compete because that's not the guy I've seen since he's been 15 years old. I mean, he's terrific.
John, as you described the job as it is now, would you say you have more in common with an NBA coach now than ever before?
NBA coach or
because of what's happened to you and what you're dealing with dynamics-wise with kids that actually are getting paid.
Well, they're not getting, paid $60 million a year or whatever some of these guys in the NBA make, but they are making money. I think, my job is a combination of a general manager and a head coach. I think, I have some empathy for both because you're putting together a roster and you're coaching it. And I think that's the thing. I've tried to just change our staff to be really modern with what the demands are. Like, it's just a different day and age. So I do think I have good empathy, but I think the NBA, you have way more, you're coaching guys that are similar age or way more experienced. We're still able to have a great college environment, and that's what I love. That's what I love about being here every day.
John Shire joining us, Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. You're our guy. You've been our guy since you were in high school. So, I know you are in your dream job. You won a championship at Duke. You always wanted to go to Duke. You were an assistant under K. You're the head coach now. You're the quickest to 100. But were you intrigued with NBA possibilities this offseason?
Well, I think for me, you're always thinking about, ultimately you want the challenge at the highest level. I haven't deviated for 1 second from thinking, from knowing that we got way more to accomplish here. You know, like we have our team here. This is different for me because it's not just a job. You know, like as you guys know, I've played here. I've been here. I've been at Duke longer than I've been at Chicago now, which is hard to even believe, right? But for me, this has been Duke all the way. We got unfinished business. We've been building something special, and we got a lot more work to do. So this is where my heart has been. This is where my mind has been.
With that in mind, John, what have you learned about yourself the last couple of years with how disappointing things ended, and maybe do you do self scouting? How do you get to the next level?
Always doing self scouting. Always, it's difficult because on one end, all right, it's the first year Duke basketball has won 70 games in 2 seasons, like 35 wins 2 seasons in a row. That's never happened before. ACC champs. We're in every single game that we've played the last 2 years. On the other end, there's another step that you want to make in the tournament. We've lost in really tough, unimaginable fashion the last 2 years. So self-scouting. I'm hard on myself. At the same time, great programs have great endurance. They have, I call it, I learned this, Sean McVay, hearing him talk one time, it stuck with me, but the competitive stamina that you have to have. And for me, you have to embrace this part of the journey and the endurance that we're going to show, that I have to show, the stamina I have to show as a competitor. We're getting right back to it, and we plan on being right back there and taking it to the next step.
When you look back at that UConn game, how long did it take you to get over that one?
Who's to say I'm over it?
I didn't know. So you're not.
But you, as a competitor, you have to take those things to heart. Like, you got to make sure that you move past and not dwell on it, but also embrace the fact that, like, you put yourself in a position to tournament. You either have, there's no other way. You either have the highest of joys, we're right there, or you have the most incredible heartbreak. There's no in between, and especially when you're playing for an Elite Eight game, Final Four game, and you put yourself in a position to win. I don't look back at one play. I look back at our second half, how we work. But there's a lot of lessons to be learned. I also don't want to put that on this next year's team because it's a new group, and so we're going to go for it 0-0. But I got to take those moments, the wins, especially the losses, and use that to grow. So I'm not shying away from anything.
All right, let's play the fantasy game here. Let's say you win a couple of championships at Duke. Well, I'm going to say I know you're going to win a couple of championships at Duke. And then say your hometown NBA team, after Splitter, of course, has a good run here. Like, we're not running anybody out of town.
No, we don't.
If they were to call, would you be intrigued with coaching your hometown NBA team?
Here's the thing. I could be at Duke the rest of my life being perfectly happy. That's just the reality of it. And does Chicago always hold a special place in my heart? Yeah. Thiago Splitter is the coach there. Like, you're talking about hypothetical. Well, you said fantasy.
Right,
so technically, it's a fantasy question that I don't answer fantasy questions. So all I can tell you, Niles North guys, sometimes you got to watch the questions they ask. And this is an example of it.
You've gotten really good at this game now. Like, before we could ask anything in studio, you win a national championship. As a player, we could go get a drink at Theory, and now all of a sudden you're the big man on campus, and now I can't slip one by.
Not even the questions. Wait till you twist some of your answers like an hour from now, John, as you're talking to people.
I can't wait to see my future response in 3 years. Taking from what I've said. I can't wait for that.
You know it. I'm good for an I told you so. That's for sure. So how's like treating you otherwise? The summer, the family, everything. Like, you have a good Father's Day with the crew?
Great Father's Day. Yeah, lucky. I got 3 little ones that are growing up, and I got our team here. We're just trying to get going. And we got 500 kids that do basketball camp right now. We're rolling. So we got kids from all over, and it's a great balance between our team being here, family, family, and then the campers. It's great.
It's great. I know you're great with them. Before we let you go, really quick, other than the guys that we talked about Peterson, we talked about Boozer, who you love, and we talked about Caleb Wilson. Is there a guy from the outside that you really like in this draft? Well, maybe it's a guy who's 15 or just another guy that you've been a fan of as you've recruited them or you've seen them play against you. Is there one guy you love in this draft?
Well, outside of our players, obviously I believe in each of those guys. Isaiah, his shooting, Malik, his defense. I think Nate Ament is going under the radar a little bit. I think Nate Ament is, we recruited him some, played against him in an exhibition game. I think his size and skill is what the NBA is all about. I just think physically he's still growing into his body. I think he's going to be a terrific pro. As somebody that I've watched from afar, and I think has great potential that he can get there. He can get there.
Yeah, it's good stuff. That's good stuff. John, we always appreciate your time. Thanks for taking time out, busy day with all the campers there and everything that you do. Congrats on all the success and go win it all this year, okay? Thanks, John.
I got it. Means a lot. All right, take care.
There it is. He's really a great guy. I got to know John a little bit. You and I both have. We've had him in studio here. He's joined us, whenever, we ask for him, really. He's super. You never forget where he came from.
You send your kid to Duke, and as a parent of a student athlete, that you couldn't ask for more.
No. And look, he answers it all straight on, like with the UConn stuff and what you asked about South Scouting.
There are some guys that would bristle and wouldn't want to answer a question about. They've lost in really dramatic fashion in the tournament the last couple of years. Some people don't want to even talk about it.
Right. He's like, I'm not over it.
Right.
Who's to say I'm over it? So he's a ball buster, too. That's what I love about him. All right. Coming up next, we'll talk to Michael Wilbon. I know he's a huge Caleb Wilson fan. What is he expecting? What did he think about the Big Bulls trade? Who are the other guys that he likes in the draft tonight? If you want to talk to us, 332-3776.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Hosts Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey Chicago, Shane Orling here. FIFA World Cup 26 is heating up, and Mick Ultra has asked me to host another USA Soccer event. You can join me Thursday, June 25th, 8 to 10 p.m. at Pressbox in Critters Row as the U.S. battles Turkey. With great food, fans, swag, prizes from Mick Ultra and ESPN Chicago, and plenty of TVs to catch every moment. Cheer on the red, white, blue with ice cold Mick Ultra. I'll see you at Pressbox Thursday, June 25th, 8 to 10 p.m. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780. Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hey Chicago, Shane Orling here. Join me Thursday, June 25th from 8 to 10 p.m. Pressbox at Critters Row as the U.S. battles Turkey.
Turkey. Enjoy great food, fans, TVs, swag, and prizes from Mick Ultra and ESPN Chicago. Cheer with ice cold Mick Ultra. See you at Press Box.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Sylvie, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Hardly Interrupted with Waddle and Silver on ESPN Chicago.
I'm sure Wilbon's very excited for the NBA draft tonight. Bulls were drafting number 4, number 15. Maybe they move up. They made a trade yesterday, but they didn't give up a thing except money. And Wilbon's brought to you by Waddle's guys over at Hawk. Looking for a new pre-owned vehicle?
Will is the funniest person on the
Search
planet.
3,000 vehicles in 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at hawkautos.com. Mike, are you excited for tonight?
Totally wired. Completely wired for tonight.
person on the planet.
And then
I'm just
Will is the funniest person on the planet. He really is.
Explain to us. What do you want to have happen?
I want Caleb Wilson to be available when the Bulls pick fourth. I'd like to see, chalk at the top of it. Let Devontae go first. Let Darren Peterson go second. Let Carlos Boozer. Carlos.
Cam.
I understand this Boozer and Cam, it seems like we'll go third with a Memphis franchise that is really excited about having him. And I'd like for Caleb Wilson. I'd like to hear the following phrase in Chicago at the arena when the lights go out. And from North Carolina.
Very good.
Like to hear that. Like to hear that sometime.
Mike, what if
in the upcoming year?
What if it is Boozer that is announced at 4?
There are people who Jay Phillips was just on with us and thought Boozer might be the most polished and best prospect in this draft.
Just feel extra secure.
And there are people, I know there's a range of thoughts. Like there are people, and I look, for the last, 2 weeks, going back to the time in San Antonio and New York, I have completely wigged out and obsessed over this draft, given where the Bulls are picking and what it could mean for the franchise going forward to get out of the irrelevant stage they've been at for the last few years. And there are people who have Darren Peterson one on their board. There are people who have Devontae. There are people who have Boozer. And fourth is the person they think, you hear the same thing, they think could turn out to be the best player.
Another idea.
But they think he has more room to grow, and that would be Caleb Wilson. They think he might have the highest ceiling of the top 4 draftees, but has the furthest way to go. Did not play, obviously, middle of March to middle of April because of his hand injuries. But I look at just my, my neophyte eyes. I look at the tape, the highlights of, and I watch the games. I obsessed over college
Taking one of the weekend with Toronto. Been a while since the Cubs have had a real comfortable win like they did today, thanks to a huge first inning save.
I don't like Caleb Wilson. I love him. I've had a chance to meet him and talk to him and know what he's thinking, know what he wants out of his career, at least at the start. And I want this kid. Seriously, I want this kid nearly as much as Caleb Williams.
Yeah, we got room for more than one Caleb, that's for sure. And Thielbar's not holding up his end of the deal these days. But we just had John Shire on, Mike, and he joked with me that he doesn't hate Duke. He strongly dislikes Duke. Hates North Carolina. North Carolina. He doesn't hate Duke. Yeah, not Duke. But I asked him about Caleb Wilson, the same thing. He says exactly what you hear from everybody, like whether it's Draymond Green, Tim Legler, Jay Williams, or the coach at Duke, that A, the athleticism is off the chart, and B, that the kid's just a great kid. Like what you said about, he mentioned how the want of him wanting to come back for the Duke game, to play with the injury, knowing that he had an NBA future, didn't care. He's all about the work. He's all about playing, the want, and those are, to start at athleticism and hard worker, you can certainly do worse than that.
Oh my goodness, yes, you can do worse than that. And, you know, he's motivated. You know, he cares. That picture of him being out for the Duke game, he carries that around in his right pocket.
What does he do? Because you zoned out for a second. What does he carry in his pocket?
I'm sorry. A video of him missing that game, of him having a wrap on his hand and his thumb and being unable to play. He carries that around in his right pocket. Like, he's motivated. He's motivated. He's in the room. Even Devanza. Look, I never met Darren Peterson. I might I know and listen, just meet them. Talk to them on multiple days. One day each at length. And they're just charming. The kids, you go, you know.
Yeah, let's put him back at home. I think this is karma, Charlie, for last week when his phone was fine and we couldn't find a way to put him on the air. You weren't there that day.
Oh, I watched it. Then I watched Carm walk out and then try to get you, but then that didn't.
Oh, yeah.
I watched it.
So we're getting ours. We're getting ours now, so we'll get by. But you can tell he loves it.
He's infatuated with it.
I don't know if I could walk away upset tonight. Like, you know,
return before they play.
I mean,
everything that I've heard, including what Mike just said, has me very excited about Caleb Wilson. But like I said earlier, like I think it's kind of closed-minded to think that Cam Boozer can't be a fantastic player, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. But go ahead. You were talking about.
You guys got me now.
Yeah.
You guys got me back.
Yeah.
All right. So I talked to those two kids, Devanza and Wilson at length. Spent some time with them. I'm completely charmed by them. They are looking in the eyes, be expansive in their answers and their conversation. It's a conversation. It's not just like talking to teenagers who are ready to get rid of you, like in my house with my son. It's you know, they are curious. And look, I can't go too far. These are off the record conversations. Let me just say, I'm gonna say this much. Caleb Wilson wants to play in Chicago. Period.
What do you make of Peterson? I think the only team he met with was the Wizards, right? Yeah, isn't that what was reported?
I don't know what to make. Well, but now there's a report out there that he met with Utah yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know how true this stuff is. With these kids, I only want to go on what I sort of have observed or talked to scouts about myself. And there's just too much unknown for for Darren Peterson for me.
Okay.
There's just too much unknown. You're taking a big swing. This is the biggest swing the Bulls may get to take. It's a bigger swing than 2000 whatever back than Patrick Williams. It's a much bigger swing. There's much more at stake. And with the 15 pick, you know, there are people there. Like I'd love to take this kid Maurice Johnson from Michigan who plays center and gets his hands dirty and wants to do the dirty work and rebound and set screens and, you know, defend people. And I want that kid. He's another one. Maybe he'll be available in Chicago kid too, Mike.
You know, he's from here. Johnson.
I know. He went to St. Rita. At least as a freshman or freshman. Yes, the Catholic kid. So I'm partial. And I was talking to one of his coaches about 30 minutes ago, who loves the kid. That says he's just what the Bulls need if we were lucky enough to get Wilson at 4 to come back and get Maurice Johnson at 15, would then give us, you know, Giddey and, you know, and you got Trey Johnson at backup point guard, and you have Jalen Smith backing up the center, and they did get this deal yesterday, you know, where they got Nick Claxton. And these are subtle moves. These are kind of moves, though, that you have to make. And if you can score twice big in the draft, look, you guys know, every week for the past 3 years, every time there's some discussion, I wind up saying to you, we have to win the scouting. We have to scout and draft, and that's where we are.
Would you like to see them
got to give up? Like, what do I have to give up? If you tell me, and here's the other thing, what am I going to do with the money I have under the cap? Can I go and get Kessler from Utah? 7'2", plays, it seems, in a lot of games to me, over 70, over 75. Averaged 14 points and 10 rebounds a game last year. And he's 24 years old, maybe something of a late bloomer. Can I get him as a free agent? If I get him as a free agent, then it changes what I want to do with the 15th pick.
Has to be year 3 for
So all these things are part of a puzzle. Do I need to trade up to get the 15 from 15? Nah. What am I going to get? Am I going to get the other kid from Michigan? Jordan Landisborg. Am I going to get him? If you tell me I'm going to get him, yes, I will take another talented wing, even at 24 years old. Yes, I would. And the notion that 24 years old and somehow ready for AARP is absurd. So there's a lot of things I would do. I'm not. If they trade up and wind up getting exactly who they want, then okay. But just trading up to trade up, I don't see the need for it.
What would make you, I don't know if upset's too strong of a word, but disappointed? Like, what if there was, it doesn't go chalk, like you were just saying, you're rooting for chalk. But let's say these teams are too worried about Darren Peterson. And let's say Caleb Wilson gets drafted 2nd overall. It's surprising. And Cam Boozer goes 3. And Darren Peterson is there in the Bulls' lap at 4, maybe the most talented kid. Would you be disappointed with that, or would you welcome the opportunity to have the most talent there?
So I was in Chicago, all last week at the Obama Presidential Center opening celebration. I was at home for all of that. And if I told you, most of the conversation, even of some of the world's most famous people, centered on, okay, so what if we have to take Darren Peterson? I'm not kidding. I'm serious about this. What if it's not Wilson? What if it's not just what you paid? And so Darren Peterson again. I talked to people in the last 2 weeks from every imaginable vantage point: agents, front office, coaches, former coaches, current players, and some of them have said Peterson's the most talented player in the draft. So. Suppose we get him. He seems like in some ways a nice fit to go with Giddey, but Peterson ain't a passer. He's averaged fewer than 2 assists a game. He doesn't need the ball. He doesn't. And so if Giddey has it, if Peterson's a finisher, by the way, one of the things people like about Peterson is that when he was in high school, he was an acrobat. He was above the rim playing like Derrick Rose at 6'5". And then last year, when he had all these cramps, nobody seems to explain adequately. Cramps in his, hamstrings, calves, whatever, and he couldn't even play all the games. He was dominating games below the rim, and he scored effortlessly below the rim after being an acrobat 2 years earlier above the rim. And so people look at this and say, "Are you seeing this? This is how great this kid is as a scorer." Well, the Bulls have a facilitator. So I'm trying to, I just think my objection to Peterson is there's too much we don't know. I want the kid who's going to look you in the eye and be engaging and tell you he wants to play every damn night. That's the kid I want. And so Peterson doesn't seem to be that kid. And it makes me nervous.
Did you go to the Obama festivities, and did you actually have a conversation with Barack Obama about Darren Peterson and the Bulls?
I'm not getting into what I had conversations about. I did go to all the festivities and was thrilled to be at them and honored to be at them for the whole weekend, particularly Thursday and Saturday, day and night. Time of my life was an uplifting weekend, and those are things that were not related to the Bulls or anything in sports.
How about Bears conversation with Ben Johnson? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no Bears conversation. Everybody's happy with Ben Johnson. Nobody's talking about that. Everybody's happy with Ben Johnson. So it was an uplifting weekend, which is Thursday through Saturday, just unbelievable time of my life. And there were, people there who had done a lot more with their lives than I have, and they felt similar. With the speeches and presentations and the camaraderie and the feel good. The concert, the musicians alone formed the greatest concert I've ever been to. And so it was a wonderful time on the south side of Chicago. I couldn't believe all this was going on when I was standing on Stony Island. A street that I've driven down and walked down all my life. And to stand on Stony Island and see this going on, it was just, you chuckle to yourself. You were from the south side, like so many of us. From the First Lady through Common, through Jennifer Hudson, through, just Joe, Valerie Jarrett, through people who, there's a great many people there representing the city. And a great percentage of those from the south side who walked the street. And we all felt a certain way was product.
I try to always create a
Back to hoops here. Let's support thing. You mentioned Giddey, and I want to put this for both of you, Waddle, you too. We have not discussed this. There have been some rumors around Giddey that he's not the type of player maybe that Bryson Graham likes. He doesn't play a lot of great defense. And would you guys lose sleep at all if they traded him for a first-round pick?
A first-round pick depends on how high, and it depends on what you get, and then who's going to be. Look. The fact is that Josh Giddey is like sort of a new wave of player that doesn't play a whole lot of defense. And I don't blame Bryson Graham for that. I'm feeling that way if he does. But he also averages damn near triple double. And, he can deliver it. He can score it enough. I know he's not a big three-point shooter, but everybody on your team, Boston Celtics, doesn't have to be that. He also rebounds the ball. He's 6'9", whatever he is. I mean, and again, if you have enough people around him, that's why it depends on who. Any question about a trade has to result in an answer of who I get. If I'm going to get somebody like Caleb Wilson, who's just an athletic freak, who Jay Phillips described this to us damn PTI. There'll be some place in diagram the coach would say if you stop the film study, okay, he's out of position here. But then he comes over and makes a steal or a block and starts fast the other way. But he's so instinctive and he's so athletic and he's so good. Right? So what is having that kid on the floor do? Everybody's got to hide somebody. Nobody has 5 great defenders. Right? When the Bulls were great defensively in the second three-peat and had Hartford, Jordan, Pippen, Rodman. Okay, so Tony was on the floor. Tony was not going to be described as a great defender. I just saw Tony, by the way, in Washington. And whoever was on the floor at the 5 was not going to be described as a great defender. So the Bulls had 3 and often 4 people on the floor who were great defenders. They were a great defensive team. They maybe had to hide somebody sometimes. Trust me, the Warriors, early in Steph's career, they had to hide Steph a little bit. The Knicks just won a championship. I know teams attacked and diagrammed their lives to go after Jalen Brunson. How'd that work out? So I'm not saying that Josh Giddey is going to turn into a great defender. I'm saying you can work with it depending on who else you got on the floor.
I just want a new vision and a new approach. And if it includes Giddey, fine. If it doesn't, fine. I'm looking for something new and something fresh.
I think we're going to get that with Graham and with Thiago Splitter. I think we're going to get that with them.
They get better defensively with Claxton, who's, good rim protector. Did you like that addition?
Yeah, marginally. And I don't think he's played as well the last season and a half he played before that. But Claxton is, 27 years old. I don't know of any serious injuries that he's had. I'm looking for some story around him. I think he shot 70% 1 year, like 2 years ago. You're not looking for threes. You're looking for somebody to anchor the middle of the damn floor, which the Bulls have not seen the value in doing, previously. So Claxton helps in that regard. You get a combination. Can Jalen Smith help in that regard with Claxton? Or if you get Morris Johnson with the 15th pick, can he help in that regard with Claxton? So you're looking at you're looking at a 10-man roster rotation. What combinations of players can help accomplish that? And Claxton helped in that direction. I would say from what we know about Claxton in these few years in the league, I'd say yes.
Mike, what about the Giannis deal? If you were Milwaukee, would you have taken Jaylen Brown and 2 first-round picks, or would you have taken the offer that they settled on with the quantity of players and some of them being good? What would which deal would you take?
I started off myself. My instinct said the Boston offer. But I've been persuaded over the last 2 days, well, since last night, even yesterday before the deal was final. I've been persuaded by people who know more about this than me, scouts, people who scout or did scout for a living, that the Milwaukee offer they took, which has, remember, they're going to get the 10th and 13th picks tonight, or 10th and 12th. They're going to get 2 picks in a great draft. So, suppose one of them is Yaxel Landon, or probably won't be because he's 24, and Milwaukee building from scratch. So maybe not, but he's a ready-to-play guy. If Oklahoma City's not taking him, or Golden State hasn't taken him, there's people that when you combine with Tyler Hero, who's a Milwaukee kid, they're getting a homegrown kid that's going to play well there. And they're getting Jaquez, who is the UCLA kid, who's in maybe third year, about to enter. I think Milwaukee is more than okay, actually.
Yeah, Jaquez is a great player. He had a good rookie year.
He's a nice player. He had a nice year. He did. And so you got those 3 plus these 2 picks. Now, once again, here we go. This is about scouting. Is their scouting department going to deliver, and their GM, on that 10th and 12th and 10th and 13th? I've got too many numbers in my head. Are they going to deliver tonight on pick 10 and whatever in the lottery? If they do, that's 5 players for Giannis. And Giannis, to me, I don't know whether Giannis is a have-been. Giannis hasn't done anything in 5 years.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you.
What do I know?
From Miami's perspective? What do you mean? I mean, it's hard to doubt Pat Riley with his resume, but
it is because you count on Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra and that staff to come up with the players even under budget. People want to play in Florida. They want to play for the Heat. They want to play for Riley and Spo. They know what they're doing, and they know how to find players. They just do. They've done it. We just saw. We got to the finals one year when it didn't look. They go get a star, and they figure out the rest. They go get Alonzo Mourning. They go get Shaq. They go get Jimmy Butler. They do this. They've done it successfully. They have Dwayne Wade and other people surrounding him. I don't want to, I'm not going to say that Pat Riley and that ownership group can't come up with the requisite play. They need like 4 more players, though. Not every staff can do that. Hell, the Bulls couldn't figure out how to not re-up Patrick Williams. So, it depends on who you got, who you count on. And once again, beating the dead horse, I'll die on this hill, scouting. Who is it that can your scouts do a better job than his scouts? So much of pro basketball is that.
Yeah. Before we let you go, Mike, I heard Carmen DeFalco, who does a great show with Yurko on our station, earlier today go off on the gallery at the U.S. Open. And the way things went down there, and he's ranting about how the U.S. Open had not returned to Chicago, or like we can't get any golf events these days. Get them away from the fans in New York. They should be banned with the way they've been treating players, especially U.S. players, and get a tournament here. Did you react to what you saw this weekend in the same sort of visceral way?
Not exactly. I agree with his conclusion, which is get the damn big golf tournament back to Chicago. You got, excuse me for sounding like a homer because I am, Olympia Fields. You've got Medina. You've got places. Those two they've already hosted. They've hosted U.S. Opens and PGAs and Ryder Cup. Don't tell me you shouldn't be in Chicago. Hey, you should be in Chicago. If the PGA wants to be a bunch of dumbasses and not realize that, and not come year after year to Chicago because we got to spread them around. We got to go to St. Louis. And let me say this: they're dumbasses. Now, am I acting viscerally because they treat American players a certain way? No, that's not my thing. Don't. I mean, the treatment of players, regardless of American or not, is treatment of players. And the reason that that might have happened anywhere to Wyndham Clark has behaved badly. And Wyndham Clark might have deserved some of, if not all of that. I don't know what he was saying if he had a rant when they were behaving that way to Rory. I'm not going to be here. I'm not waving the flag to defend American players and act badly toward European or Asian or African players or players from any place else in the world. I'm not on that boat. But I am on the one that says get the action to Chicago in the summer. No better sports city. There's no better summertime city. And here's the difference between me and others. If I was in some committee and I was sitting there and they were throwing about the ideas of where to play some of these events and who to put this PGA in 2030 and they were doing that, I would say, hey, you people are effing morons. You know where you should play these tournaments. And if you weren't going to New York and scared of New York and pandering to New York or other places, I don't want to just make it about New York, you would get these things to Chicago damn near every summer. And if you don't, you're dumbasses. That would be my rant to their faces.
I was shocked at how light the crowds were for that Shinnecock. Now, I get it. It's way the hell out there.
Well, they decided no, that they don't want it to be like the waste management in Scottsdale. I get every tournament's not supposed to have the same participation. But we've seen, come on, the crowd at the Ryder Cup and Medina, what was it, 2013 or 14? It's a wonderful event when those things are held in Chicago, and they know it. They know it. And I would challenge people to sit in that room and say, you know it. Now, you can be idiots if you want, and you can come up with other reasons, and you can let your dumbass marketing people persuade you to do one thing or another, or you can put this next event that's scheduled where you know it should be.
It's great stuff. A lot of dumbasses in that room, it sounds like.
Yeah, a lot of them.
All right. Give us, text us tonight about what you think, the way it goes down. I look forward to hearing from you tonight,
you guys on the Caleb train? Are you for another Caleb W, or are you in another direction?
I'm for it. I'd be thrilled with it. I'd be thrilled if Caleb Wilson's here. I don't think there's one that would make me upset, like any of those top four players. I love they come too.
Totally reasonable. You're in a very reasonable place. I don't know that I am.
Which is odd, Mike, because he's usually a dumbass. That's right. Yeah. I'm always a dumbass. That's for sure.
I'm gonna try not to be crazy tonight. I will tell you guys this. It was a public place. I was having breakfast at a public place on Saturday morning in Chicago. And a guy taps me on the shoulder, says, Mike, we haven't met yet. Want to introduce myself. And it's Bryson Graham. With Tiago Splitter. Yeah. So I had a chance to chat with both of them. Very, very grateful to just say hello and have a chat with both of them around breakfast Saturday morning in Chicago. And I said to them both, you probably best should ignore me, particularly on afternoons, Tuesday afternoons at 5, because I get crazy, and I'm particularly crazy about this Bulls draft, so feel the need to tell me to shut up.
That's right.
When they were both pleasant and delightful to talk to.
Yeah, we're having them both in studio at 2:30 on Thursday. So we'll get to meet them, and then we'll ask them about the breakfast encounter.
Yeah, it was totally delightful, full of laughs. And I just said, welcome to town belatedly, and I just hope, tonight, to wrap this up, I think tonight is
the final check of the weather with Brent.
I think it's a huge night in the history of the Bulls in the after Derrick Rose era. So after Derrick went out with that awful injury in 2012, I know that we tried to put it back together, and Jimmy Butler helped us get the significant games against LeBron in 2014. So let's just say in 16, or whatever that was, we had This is it. This has been years of wilderness. And I just think tonight is a chance to put on these picks and depending on what we do with free agency to start this sort of find out of this team. We can be as excited about the Bulls as we are today. Wouldn't that be a full chaos?
It would be great.
All right, Mike, great stuff. Enjoy the draft, okay? Well, be good. Talk to you later.
Good stuff with Michael Wilbon as always. If you missed anything, never as excited about the Bears draft.
I think he was this year.
Do you remember how into the Bears draft he was? He was reading all
I was surprised when he said he's lying. I thought he was going to be like, no, dumbass, not.
Look, what do we always say about Chicago sports fans, and Wilbon's no different, and I feel the same way about tonight. Like I told you, I want to re-love them again. We want to hump. Yeah. Well, all Chicago sports fans want to do is hump our favorite teams. We're here to hump. And like, if given a reason to hump, we will hump away.
Where we like this tonight, they drafted Patrick Williams. Was that an AK hire or a draft?
First draft.
It was we're like, I got a feeling like we were all pretty jacked about AK, his first draft, and Patrick Williams. And
I think it was more like, well, we don't know. Like, he's got to have a plan. Like, no one really expected him to go 4, right?
You know, and he was he was not a starter.
So like all these, okay, we'll set our thoughts aside and I trust him.
Or were we just so burnt by the previous crew that we just
we were like baby Kawhi. Okay, cool. We got baby Kawhi. We got the claw.
Yeah, counterpoint Waddle. How about I put you at the stage, champ? Hey, why don't you head on over to the damn tennis courts, Charlie, or something like that? Take your ass to the tennis court.
Courtesy of Sam Antonacci. All right, coming up next, we've got Aki's A-list. Aki is gone, but Jacob will
not
do
forgotten.
that. He's not forgotten. He's on vacation. He's back in Colorado. A little Colorado vacation. A little hiking. Yeah, we'll talk Aki's A-list coming up next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Philly Show, ESPN Chicago.
When Jack and Jay Hood are over, the fun continues. Tell your friends and enemies. It's the Carmen and Yurko Show, weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, on AM, on app, on YouTube. Presented by a Package Dealer Group. Hey, everybody, Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. The Summer Sales event is going on now at all Hawk Auto locations. 4 big with 0% financing for 60 months, or get $1,000 to $1,000 bonus cash. Check out their giant inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. Choose from 13 big brands at 12 convenient locations. And hey, nobody will pay you more for your trade-in. The summer sales event's going on now at hawkauto.com. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $16.67 per month per thousand. Finance on select models with approved credit.
Hi, it's Shane Orling. I started the Angelo system in April, and I'm already down 13 pounds and 6 inches off my waist. I stepped on the scale a few times. I couldn't believe it. Dr. Angelo showed me how to control my appetite without feeling like I was fighting myself all day. Now I've got more energy, and I feel better every day. The smarter way to lose weight, visit theangelosystem.com today. That's the ANGELO system.com today.
The NHL offseason is heating up ahead of the draft. Make sure to lock in your spot at the United Center next season for every hit, goal, and unforgettable moment with the Blackhawks membership plan. Select a plan that works for you with our full, half, and partial packages. Talk to a rep today at blackhawks.com/membership.
Hey, can I comment on the NBA draft before the end of the show?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Is there a way to talk about the NBA draft real quick and just get what I want the Bulls to do before the show ends?
We can try our best to
Okay.
stay on hold, and we'll try and get to you.
I'm Gino. I'm calling from Franklin Park.
GNO?
GINO, but yeah.
Okay. And what do you want them to do on draft night?
Well, obviously, I want them to do what's best for the team. I wanted to entertain the thought that if this draft has a lot of talent, that Caleb Wilson could go to a team. I'm trying to entertain talking to GMs to possibly trade with OKC or other teams, if we could get multiple first rounders and build equity and still get a good player in the middle of the round, that would be a top 10 pick in next year's draft, since there's so much talent, and build sustainability towards down the future, because we got a lot of making up to do, and that's a lot. All right.
Make sure you take that phone by your mouth, all right? You're kind of cutting it a little bit. Keep by your mouth and think like that, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Operating and start automating. Service AI for the trade. $1.6 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $1.6 million for a client who was injured due to negligence at a place of business. If you're
25 minutes.
call the Veroliak
Will
Law
Gino
Group.
make it on the air? I say no, because these guys have a habit of yapping. Plus, there's probably another 5 people at minimum that have probably been waiting longer than me. But I've been waiting for an hour and 15 minutes, so who knows? Maybe people have hung up.
Chicago Zone for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago Zone for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
I think Nico wants to.
That got seen from yesterday. Anyway, yes, I still missed the. It just sounds like the Charlie Brown voice of him getting kicked out. No, I heard it at the time, and I was like, really? I thought what happened was the person who said you can't be in here was saying it to somebody who walked in on
I was sitting there trying to take my.
and was like protecting Jesse's privacy. And it turned out Jesse had just commandeered somebody else's suite.
I think Nico wants to.
Kill the music. Let me hear it again. I turned this up. Let me hear it.
I think Nico wants to.
That was like. Sir, you can't be in here. It's very firm. You can't be in here. This is it. Hey, who are you? Or you can't be in here. Jesse,
I think Nico wants to.
Jesse looked like a little wounded animal. Okay, I didn't know what he was going to do. He's like, "Hey, I'm Jesse Rogers from ESPN 1000." Credit to him that he didn't. You know who I am. You know I'm on the radio. He did try to big time anyone. He couldn't be in there. And he left.
I think Nico wants to.
Okay. All right, before we do a quick AKJ list, we've got callers on the line. Let's go to Fred and Bartlett. Freddie is feeling bad. Look at Freddie. Hey, guys, we're back. Oh, my God. Wait a minute. Hold on now. I've never introduced Fred and his friend and Bartlett. This is Jake. Do you know who you're talking to? I guess I'm not. What's going on here? Wait, so did you Cosmic Wood? He-Red Fred. Now, can you tell the new young producers who you are? You just say I'm Fred and Bartlett.
I said I was He-Red Fred. I didn't.
Fred, I'm very sorry about that. I'll wear that one. That's on. Yeah, show some respect. So it's the biggest over and Bulls fan.
Yeah. I was talking about Yaxel pretty quickly, and I might have, threw him a little bit. Guys, do you realize if we walk away with the draft with Wilson and Yaxel, this will be the best draft at Wilson, Creason, Grant. It will be the most transformational.
It'll be even bigger than that, Fred. It'll be good. I'm talking to 3 wins next year. But Derrick Rose draft, they know like there wasn't the 2, but Derrick Rose draft is a good draft. The Jimmy Butler draft is a good draft. Like, not quite new.
Toby, this is the deepest draft I've ever
No,
seen.
I know the draft. I'm saying though, would drafting those 2 players be a more impactful draft? Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That drafting Derrick Rose number 1.
Jordan's number 1, right? Obviously, I think Grant is number 2. Yep. And Rose will be 3. This will be 4. Because if you can walk away with Jackson Lendenberg at 15, guys. He's 240 pounds, 6'9". He can guard 1 through 4. He is absolutely freaking awesome. In a lot of the mocks, I'm seeing him fall to the Bulls, and I just can't even believe it. I mean, he's 23, so I think that's what people are using against him. What people got to realize with the NIL now, these guys are going to stay in school longer. The draft is going to be older. This would be an absolute freaking home run that will absolutely transform this franchise immediately. And this move that Bryson Grant did yesterday to get a player, good
board. I haven't been this excited about the Bulls since we were up 2-0 and against the Celtics with the 3 alphas. I know that one. Remember that?
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, with you, you're excited every other week, like Waddle was saying. You're trying to show them instead of a title.
Not like this. This is like the B, guys. We're so relevant. Right now, we're gonna have relevance coming out of our ears. That's how excited I am. Stephen A. Brown fan. This is a new era. We're taking it to the streets. I can't wait. I'm so pumped about today. Aren't you guys excited?
I am excited. Look, I want to love it, Fred. We'll see it. Like, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to, send any making a miracle type of gifts out like you do. But I am excited.
They're good. Yeah. There's one buck that we can't get that tomorrow. I don't understand why everybody loves this guy. He shot 58% from the free throw line. He's like 21. Yeah, he can protect the rim. That's all he can do. He can't guard in space. I don't understand why everybody wants Mara. I think it's going to fall. And if the Bulls do not, if Gas was there and Mara's there and they take Mara, well, then I'm going to call back tomorrow and say what?
You're only going to win 3 titles.
Exactly. Guys, what a great time to be alive.
Yeah,
Bears, Bulls. Oh, my God, we're back. I love you guys. You're the best.
Have a good one, Freddie. You said he's back. Coming out of time. You want to say that was like literally drunk off Bulls Kool-Aid. I was like, I love you guys. Yeah, that's usually how we got.
Look, I'm glad.
Should have heard him when they were only 10 under 500. He was still cooking. In Franklin Park here on ESPN 1000. Hey, Gino.
Hey, look, I'm glad that all the coaches got good things to say about their players. I'm pretty sure that Jahlil Okafor, I'm sure Krzyzewski had said Okafor is going to be a Hall of Famer, and Tyson Chandler and Eddie Curry are all going to be great players. I feel like I want these younger players. They need to prove themselves, and you could put yourself in a position where these players you're paying them $20 million a year when they're like 23 years old, and you have to keep your fingers crossed that they're going to play better for what you pay them now. It's a terrible position. I like the older guys. I want to entertain the thought. Can you imagine trading down the number 4 pick to Oklahoma City and them using Caleb Wilson to make sure that they stay on top because they know San Antonio's right behind them, and we end up with the picks 12, 15, and 17, and we get all 3 Michigan guys just the same way that the Knicks got all the Villanova guys? I wouldn't mind doing that. We might actually be able to get an extra first rounder and build equity. We got a long way to make up. This is the draft to trade down, build equity if we can create those conversations with other GMs and create possibilities for the 2030s, because this decade, there's 5 teams that are going to win all the championships, and we ain't one of them. And congratulations to Philadelphia's own and South Jersey's own Jalen Brunson. He's a Philly kid. He's not a Chicago kid. Congratulations. Trade down, get the Michigan kids, and let's stop kissing all these players' butts before they do anything, and all they do is beat up a bunch of young talents. They're going to play 35-year-old grown men.
Yo, Gino, you called earlier to Carmen and Yurko. Are you a Michigan guy? Is that why you want all the Michigan players?
I think it's a good strategy if the possibility's there, and you should entertain it.
Are you a Michigan man?
No.
All right. You're very opinionated about this, though.
I want what's best for the Bulls, and I don't know if one player at the 4th pick can do it, considering the hole we're in.
Look, I understand that.
First of all,
how do you know I called? First of all, he said I called in. I didn't call in. Someone in the chat said this is this guy again. He called Carmen Jerko.
This is a team that's
Gonna go check out a food truck.
For the last 3 or 4 years, they get a top 5 player in Giannis. They're still.
Y'all slept last night because we had some breaking news in the middle of the night out of the NBA.
Here, here's what you go to see.
In our show, so I want to bring in our front office insider.
If you had a gift certificate.
Your insider, rather. Shams, in the middle of the night, you wrote that Giannis Antetokounmpo is on his way finally to the Miami Heat. How did this deal come together?
So, this started a year ago when Giannis Antetokounmpo made a very direct request with his agent Alex Rosas that the time had come to move on, and everyone in Milwaukee, ownership on down, had to align on the direction of the organization. And the Bucks were on the clock. Jimmy Haslam, Wes Edens ownership, John Horst, their general manager, they made the decision here before the NBA draft just because of how deep this draft is. Getting the number 10 pick in the draft already. They have 13 now after this massive trade where you get 4 players, you get 3 picks as well, you get a pick swap, you get a second rounder in the future. And I think when you look at 10 and 13, you look at you're able to address multiple needs potentially in the backcourt, in the front court. But the Giannis trade overall, when I look at the draft, it provides a sense of urgency for other teams in the Eastern Conference, Atlanta, Cleveland, Detroit. What are they going to do? And then a domino effect. Jaylen Brown and 2 unprotected first-round picks was the Celtics offer. Boston was the other finalist for Giannis before Miami got him. They wanted Giannis in Boston, but now they deal with the fallout. There's going to be more conversations there that they're going to have. But the Celtics have been aggressive also today in taking calls, in making calls, listening in on potential offers for Jaylen Brown. So what's his future? There's other players in New Orleans, Trey Murphy, Herb Jones, that are going to get a ton of interest. Kawhi Leonard has 1 year left on his deal. What's his future in Los Angeles? So there's just the start of dominoes in the NBA.
Yeah, this feels like the tip of the iceberg. Shams, thank you very much for that insight. Bobby, we've been waiting a long time for this trade to come to fruition. Were you asleep? Were you awake when this happened?
I was wide awake, ready for the smoke to come out of the chimney. It's been around 12:30. Listen, I think for both sides, it rips the Band-Aid off and Milwaukee gives us clarity and sense of direction now with the 13th pick and the 10th pick. And for Miami, this is a team that's been toiling around in the play-in for the last 3 or 4 years. They get a top 5 player in Giannis. There's still more work to be done here, but when you add him and Bam Adebayo here, this puts them certainly in a conversation with some of these elite teams.
Legs, you just came off of calling the NBA Finals, and that's what the Miami Heat are working to do when you acquire a superstar like Giannis Antetokounmpo. How much closer did they get to getting out of this cycle of the play?
Significantly, this team did not have enough talent. You know that. They've answered that to Giannis Antetokounmpo. I know they've got pieces to fill in. They need playmaking and shooting. There's no doubt. Giannis Antetokounmpo puts this team now on the map. They're relevant again in the Eastern Conference. You look at that top 4, top 5 mix, I think the Miami Heat are going to find themselves there because he just checks so many different boxes on both ends of the floor.
How do they get what they need, though, to be around Giannis? You said playmaking and shooting. How do they get that in the window that Giannis has left?
That's why they have a really smart front office. They've got one of the best coaches in the NBA. That's going to get the most out of the least. I think Eric Spoelstra, one thing about him, I love about him his entire coaching career, he finds a way to value guys for what they do well and protects them from their weaknesses. I think this is going to be a big challenge for him filling out that roster.
I know Miami is excited. I'm also very excited for Milwaukee because of all the pieces that they've got. I mean, we can all name teams that have went into a win-now mode and brought in a superstar and tried to build quickly, and it hasn't always worked out. And I think Milwaukee's taken the approach similar to OKC, where they get young guys and they build slowly, and I appreciate that. It seems like Milwaukee, what they did is when they were looking at these two, the hauls they could get back from the Boston Celtics or from the Miami Heat, they decided Miami was the better package that fit the timeline of what they're trying to do, Bobby. But then you look over at Boston, who essentially said by offering, although they keep their business quiet, they haven't said this outright, Jaylen Brown, they did not feel like they were good enough with the roster as currently constructed. Jaylen's still there, so what happens now?
Well, he has 3 years left on his 3 years, $188 million left on his contract, and he can assign an extension for 2 more years in July. I think it's going to be interesting what the collateral damage is. I will say this about Boston. They didn't come into this thinking, if we don't do this deal, something's going to happen with Jaylen Brown. They knew what the consequences potentially could be. And as Sean said, Jaylen Brown in the open market, that certainly raises the antenna for a lot of teams here.
I just think it's interesting because as a player, I mean, like maybe you can speak to this, but if you know know that your team is maybe trying to put you in a trade conversation. How does that make Jaylen Brown feel when he already seemed to be feeling some type of way while in Boston?
It's difficult, and I think particularly now, because I think what Jaylen Brown did this year was he validated who he was in terms of his ceiling. He answered that bell. He had the opportunity. He jumped all over it. He raised the scoring average to almost 30 a night. That was one of the great stories in the league, what they were able to accomplish. So he's feeling better about himself as a player than at any time. And now you've got the aftermath of this. We're all waiting to hear from him and see exactly what his approach is going to be going forward.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to hear from him on his Twitch stream at some point in the future. It's been very active over the course of the offseason. But Jay, we are sitting here at the NBA draft. And so now, of course, we know that the number 13 pick, although they will put on a hat here for the Miami Heat, that pick is going to be made by the Milwaukee Bucks. There's so much talent, though, up and down this draft, really. And there's a conversation that is truly happening as to who should be the number 1 pick. What are you looking at there?
Well, to your point, this is as deep a draft as I can remember of high-quality talent that goes throughout the first round.
And this is draft number what?
24.
24.
You keep bringing that up.
Ding, 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 ding. And 24 for our elder statesman.
But at the top, and Bobby has said this, there are basically 3 number 1 overall selections with A.J. Devonta, BYU, Darren Peterson of Kansas, and Cameron Boozer of Duke. And I honestly, in the 24 years, I've never heard as many people say, this guy could be the best player in the draft in the future. This guy could be the best player. Like 6 or 7 guys I've heard that about. But the issue at the top is going to be, who do you believe in most? Because just because you're taking somebody one doesn't mean you don't believe in the others. Who do you believe in most? And I think it comes down to the most talented player in the draft, in my view, which is Darren Peterson, and then A.J. Devonta, who looks like he was built in a lab to play in the NBA. 6'8", 7-foot wingspan, gets downhill. He's got an NBA mid-range game right now. Gets to the foul line. You're not going to go wrong. It's just which is best.
Right now, perhaps it's Darren Peterson who's getting the text or the call, letting him know that this is where he could be headed tonight. Bobby, you've been in the chair. You've been making the decision. You've had the number 1 pick and have been sitting in a front office trying to split hairs.
I did have hair. You're on fire.
We're just getting started, my friend.
That straight's coming, don't worry.
How did you make this decision, Bobby?
Well, this was 2000. We drafted Kenny Martin with the number 1 pick, and when we won the lottery, we moved up from 8 to number 1. We knew we were taking Kenny. This is a different animal right now, and I think that Jay said there are 3 players, I believe, that could go number 1. And for the Wizards, they have gone through the process. All these players have been scouted. There's been plenty of intel, medical, psychological, and now it's, I don't want to say it's gut, but they're going to do what they feel is the best for the organization. And the number 1 pick, it breathes life into your organization. The fan base that has been losing in Washington for 3 or 4 years, now he gets the face of the franchise.
And I know a lot of people are talking about Darren Peterson and how he wasn't available, whether to finish games or he wasn't available in games. But when Darren Peterson was on the floor, his talent was undeniable. The thing about Darren Peterson, he can score in so many different ways, and he can make the defense wrong. No matter what the defense is doing, Darren Peterson has an answer. So what we're going to do is start here. Catch and shoot is his bread and butter. This is a mistake. Milos Houston for Houston goes under the ball screen. That is like a layup for Darren Peterson. He can make that shot in his sleep. Automatic off the catch from the 3 or from the mid-range. So how do you stop someone that gets shots off the catch? You fight over the top of the screen. Not even that well now. It's going to go over the top of the screen. But Darren Peterson has an answer for that as well. What he's going to do, drop his shoulder like he's going to attack, and it shifts the defender just enough so that this back step doesn't give the defense time to recover, and Darren Peterson is already up into that beautiful shot, beautiful release, high elevation. Go under the screen is a problem. Go over the screen, it is also a problem. So now what's another solution you could try to put in place against Darren Peterson? How about you put someone big on him? Someone big like, A.J. Devonta, the other potential number 1 pick. High hand, getting in Darren Peterson's face, but Darren Peterson is smart. Trey White clears out. He's got high IQ. He can put the ball on the floor. Long first step, broad shoulders, protects the ball, and then the craftiness at the rim. He finishes well at the rim also. Off the catch, off the dribble, at the rim. He always has an answer, and that's why this debate is coming into play. I know he wasn't always available, but when he was available, he was phenomenal.
And in that game that you so eloquently pointed out between Kansas and BYU, it was Kansas BYU, but it was Devonta versus Peterson. In the first half of that game, Peterson had 18 points on 6 of 8 shooting. There was no doubt at halftime who the best player that day was. It was Darren Peterson, not close. And in the second half, he had to tap out because of the cramping issue, which brings up, that doubt in your mind.
I love what you just showed us visually. He has no holes in the game offensively. But now let's talk about AJ Devonta, what he brings to the table, because I see a lot of that in him as well. And right now, you're at a big wing with great ball skills, great determination, plays with power, plays through contact. He's built for what the NBA looks like now, particularly one day, hopefully, for Washington playoff basketball, because he's got the body and the frame to play through it. I think he's an underrated passer. He reads the floor really well. He could be a guy that you can plug into a system with a ball-dominant guard, which Washington is going to have now with Trae Young, and he's going to be very comfortable as an off-ball cutter, or you can put the ball in his hands at times too and let him go initiate. He's the whole package, and I just love the size at that position that he brings to the table.
And he certainly has the casino, right, of a franchise player, of a number one pick as well. He does not lack confidence, AJ Devonta. And earlier, he caught up with our man on the inside. So did Darren Peterson, actually. The launch number, yes, he made it back from the 2016 Cowboys reunion.
All right, man. I'm sitting here with AJ, man. We want to know right now. Walk us through the field. Let me know everything you got on.
I flew to Paris to go grab this. So it's Kenzo. You see the embroidery on it. Shout out Kenzo for making this custom piece. I went Hubler on the wrist, rainbow face, horse hat from Zoe Frost. My mom's from Jamaica. My dad's from Congo. I want to represent them. Also want to represent T. Clark, who passed away. Couldn't make it to the league. I went boots, real comfy, low oversized vibe. And I went both. I didn't want to go fight yesterday. I went both.
AJ, man, what you think you going? Number one? I'm not trying to go lower than that one. Yeah, man, that's confidence I need. Go ahead and go down the line, my boy. All right, man, I'm sitting here with one of the men of the hour. If you had to guess that, what pick you gonna go, what you got? One. I love the confidence and seriousness in the face, man. I know there's a lot of preparation to get here to these moments. What's going through your mind right now as you prepare to get ready to walk across the stage that you always tell us about?
My family, sacrificed a lot, just let them hear.
Walk us through the fit, man. What made you go with just the black and white look, man? Walk us through the fit. If there's anything special to it.
If you know me, you know I'm calm. I'm laid back, so there's one calm with me.
You know what? I'm not jumping. You can put it on. Punch it out. I'm glad to have you. And the second at Barclays Center, we'll have more NBA draft coverage coming up.
What can he do? Leadership, freeze it.
Okay, Holmes, show me houses with 3-car garage. I need a 3-car garage. It's not 4 cars. It's right now doing an A-man game. Okay, Holmes, how about with a really big basement? Still, hear you.
We have 27 homes, each with a large basement.
Is that a wet part? Homes AI. All you have to do is ask.
Welcome back. How can I help?
Only on homes.com.
You'll finally have friends. Wow.
Wait, what?
America, this tournament might be fun on the pitch, but it'll be won in the backyard barbecue. Nice save. That guy looks like Tim Howard.
I am too.
Jim Beam, official spirit of U.S. soccer.
T-Mobile has the best network. That's why there's no better place to get iPhone 17 Pro on that. Hold on. Is this big enough? We should have music, lights, bangers. I need to feel it. It's the most powerful iPhone ever on the best network. I should dance.
It's big at T-Mobile. Get the incredible iPhone 17 Pro on us. On the best network.
I'm gonna go play. Nailed it.
Stephen A., we are so excited to bring you into the future.
Stephen A., it's you, but with an infinite knowledge of saving money on car repairs.
How can we help people save money? CarShield. One call can help save drivers thousands on car repairs. What's the catch? There's no catch. You call, drive, and save. When a breakdown happens, CarShield's 24/7 roadside assistance can help get you to a mechanic or a dealership. The man's a genius.
We just got to keep it from conquering the world.
You'll never stop that.
Human Steven is correct.
Most snacks are just air, but not Planters nuts. Our peanuts have 7 grams of protein per serving and flavor that really hits. Now that's a snack with substance. Planters nuts. There's a lot in a little peanut.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sensical.
But what if someone would say, hey, I'd love to be an actor. I'm not that good though. But just hook me up because trust me, like it's please, Queen.
For Washington playoff basketball, because he's got the body and the frame to play through it. I think he's an underrated passer. He reads the floor really well. He could be a guy that you can plug into a system with a ball-dominant guard, which Washington is going to have now with Trey Young. And he's going to be very comfortable as an off-ball cutter, or you can put the ball in his hands at times too and let him go initiate. He's the whole package, and I just love his size at that position that he's
not a big fan.
Right, a franchise player of a number one pick as well. He does not lack confidence.
I'm not a big fan of the youngsters.
So we do. Time crazy. Sure.
All right, man. I'm sitting here with AJ, man. We want to know right now. Walk us through the field. Let me know anything you got on.
I mean, I flew to Paris to go grab this. So it's Kenzo. You see the embroidery on it. Shout out Kenzo for making this.
You see the embezzle? Yo, holla at me, man. You see the embezzle on the watch, man?
My mom's from Jamaica. My dad's from Congo. I want to represent them. Also want to represent T. Clark, who passed away and, couldn't make it to the league. I went boots. Real comfy. No oversized vibe. And I went bow. I didn't want to go play. I said I went bow.
AJ, man, what you think you going? Number 1, 2, 3? I'm not trying to go lower than that. Yeah, man, that's confidence I need. Go ahead and go down the line, my boy. All right, man, I'm sitting here with one of the men of the hour. If you had to guess that, what pick you gonna go, what you got?
Young players.
Young players, meaning 18 and 19. I think when he said young players, like he doesn't want freshmen. He wants juniors and seniors. Like Vasquez came out of UCLA. The Michigan guys.
I think all those Michigan guys are like sophomores and juniors. That's
Black and white look, man. Walk us through the business. Anything special to it?
You know me, I'm calm. I'm laid back, so one calm with me.
You know what? On my temperament, you can do it all. Punch the job, be every analyst, fan on the street. We're glad to have you. Fans, the set they got Barclays.
big stucker. Fucking my homework. Man.
What is it about positioning? So what is it about the position of power where you get to control who comes on and you get to cut people off? If you ever see a caller that wants to talk about the topic you don't want to talk about, do you just like delete them? Or just like hang up on them even if they've been on here for like you just like disconnect and just go like, oh, this guy wants to talk about the Packers.
All you have to do is ask. Welcome back. How can I help?
Oh, you just kind of like disconnect. You don't just like disconnect them and be like, hey.
America, this tournament might be fought on the pitch, but it'll be won.
What if it's a Packer fan that's calling you just you ever listen to Howard Stern? Well, there would always be Howard Stern fans that would call like Good Morning America or CNBC and then say Baba Booey. Do you think there'd be some Packer fan that'd be like, oh, the Bears suck? Or say, oh, well, whatever, Caleb Williams is killing that.
I should dance.
T-Mobile get the incredible iPhone 17 Pro or Plus. One best network.
I'm gonna go flip. Nailed it.
Stephen A., we are so excited to bring you into the future.
Meet Stephen A. It's you, but with an infinite knowledge of saving money on car repairs.
How can we help people?
dribble at the rim. He always has an answer, and that's why
Come on.
this debate.
Tell me that I hit it. Big step up, big dick ripper.
Shit. Pointed out between Kansas and BYU. That was Kansas BYU, but it was Devonta versus Peterson. In the first half of that game, Peterson had 18 points on 6 of 8 shooting. There was no doubt at halftime who the best player that day was. It was Darren Peterson. Not close. And in the second half, he had to tap out because of the cramping issue, which brings up, that doubt in your mind.
I love what you just showed us visually. He has no holes in his game offensively, but now let's talk about AJ Devonta. What he brings to the table, because I see a lot of that in him as well. And right now, you look at a big wing with great ball skills, great determination, plays with power, plays with contact. He's built for what the NBA looks like now, particularly one day, hopefully, for watching playoff basketball. Because he can plug into a system with a ball-dominant guard, which Washington is going to have now with Trae Young, and he's going to be very comfortable as an off-ball cutter, or you can put the ball in his hands at times, too, and let him go initiate. He's the whole package, and I just love the size at that position that he brings to the table.
And he certainly has the casinos, right? A franchise player or the number one pick as well. He does not lack confidence, AJ Devonta. And earlier, he caught up with our man on the inside. So did Darren Peterson, actually. The last number, yes, he made it back to the 2016 Cowboys for you.
All right, man. I'm sitting here with AJ, man. We want to know right now. Walk us through the field. Let me know anything you got on.
I mean, I'm doing the fairs to go grab this. So it's Kenzo. You see the embroidery on it. Shout out Kenzo for making this custom piece. I went Hugo on the wrist, rainbow face, horse hat, so cross.
All right, people that cheer for Michigan are all welcome. I think AJ's going one. I'm saying, I think that Washington's going to mess up and take the second best player in the draft. Come on. Michigan. 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 The Chiefs are also my second favorite team. The Chiefs are also my second favorite. The Chiefs are my second favorite team because I got followed with their my mom's cousin is got stationed in Missouri, so we used to visit there when I was younger. And I wanted to guys to play the Chiefs. They're Chiefs fans. They're Cardinals fans, but the Chiefs play in the same division, so that doesn't work. So I always wanted the Chiefs and Cardinals. I'm sorry, the Chiefs
we also had a family cabin. So when I was a kid, I was fishing a lot. So we'll be on skiing, and in the summertime, we would go hiking and go boats and stuff. And we had a friend up there that had a boat, so we go out on the river.
Saving money.
So there's a lot of Scotch. So I hate Ohio State. I hate Ohio State. The Cardinals. The Brewers. I don't mind the Dodgers. I don't mind the Wisconsin Dodgers. I had a cousin that graduated from Wisconsin, but I don't hate. I never screw it. Michigan State. I hate Michigan State.
Adam and you were speak about
It's incorrect.
right now because today in New York City, crowned as NBA champions. And I must say, the time that I've been covering, maybe those battles. Yeah. Preliminary vote. Vegas, the two ones are being considered a timeline of when that expansion would happen.
If we were to expand, most likely. City. Rooting for the and it was really bad. I think first.
The losing. Holy, the minute you are mathematically from or from playoff more points you win by, the more balls you win. You win the game, once you mathematically eliminate it. You win the next game by 6 points, you get 6 balls. You lose the next game by 20 points, you get 14. You go down to negative 14 balls. So that way you have to play good offense and you have to play. So that way you have to play good offense and you have to play good offense. Obviously, you're the worst. So you lay balls first. Well, no one else. And yes, you can continue to reach that level to get that advantage, but then after that, you better start winning because if you continue to take, you win it when they did 800 balls. You're just going to get the 14th pick. We were talking about
Yeah. I just enjoy watching. We are here at the NBA draft process. You all look, 3 years. No, going to come back. 3 years.
Here, you're not really good, and it doesn't work to do that. So once roughly a third of our team were acting under those incentives, not what people want to see. Fans are actually rooting for the team to be bad. And it was particularly I think because see depth is bad. The only question is on what we which is that's flat and actually, you know, it's something if you're one of the worst, your odds actually go even further. So it's not to be really bad, but you know,
So essentially, the third worst team, the worst team with the worst record will get the 14th pick. The second worst team gets the 13th pick. It's already in fixing. It's already looks like whatever plan you and you experts you already got the correct plan. You know what? I can fix it real quick. So they had a license, and it works.
Actually, you know, it's if you want to actually go even further. Actually, you know, you still the team the playoffs will still in the draft. You set up the way to the bottom.
Right, so not going back, that's not going to be something that we'll see. We're also going to see the draft.
The draft. That's still necessary to replay the team.
You're kind of debating whether it almost looks like you don't have a boyfriend, but you're debating whether you should lie to me and say that you do because you're afraid that I'm gonna be like, hey girl, well, we should go hit up the club. I don't like the club either.
That are being considered.
Precious pizza. And then you can oh, you're supposed to know. I'm not fucking screaming. You're kidding anyway. You fucking whistle. And then you just shut the fuck up for like 10 seconds or 20 seconds. And you trust. And then you just it's like the doorbell. And then it's like ding, ding, ding. And then fucking it's like what the fuck? What do you think about fucking son?
together, talking to bankers, talking to the league office. And I think that what we said, fair to everyone, let's make a decision by the end of the year. At the end of this calendar
year, 2028, 2029, because that so many markets want.
This is where you become like famous. And it's like, sorry, I'm a celebrity and I'm not allowed to talk to people like you. It's like segregation, like it's like Bronx Tale. Sorry, I can talk to you. You're white. My mom came on with me.
But in an era of purity, how do you continue to capture that?
Well, first of all, things in New York. I like New York. Yeah. I remember typing around anything like this. I know, honestly, and I think it's a comedy.
New York City, we just let New York Knicks be crowned as NBA champions. And I gotta say, the time that I've been covering the league now, I can't remember an excitement like this. Maybe those years Golden State.
They get a lot of first rounders.
But in an era of purity, how do you continue to capture that?
And they got a lot of other teams' first rounders. I would try to get one first rounder, maybe two first rounders. Maybe we throw in a couple second rounders. You get 12, 15, 17. If that were the case, you'll never know what this guy's doing behind the scenes. We don't know anything about him. But they just sit there and be like, don't care, just want Caleb Wilson, I just want Caleb Wilson, I just want Caleb Wilson.
Maybe it has something to do with the fact that there's a lot that's really these days, together. There was a reason to continue to build up. The Lakers' interest was one this year. In the last 2 years, has been an all-time high in this league. Comparing the ratings from the finals to highest in 28 years, that doesn't include social media. 28 years ago, that was non-existent. That's non-existent now. 15 billion social media. The ratings, those ratings are just in the U.S. don't include the rest of the world. It's usually popular. So there's so much to build on. And I'm excited about going into this draft next year.
Sure. I think I get greedy, right? If you energy when you're in the city and you say, well, why can't we continue to have this, build on this, because this is what makes what we love.
Small markets like San Antonio, New York, it wasn't being sort of positioned as small markets. And that's also what we're seeing. It's now 8 different champions in 8 years. There's much more parity. Look at also the depth. I mean, we're going to see. Billion media on top of the U.S. going through the rest of the world is hugely popular. So there's so much to build on, and going into the draft
next this sort of energy when you're in the city, and why can't we continue to have this, build on this? This is what makes
everyone's a stranger.
Look,